Okay, Paul.
Thank you very much.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from His Excellency the Governor General, signed by the Deputy Governor General.
Why don't you come back in 5 minutes? His Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the main estimates of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31, 2017, and, in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons, dated February the 5th, 2016. Son Excellence, the Gouverneur Général.
His Excellency the Governor General presents to the House of Commons the main estimates, laying out the sums required to defray the public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2017, pursuant to Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867. Recommends this budget to the House of Commons as of February 5th, 2016.
Tabling of documents. I believe the Honourable President of the Treasury Board has another document to table, perhaps.
I have a report on behalf of the Finance Minister. I have the honour of tabling a document in both official languages entitled Report on Federal Tax Expenditures. That's pursuant to Standing Order 32-2.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Ms. Wagenthal, seconded by Ms. Harder, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code Injuring or Causing the Death of a Preborn Child While Committing an Offence. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege for me to be standing here today introducing my first private member's bill, the Protection of Pregnant Women and Their Preborn Children Act, also known as Cassie and Molly's Law. The building of a family and a new generation should be joyful and exciting. The tragedy of Cassie and Molly, along with too many other Canadian women targeted and harmed because of their choice to carry the child to term, affirms that the safety of women remains threatened. My private member's bill would create a new offence to be applied exclusively against anyone who knowingly commits a criminal offence against a pregnant woman and harms or causes the death of her preborn child. It would also codify pregnancy as an aggravating factor in our criminal laws, and so require a judge to always consider this factor in sentencing. New sentences in Cassie and Molly's Law would enhance the safety of Canadian women, protecting a pregnant woman's choice to bring her child to term safely. Families are the foundation of our country. Canadians deserve a legal system that protects all aspects of a family. This bill is a precise, common-sense approach to fixing a gap in our criminal code, to deter senseless assaults on pregnant women causing death or injury to their preborn children. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to working with all of my colleagues in this House to make Cassie and Molly's Law a reality for Canadian women and their families.
Ms. Wagenthal, seconded by Ms. Harder, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney, seconded by Mr. Warawa, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled an act to amend the criminal code, offenses in relation to conveyances, and the Criminal Records Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, impaired driving is the main cause of criminal deaths in Canada. Today, with the support of my colleague from British Columbia, I am very proud to introduce a bill on impaired driving. This is a constructive and consensual bill that seeks to ensure that repeat offenders do not drive on our roads and kill innocent victims. Victims whose families are with us today, Mr. Speaker, and who suffer from the loss of a loved one. Also, Mr. Speaker, in this bill, I am proposing measures to clear up the backlog in front of tribunals and accelerate the process, but also preventive measures to save human lives. And I urge my parliamentary colleagues to read the provisions of the bill with a view to making a unanimous gesture to save lives and end the scourge of drunk driving. Thank you. Mr. Blaney, seconded by Mr. Warawa, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When will this bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Première lecture.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been some discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, on Wednesday, February 24, 2016, government orders shall be extended beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the sole purpose of considering government business number 2, and at 8 p.m. or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put, recorded divisions deemed requested, and deferred until Tuesday, March 8, 2016, at the conclusion of oral questions.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Yes, agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today on behalf of residents of Vancouver Island who have presented me with a petition to ensure that Canadians have a fair electoral system. Namely, they call on the House of Commons to immediately undertake public consultations across Canada to amend the Canada Elections Act so that all can cast an equal and effective vote to be fairly represented in Parliament, regardless of political belief or place of residence, that we are governed by a fairly elected Parliament where the share of seats by each political party closely reflects the popular vote, and that we live under legitimate laws approved by a majority of elected parliamentarians representing a majority of voters, and that we introduce a suitable form of proportional representation after these public consultations. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to present a petition this morning. It's a petition that sadly informs the House that 22-year-old Cassandra Collius was tragically killed by a drunk driver, a person that chose to drive while impaired. Cassandra's family is devastated. Families for Justice is a group of Canadians who have also lost a loved one killed by an impaired driver. They believe that Canada's impaired driving laws are much too lenient. They want the crime called what it is, vehicular homicide. It's the #1 cause of criminal death in Canada. Over 1,200 Canadians are killed every year by a drunk driver. And they're calling for mandatory sentencing in legislation similar to what's just been presented in a private member's bill, and they're calling on Canadians to support that. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm presenting a petition today signed by residents of Kitchener-Conestoga and the greater region of Waterloo. They're asking Parliament to immediately undertake public consultations across Canada to amend the Canada Elections Act to ensure that voters can cast an equal and effective vote, to be represented fairly in Parliament, regardless of political belief or place of residence, and then to introduce a suitable form of proportional representation after these public consultations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government bills. We're resuming debate on Canada's contribution to the effort to combat ISIL and on the amendment of Ms. Ambrose.
Débat. Honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to apologize for my somewhat croaky voice, but I certainly wasn't going to let a bad cold sideline me for this extremely important debate, which deals with Canada's mission, and I would say this revamping operation that flies in the face of what we were told during the last election campaign. And that appears even more important to me to speak. But I'd just like to reassure you that I won't be speaking with this croaky voice for 20 minutes because I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. So I was going to say it is especially important for me to rise to speak to this debate today because we in the NDP are or perhaps the only party, we see that day after day, to speak out with a different voice. We're showing more solidarity, and we're speaking out with a different voice than the Liberals and the Conservatives. During the campaign, we held many discussions with, or rather I held many discussions with my fellow citizens on the withdrawal of Canada from the combat. Now, not everyone agreed with me, but we understood very clearly that there is no simple solution to such a complex problem as the one that is the issue of combating ISIL. So at the time, what was the best stance that Canada could take to be a major and effective partner in this fight and to be able to address the root causes of the problem instead of what we often talk about a Band-Aid solution. That's not what we want. So with this new combat mission, because the Liberals still don't dare to talk about the word combat mission, although that's really what it is, we are exactly involved in the same dynamic as that of the previous government, and I do not think that the results will be any better. So what should we have done? We recognize that it is difficult to claim that there is a simple solution to such a complex problem. But to have us believe that extending the military mission is the only solution to the conflict with ISIL is nothing but window dressing. And it becomes even more complex when it comes to clearly defining what the objectives of the Canadian mission are. What criteria will allow us to measure our progress and our success? How are we going to measure the success of this mission or the obligation to extend the mission after the deadline, which is already at 2 years, which seems to us very far away to ensure proper follow-up of the situation? So those are many questions that have not yet been answered by the very people who are trying to convince us to broaden the scope of the mission, because that's really what we're talking about here. We're pulling out our CF-18s, but there are going to be more boots on the ground, and that, therefore we'll be putting them at greater risk than they were before. So this is an extension of the combat mission. when we examine the motion of the government, we can clearly see that they broke their campaign promise. After having pledged to end the combat mission, the Liberals are now extending the military mission by broadening its scope. Now, that's not their first broken promise, obviously, but it's the first promise that was not understood in the form that it was announced. So if the citizens of my riding, if you had asked them, well, tax cuts for the middle class, what does the middle class mean? Probably they would not have expected that people who earn $45,000 or less would not have access to these tax cuts. And neither would they have expected modest deficits to balloon to some $18 billion. So we're seeing how the Liberals use smoke and mirrors with regard to their promises. The previous Conservative government wanted to bring our forces into an intractable conflict with no exit strategy, and this government is doing the same thing. We don't need to be a five-star general to understand that a military mission with no objectives usually ends in failure. The conflict that we're dealing with today is the product of such an approach, where the United States have already invaded Iraq, dismantled its structures, and left behind a country in ruins where reorganization was needed and where there was no governance. In addition, it must be said that this combat mission is not justified either by a UN or NATO-led mandate. Here again, the government, despite the good friendship between Ban Ki-moon and the Prime Minister, continues to advocate the same approach as the Conservatives, that is, that ignores traditional institutions under which Canada operates.
So does that mean that we should do nothing and that Canada should not react in the face of this aggressive threat posed by ISIL? No, the NDP is not saying that Canada should just sit back and do nothing. But Canada's participation needs to be based on our internationally recognized skills and strengths, which is humanitarian aid. Humanitarian aid must be separated from our political aims. Doctors Without Borders has said that humanitarian aid and military intervention can be counterproductive when we're used together. When local communities are suspicious of the work of international organizations because there is confusion between the military and humanitarian role, then people's lives are in danger, those of the people trying to do the work. After the brutal assassination of 5 Doctors Without Borders workers, it has become clear that the insecurity and danger created by military intervention in the same areas as humanitarian aid is being provided is a threat. Often, even governments use humanitarian aid to try to get public opinion on their side, and this leads to confusion. Then international organizations have trouble actually saving lives. Therefore, I am strongly opposed to the policy. There are 3 aspects where Canada should do more. I can see that my time is quickly running out, but I will summarize these 3 points. We should establish a policy of de-radicalization here in Canada, because foreign combatants is a major part of the problem from various countries. We need to, therefore, in each country, bring in policies that will counter this threat. We need to also close the tap of funding from illicit sources, because oil, for example, gives ISIL half of its revenues. We need to also clamp down on the selling of arms, because this is one of the sources of the problem. The more weapons there are, the more threat there is. So the weapons, the funding, and the de-radicalization need to be addressed. I would like to speak more about the work that Canada can do to minimize the threat. There again, Canada, through its NGOs, has extraordinary skills. So it is not that Canada should step back from the international work being done to counter ISIL, but how we can bring complementary and different expertise to deal with the source of the problems rather than the consequences. So I will stop there, and I will be pleased to answer any questions that my colleagues may have.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has knows that this is not a training mission. We have a training role rather than a combat role here. So I would like to know whether this is something that he can support. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. There is an old expression where I come from that if there is a bank robbery, the person who's holding the bag of money is as responsible as the person who has stolen the money. So I think if we are providing refueling and surveillance aircraft, we are just as involved. We are going to be sending 3 times more troops than we had before for training. And we're not talking about a university course. This isn't an academic, theoretical course these people are taking. This is initiation training where our soldiers will be on the front lines and helping soldiers target their objectives and do their work. So we also could have our troops in danger if there is a miscommunication. So all of the risks are present as if we were in a combat mission, even though we are calling it training.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Député de.
Honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much. When we say that there is a lack of a specific plan or objective, I wonder if my colleague agrees with that. Has he seen any quantifiable, measurable objective, any way of actually assessing whether we are in fact achieving our goals? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I would say no. And I said so in my remarks as well. There is no measure, even 2 years out, which is quite a long time, to review and use as a criterion to see whether we have actually been successful in the mission. That could have been a very good approach. Since we have no objectives, then it's pretty easy to attain them.
Honorable député.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
You know, I listen to many of the NDP call MPs talk about the Liberal motion that's before, to the Government of Canada's motion, and there is a great deal of substance, and there's a lot of answers to the questions that they often pose within the motion itself. I think it concerns me that if our global coalition were to adopt the NDP approach at dealing with terrorism abroad, terrorism would be expanding at a huge cost to civil society. My question to the member is similar to the question that my colleague had proposed, and that is, to what degree he talked about the importance of international skills, experience. Canada has learned a great deal. Our forces has learned a great deal in terms of what took place in Afghanistan. Taking that knowledge and that experience and bringing it over to northern Iraq could be of benefit in terms of providing stability to the region by better educating and training the Iraqi forces. Would he not at the very least acknowledge that Canada does have a role at using that expertise that we gained from Afghanistan to try to make a world a safer place to be?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for that relevant question. When we talk about an international coalition, it seems to me that in the very definition, we have the answer. A coalition doesn't mean a group of countries that decide to do the same thing. It is a number of countries agreeing to bring together as much expertise as they can to come to a successful conclusion in their mission. So in this coalition, Canada should provide different expertise and work on the source. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to speak once again here in the House about the combat mission currently underway in Iraq. This is a very important issue at this time, and I'm pleased to be able to take part in the debate today. So I would like to thank the government for introducing the motion so that we can debate the extension of this mission, and it is important to do so, and I thank them for this respect that they have shown toward the House. Now, there are a number of aspects of the mission that have not been corrected. We still don't have a specific plan, specific objectives for the mission. The member for Outremont has asked a number of questions and did so when the former Prime Minister was in office, never got any answers. Now we have a number of basic questions that have not been answered. We don't know what the costs are. We don't know what the impact will be in that area, in the area of spending. We don't know how long the mission will last. This extension seems to be for 2 years, so we are really in limbo here. We don't know how long we are going to be involved, and that's unfortunate. So this lack of objectives seems to me to be leading us toward a lack of clarity. We don't really know where we're heading. This isn't a NATO or a UN mission. No one is really responsible for assessing whether the mission is successful or not. So we're going to get bogged down in this if we don't have a specific plan. We don't have any plan for withdrawing our troops, except we've been told that this might happen in 2 years. This does not seem to be a serious approach for a mission of this type. Moreover, our resources will be used to train Kurdish militia. There is no clear plan to tell us whether we aren't actually arming people that in 2 years might turn around and become our enemies. We know that in the Middle East, there's a tendency to focus on a single terrorist group and ignore other terrorist groups. And unfortunately, it's kind of like a revolving door. We have one group after another. In Libya, for example, we armed the rebels, and some of them have then gone over to support the Islamic State. So we don't have any overall plan for the Middle East to prevent us just having that revolving door go on. And that will just extend the period of instability in the Middle East. In Iraq, we are just continuing with the legacy of Afghanistan. That was supposed to be a short-term specific intervention, but it ended up to being, a very long intervention. We had 40,000 people who died. We had so many people wounded, and it lasted for years. So that had a major impact. We had to increase our medical staff because we did not really foresee that we would have all these wounded people, that we would have all of these consequences when the soldiers came back. When we decide on the direction of a mission and the approach that we're going to take, we need to think about the consequences. And here we don't have a specific plan with specific objectives. The Liberals made promises during the election campaign. They said that they were going to end the mission in Iraq, the combat mission. But in fact, we know that the trainers will be on the front lines working with soldiers. So we can't really say it's simply a training mission. We're not talking about Iraqi soldiers getting theoretical training provided by Canadian soldiers. We have our military on the front lines accompanying those Iraqi soldiers. And so our military are under threat. And we had the death of Sergeant Doiron, and I once again want to express my condolences to his family. It is clear that this kind of training is not just routine instruction. It puts our troops at risk, and I think it is important to call a spade a spade. When we are on the front lines, we are in a combat mission. I think if, as a veteran, I had taken part in that kind of mission and somebody said, oh, that wasn't a combat mission, I would probably be insulted because I was being shot at, and people around me are saying that I wasn't in a combat role. I think that people have to show respect for the risks that I have taken. So we have to call a spade a spade. This is a combat role. This is not classroom instruction. We are going to have our troops on the front lines with the Iraqi troops. I thank the soldiers that are going to be playing that role, but we need to be clear and transparent about what their role is. In addition, I think that the mission needs to have a number of other aspects added to it. De-radicalization to begin with. We need to make sure that the threat is diminished over time. At the beginning of the mission, there was a lot of confusion for a long time. When the Conservatives first established the mission, they talked about eliminating ISIL, and then they talked about diminishing and trying to reduce it. We need to actually address radicalization around the world, but in particular, and to start with here in Canada, we need to reduce the threat in that way. We need to seriously talk to certain nations that export terrorist ideologies. We have to do a lot more, therefore, in the area of de-radicalization so that we can talk intelligently about these issues. We can take major steps to prevent young people from getting involved in these terrorist groups. We can catch them, reach out to them before they are radicalized. And then when it comes to the sale of arms, we can make sure that Canada is not selling arms to groups or nations and then seeing them fall into the hands of terrorist groups. That's another important measure. We also, generally speaking, need to work to create a climate of stability in the Middle East. We need to work globally to do that. We need to work with our allies. We need to make sure that we don't limit ourselves to a short-term approach. The current mission needs to deal with these issues intelligently and make sure we don't add to the confusion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be pleased to answer any questions.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for this explanation. My colleague said many times that there's no precise plan nor any precise objective for Canada's mission in Iraq. Mr. Speaker, I wonder, training an army so that it can act effectively in the theater of operation and starts to win village after village, province after province, as we are seeing right now, is exactly what's happening. The Iraqi army, in terms of, is being helped with intelligence so that the planes can attack ISIS positions. If that's not a precise objective or plan, can she explain what is a precise objective or plan? The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about a specific, precise objective, generally speaking, regardless of the topic, we're talking about things that can be evaluated. When you say help, that's very vague. It can't be evaluated. If you talk about conquering villages or reconquering villages, you'd have to know the names of these villages, the timetable. If the objective is to reconquer such and such a village by such and such a date, that's a precise objective. We know what we're trying to do, and we can evaluate whether or not we have achieved our objectives. If we're talking about reducing ISIS troops, if we have a specific number in mind, if we want to say, for instance, we want to reduce their troops by 10,000 by such and such a date, we'd have an objective then. We could evaluate that. But in this case, there is no specific objective that can be assessed by which we can determine whether we have achieved our objectives and whether we need to reorient our action in the field, or, on the contrary, if the situation is going well, or we can perhaps even have more stringent objectives. But among all these objectives named by the member, there is nothing that can be evaluated. Questions and comments?
The honourable
The honourable member.
Neil Lempton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for her speech. I'm interested to discuss her idea that we shouldn't have a combat mission, that we should take no military action whatsoever. If we would not take action at this time, when Canadians have been killed and when Canada has been singled out by ISIL to be targeted, when would she suggest military action be taken? When ISIL shows up at her door to rape and kill her and cut off her children's heads and her husband's as well?
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm somewhat disgusted by my colleague's question. This is rather strange language, but I'll answer a question anyway. If we had very specific objectives and a detailed, precise plan on a military action where we knew where we were going, if we knew that it responded to the needs of NATO or the UN, the New Democrat opposition could look at this and revisit it. But right now, there is no specific plan. There is no specific objection. We're not acting under NATO or the UN. There is no plan for stability in the Middle East in the long term. So we don't know whether the mission we're carrying out will be advantageous to another terrorist group that's an enemy of ISIS, and in a few years it'll be another terrorist group that will emerge from the situation. We have no idea where we're going with this in the long term when it comes to stability in the Middle East. Given that, I don't think it's reasonable to have a combat mission, and we must concentrate on the influx of money, eliminating that from the hands of terrorists, de-radicalizing our youth, not create new combatants, provide humanitarian and medical aid through the Canadian Armed Forces. And perhaps, yes, we could train soldiers, but not at the front lines, but in a much more general way so that their lives aren't in danger. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the motion to redefine Canada's mission against ISIL. I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from Surrey Newton. As Canadians, we must ask ourselves, what does victory over ISIL look like? When our brave soldiers return from their tours of duty, what will have come from their efforts? What will they remember? What will they have achieved? How are we to measure success? Will they see a land divided, still plagued by civil war, a people living amongst the ruins of their proud past? Or will our veterans look back and see a people who have rebuilt their homes and their lives? Mr. Speaker, let us not measure our success in Syria and Iraq by the number of airstrikes we see on TV, but instead by the circumstances in which we leave. Yes, the measure of success, of course, means defeat of ISIL, but just as important is the establishment of a civil society. By developing essential services that Canadians sometimes take for granted through the training of police and security forces, we can impart the tools necessary to maintain stability and peace, as well as providing the means for them to establish proper and effective government. By no means can we call our mission a success if the people of Iraq and Syria are forgotten. Left to fend for themselves in a notoriously unstable and unpredictable region, surrounded by nations that will wish to use this conflict to further their own political ends. Without ground assistance, the region will remain fractured, an incubator for violent extremism. If we are to do right by our serving men and women, do right by our coalition partners, and to do right by the millions of innocents caught in the crossfire, we must think long-term. At its roots, insurgency is a political problem. What we're calling for is an all-government approach that includes the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of National Defense, Ministry of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, and the Ministry of International Development to form a comprehensive plan. A wider range of agencies, elements, power, and capabilities, in addition to the military, must come together in unity of purpose to defeat ISIL. Defeating an insurgency requires more than just bombing. As it is, there are lots of bombers available in the region, as was so eloquently mentioned last week by our Minister of National Defense. Up until now, as we've discussed at length in the House, Canada has provided support for coalition forces through 6 fighter jets sent to the aid of the Coalition Air Force of 300 jets. Canada's pilots and ground crews have supported the mission by applying 2.5% of the overall coalition airstrikes, and they've performed their duties admirably. At a national level, we too have an obligation to look toward the next phase of this armed conflict. Not simply because we faced an expiration date on March 31st, and not simply because we received a new mandate from Canadians, but because the reality of the missions demanded it. The Minister of National Defense has answered many questions in the House regarding the consultations his ministry has been having with our coalition partners. As the campaign moves forward, our government is proposing to provide the support Canadians are known for, providing stability through visible presence to assist local police forces, assisting coalition forces by providing intelligence gathering and reconnaissance assets to enhance regional stability, training local forces, increasing humanitarian support and development assistance. Mr. Speaker, the opposition has been pressing and continues to press for details of the plan going forward. The consultative approach our government is taking to get things right has required appropriate time in order to develop a plan that Canadians can take great pride in. Our pilots and ground crews have honored their commitment to Canadians and to our coalition partners by delivering such crucial support for this war-torn region. In Afghanistan in 2010, the former government learned that a multinational coalition fighting against an insurgency had to adopt a new sophisticated approach becoming known as whole-of-government approach. This new approach had to examine the wide range of tools available among our allies, harnessing the individual strengths of the coalition members to get the job done. The former government decided to refocus all its efforts into training local forces, increasing humanitarian support, development assistance, and working very hard and quite successfully to enhance regional stability. It provided additional intelligence and reconnaissance assets and focused and refocused on training. This is exactly what we're proposing to do in Syria and Iraq. We're applying the lessons learned in Afghanistan. With respect to the military line of effort, we recognize that this is ultimately the people of Iraq and Syria who will be responsible for stabilizing their country. By working with them, we can help to bring a disciplined approach to the fight. We need to enable them to defeat ISIL, and we have the expertise to help bolster their capabilities and prepare them for that fight. Going forward, this is where we'll be focusing much of our effort, as we announced last week. We'll triple our commitment to the Train, Advise, and Assist mission in northern Iraq. At the same time, we're going to significantly increase our intelligence capabilities. There is a complex interplay of forces that underlies the conflict in Iraq and Syria. We need to have a clearer picture of how all the pieces fit together, and we need to better anticipate the impact of our actions. Our enhanced intelligence contribution will be invaluable in this regard. Solving a complex issue such as we're facing requires a thoughtful and equally complex approach which utilizes Canada's strengths to support the concerted international effort to root out ISIL. Canada needs to continuously work on the ground, providing intelligence and training to ensure that local forces have the resources they need to maintain a lasting peace. To that end, our government is committed, and we stand shoulder to shoulder with our coalition allies. This typically Canadian collaborative approach has earned Canada and its armed forces the respect of the international community. Upon their return, families and friends can welcome our soldiers back to Canada and congratulate them for a job well done. Canadians can take great pride in the role our serving men and women will play in the establishment of security and hopefully the reconstruction of the nations ravaged by ISIL forces. Canadians can also be proud of our military families at home supporting our forces overseas. And I know we're proud of the extraordinary generosity demonstrated by Canadians across the nation. They've stepped up to welcome families from Syria and have come to Canada in the hopes of starting a new life. Through these efforts, at home and abroad, Canadians have proved that we are ready to help however we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Guelph, who is almost my next-door neighbour, for his speech here in Parliament, and welcome him to the Parliament of Canada. It's a true honour to serve here. And I also want to acknowledge the great work that our men and women in uniform do for us every day in providing protection and security. Member said that we should be doing more than just bombing. And Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we totally agree with that. In fact, we've been doing much more than that for many years. He indicates that we should be providing increased essential services, providing increased training for police and security forces, and we agree with providing increased training and increasing our capability in terms of intelligence gathering. But I have yet to hear one of the members on the opposite side explain how pulling out our CF-18s out of the fight there, providing cover for our allies and for our own troops on the ground, how that actually improves our ability to restrain ISIS. I would like him to explain that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to hear from my next-door neighbour in Kitchener-Conestoga, a great member that's been here for many years. Our government is looking at the key strategic role that Canada can play, and we focus on where our strengths have been developed over the years in helping to provide assistance on the ground. Beginning of the mission, we helped in the air. We still have air coverage through our coalition partners and have developed a strategy with our coalition partners going forward into the new phase of operations where we can help to stabilize the region in other ways.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague from Guelph for his presentation that I listened to with great interest. I don't know, it's because of my flu or my slow brain, but whether it's the motion or his speech, I can't find an answer to a question that I've been asking since the beginning of our debate about this. Where can I find, in his speech or in the motion, anything that tells me that we're really attacking the basis of the problem, that is the funding of ISIS, the supply of weapons or foreign combatants? What is Canada doing to stop these three issues? The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Trois-Rivières for his question and hope he gets well soon. Having the flu when you're away from home is never a good thing, but it's great to see that he's persevering and being in the House with us today. So the question of what we do and the details we take from the House of Commons to the theatre and what we will do in terms of reducing the flow of arms and money is really, I think, a question left for the professionals in the theatre. We have military command and we have coalition forces that we're working with to have the best strategy going forward. Where Canada will be available is to be visible on the street working with the local police forces and local security forces. We'll also be working, of course, with trying to develop trade in the region and build up their economic stability. It is a very complex issue. It's a complex problem, and there's no simple solution to it. And we are discussing that at length to see that even within the House that there are ideas being kicked around that we need to consider as we go forward.
Thank you. Nous avons le temps pour une très courte.
We have time for a very brief question. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the beginning, my analysis of the motion is that there's a question about the mission and no answer. My assessment is that right now we're deploying troops, special forces to provide security and training, medical troops, and the last point is that we're supposed to welcome tens of thousands of refugees. That's never mentioned, but apparently we will. Is this mission becoming an evacuation mission? Instead of combat, we're replacing this by bringing in refugees. Is this what we're going to do?
Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question and for his service to our country. We are increasing the number of troops on the ground to 850, so we're not pulling out of the mission. And it is an all-of-government approach, so we are working with refugees to help them settle into Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to proudly speak in favour of the government's motion and to praise a return to Canada's traditional type of international engagement. This motion is about understanding that Canada has a very important role to play in the fight against ISIL. As part of a coalition of over 60 countries, this government recognizes that the way for our country to make the biggest impact is to play to our strengths and ensure that our involvement represents contributions that rise above the noise of politics. Mr. Speaker, let me first speak about what members from across the way like to spread false information about Canada's decision to withdraw our CF-18s from airstrike missions. There is a great deal of fear-mongering that the opposition parties are spreading about this decision. They like to use misinformation to confuse people and inspire dramatical reactions. One party says that we are running away from our commitments. The other party is claiming that we are committing Canadian troops to a combat role. But, Mr. Speaker, both of these positions are not only very wrong, but they also lack any kind of understanding about the enemy that ISIL truly is. The fact is that bombing missions are nowhere close to being a sustainable solution. Rather, only strong local ground forces will be able to successfully fight ISIL over the next long-term mission that we have. In this way of thinking, Canada is well placed to help through our historic expertise in military training. Mr. Speaker, it was in Afghanistan where Canadian forces solidified our reputation as one of the best training forces in the world. Our military personnel mentored the Afghanistan National Security Forces, and to this day, the Canadian contribution in Afghanistan is regularly considered as still paying dividends. Today, by using our Canadian Special Operations Regiment to train Peshmerga fighters and using Canadian Army trainers to focus on Iraq's conventional forces, Canada is making a long-lasting and direct contribution to fighting ISIL. Ultimately, these are the local troops that must directly fight those who invaded their homes, communities, and their lands. The fact of the matter is, Just because we are pulling away from airstrikes does not diminish Canada's military contributions to that region. We will be increasing our military personnel by 180 to be new total of 830. Canadian armed forces will directly involved in assisting coalition members and Iraqi security forces in planning of military operations. This means high level of involvement in operations, targeting, and intelligence. As part of this increase, we are also tripling the size of our train, advise, and assist mission to help Iraqi forces conduct military operations against ISIL. Mr. Speaker, medical personnel will directly deployed to conduct casualty management throughout various battle theaters. We will supply small arms, ammunition, and optics as part of training Iraqi security forces. And we will contribute to enhancing in-theater tactical transport through our refueling and surveillance aircraft. Mr. Speaker, no matter how the opposition parties want to describe Canada's military contributions, the fact are that this government is offering tangible and long-term support to our coalition partners. But we are also doing far more than that. We are also working with our defense partners in Jordan and Lebanon to target the spread of violent extremism throughout the region. As well, we are providing a team of strategic advisors to the Iraqi ministries of Defense and Interior. We are also investing heavily in humanitarian assistance, $840 million over the next 3 years to support those hit hardest by this conflict. The most vulnerable, including children and those who have experienced sexual and gender-based violence in that region. We are also contributing $270 million over the next 3 years to provide basic social services, including education, health, water, sanitation, and employment to maintain and rebuild public infrastructure and economic opportunity throughout that region. Finally, we are also contributing $145 million over the next 3 years to counterterrorism, stabilization, and chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear security programming. We are also going to continue to be an active and strong diplomatic influence to assist in bringing together the region to find political solutions through joint programming and dialogue. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Canada has taken 25,000 Syrian newcomers and currently considering the next phase of our Welcome Refugees efforts. Mr. Speaker, this is what you call a multifaceted contribution in the battle against ISIL terrorism. This motion brings together efforts of several federal departments working closely to enhance security and stability, while at the same time contributing to humanitarian efforts to rebuild the region. And Mr. Speaker, what it demonstrates is that the opposition parties must begin to have an honest conversation with Canadian public. They have every right to disagree with this government's position and to offer alternate plans and solutions. But by spreading myths, by dismissing all of the efforts I have just mentioned in this speech, they are doing a disservice to our country, to our armed forces, to our diplomatic personnel, and to the Iraqi and Syrian people that Canada's contribution are highly helping directly. This is a very important mission, Mr. Speaker, and there's no amount of politics that can diminish Canada's role. Our coalition partners are very happy that Canada continues to step up through our actions. And today, I strongly encourage all members of this House to remain committed to our efforts, even if we may differ in our opinions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to address the House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Surrey White Rocks.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my neighbour from Surrey Newton. And in listening to his speech, and very passionate at that, discussing the plan. And as we know, the Conservative government actually began that plan and laid that groundwork for training, humanitarian aid, accepting refugees, of course our CF-18s, our intelligence service. All of those measures were in place. So it's not about dismissing anything. But the one question that I do have, Mr. Speaker, is which of the coalition partners asked Canada to withdraw the CF-18 fighters?
Good question.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I would like to thank the honourable member and my member of Parliament from South Surrey White Rock for putting this question. Mr. Speaker, I have not said that the Conservatives haven't done anything. I have said that this government is the one that has a long-term plan to fight with ISIL on the ground. Not necessarily the bombing is the only alternate and is the best solution to defeat ISIL. The best way to defeat ISIL is to train the forces, provide the necessary training that we need on the ground, and that is why we have tripled efforts in that region to achieve that goal.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate my colleague's speech today. He made a reference to the fact that parliamentarians owe Canadians an honest conversation, and I would submit to this House that it is even more pressing that government members do so as well. So my question centers on the two groups that we will be assisting and arming in this conflict, namely the Kurds and the Iraqi security forces. It's well known that the Kurds in the region have an overall goal of establishing an independent state, and it's also well known that Iraqi security forces under the current Iraqi government were playing somewhat of a central role in fomenting sectarian violence in Iraq, and it's no secret that a lot of ISIS's power base comes in the Sunni areas of Iraq. So given those two facts, namely that the Kurds want to establish an independent state one day and that the Iraqi security forces have not really been the best of friends to Sunni Iraqis, can he offer some comments about what the long-term consequences of our current actions are going to be for the long-term peace and stability of the region? Thank you.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member. To you, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member, as I said, the ultimate goal is to train the local forces so they are able to fight with the people, the ISIL, that has vacated their lands, that they have invaded their communities and their homes. But at the end, I have also mentioned in the speech that for a long-term sustainable solution, we have to have diplomatic and dialogue and political dialogue to bring a peace in that region. That is why we are involving other nations, Lebanon and Jordan, to be part and parcel of a long-term plan, how Canada can be a help to bring a peace in that region that is good for that region and the globe as a whole.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles.
Speaker, I thank my colleague for his explanation, and I would like to tell him to elaborate on two issues. As we know, our forces providing training and providing intelligence service that disrupt the flow of oil of ISIS and cut off their financial resources. Also, we are working with our allies and the countries in the region in order to have a better control of their borders and to prevent other fighters for ISIS from come from abroad and join ISIS in Iraq. Mr. Speaker and my friend, also, when Iraq occupied Iraq, Iraq dissolved the Iraqi army, and that's what led to ISIS. So how can you explain to us by training and strengthening the capacity of the Iraqi army, it will be a better service for the entire world and in the fight, an adequate fight against ISIS? Thank you.
25 seconds or less, the honourable member for...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The example is very clear. When our forces were in Afghanistan training the local forces, and we have left that landmark. Even today, our contributions in Afghanistan training the local forces are seen as a landmark achievement, and I hope the similar will prevail in that region.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll say at the beginning, I have the pleasure of sharing my time with the member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies, and I'm very much looking forward to the good comments he's going to be making. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to this very important debate over the last couple of days that it's been debated, and I think I can offer maybe three distinct points about the debate and about what it says about the mission in general. So I want to talk about, first of all, how we're being offered false choices by the other parties. Then I want to talk about the lack of definition around what's actually going on in the mission and some of the terms that have been used to describe it, and around the situation in general. And then finally, I want to talk more generally about the question of intervention, when we intervene, how we intervene, etc. Now, in terms of this first point about false choices, we've heard members in the government, members in the NDP as well, talk about different things we should be doing in the region and talking about their importance. And for the most part, on those points, I would agree with them. We've heard some good comments from our colleagues in the NDP about the importance of anti-radicalization, as well as about the importance of addressing terrorist financing. These things, no doubt, should be part of a comprehensive approach. The government has talked about humanitarian assistance. They've talked about helping refugees. They've talked about training. These are all very good things as well. And on this side of the House in particular, we've emphasized the importance of the bombing mission. Broader than that, the importance of being involved in fighting Daesh, not just supporting those who are doing the fighting, but actually doing some of the fighting ourselves. But more than that, I think what we've said over here is that there needs to be a multi-pronged approach that include all of the things that the other parties have been talking about. We believe in humanitarian assistance. The Liberals didn't just come up with this just now. We believe in humanitarian assistance, helping refugees, training, anti-radicalization, addressing terrorist financing. These are things that we have all been involved in for a very long time as a country. But also, it's part of our historic tradition to be involved in fighting evil, in trying to protect the innocent, and being willing to actually be there on the front lines. This is the right thing to do. We have a long tradition of doing it. There's been discussion in this House of a multi-pronged approach. Well, our approach very clearly has the largest number of prongs. We all agree that there needs to be multiple prongs in the response to Daesh. What we're arguing against is what we see as the government trying to break off one of those important parts of the mission. And it's a false choice. We're told we have to decide between training and humanitarian assistance or being involved in the fight. We don't have to decide between those things. We can and we should be doing all of them. That's our position on this side of the House. Another false choice we're hearing, some members talk about how Daesh will ultimately have to be defeated on the ground, as if somehow we have to choose between a response on the ground and a response in the air. Well, of course Daesh has to be fought on the ground, and of course it's important that we partner with local troops in the area that are fighting Daesh. But surely no effective ground combat mission can happen without some kind of support from the air. Mr. Speaker, that much should, I think, be obvious, that any cohesive military response involves activity on the ground and activity in the air. Again, this is a false choice that we get from the government. We can be involved in the military component of it from the air, as well as assisting with training local forces on the ground. So don't buy into these false choices as if we can't be doing more than one thing at the same time. And in fact, generally speaking, since these different parts of the mission are done by different parts of the government, it is not at all problematic to have different areas involved. Anti-radicalization, terrorist financing, these are things that are addressed either through law enforcement or at the community level. Humanitarian assistance, helping refugees, training, these are done by different parts of the government than those that would be involved in frontline fighting. So we can actually be doing all of these things at once quite effectively. We have the capacity to do it. The second point I want to make is that there is a real lack of definition around certain aspects of this mission. The member for Surrey Newton who just spoke, I recall a comment he made the other day in questions and comments where he alluded to this as if it were some kind of a peacekeeping mission. And a number of other members have referenced the legacy of Lester Pearson in the context of peacekeeping, as if they're under the impression that these are people going into this region in blue helmets, which clearly is not the government's proposal and clearly is not happening. We've heard terminology around a humanitarian mission, around a training mission. There's been such a lack of clarity from their side in terms of whether or not this is a combat mission. And whether or not you call this a combat mission has significant implications for the people involved in terms of the troops, because the kind of support they receive while they're there, the kind of support they'll receive back home when they get back home is informed by how you describe this mission. So there's such a lack of definition. There's such a soup of terms coming from the other side. I recall another speech in which a member, I can't recall which one, but a member referenced Ricardo's theories of comparative advantage. The member who just spoke again talked about playing to our strengths. But I don't know if they've thought through the implication of those kinds of arguments, because the implication of that argument is that being involved in the front lines, being involved in the bomber mission is somehow not a strength we have. I think that is a strength. I think we have a comparative advantage because of the effectiveness of our Air Force, because of the effectiveness of our women and men on the front lines. So the implication of that kind of statement is to suggest somehow that we are less able to do that than other countries, which is totally fatuous and frankly quite troubling. We have all these terms floating around from the government without clear definition. And I know we've heard the suggestion that somehow their approach is a sophisticated one, a more sophisticated one. May I say respectfully, Mr. Speaker, that perhaps it is so sophisticated that the government members don't even understand what the mission is all about, because we've heard so many different kinds of things about the mission. So they are going to have to get that sorted out. And I think they should be willing to answer some very basic questions about the nature of the mission. But there's another equally, frankly, much more important area where there is a lack of definition. The members of the government are not willing to describe accurately the situation on the ground. The reason they're not willing to describe it accurately is because it has implications for how we would respond. Those of us on this side of the House have frequently pointed out that what's happening in Syria and Iraq right now is nothing short of genocide. The word genocide has been used by former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. It's been used in a resolution passed by the European Parliament. It's been used by many human rights groups. Why is the government unwilling to call a genocide genocide? Well, I think the reason they're unwilling to use that word is because they understand that the use of the word genocide entails a responsibility to protect. It entails a responsibility to respond in a much more serious way than they're willing to do it. Now, if the government is fully confident that they're doing all that we can do and that they're doing the best that they can do, then why not use the word? Why not describe the situation accurately? But I think we see in the unwillingness to use the word genocide to describe a genocide, we see a tacit admission that Canada is in fact not willing to own up to the responsibility entailed in this idea of responsibility to protect. So we have a lack of definition both in terms of this mission and in terms of the actual situation happening on the ground. As my final point, Mr. Speaker, I want to address questions of intervention in more general terms, because often when we talk about Canadian troops being involved in a conflict in the Middle East, there is some discomfort around maybe people looking at past conflicts and wondering if we're getting into a similar situation. There's been some discussion in this House about Canada's involvement in Libya, and nobody has pointed this out yet, as far as I've heard, but of course there was general agreement within this House about the mission in Libya. Liberals and I think even New Democrats at the time voted in favor of Canada being involved in a bombing mission in Libya. So in retrospect, we can say perhaps, certainly what happened, Libya has not ended up the way we would have hoped it would have. But that is a mission that all of us own to some extent. But there are some important differences in the situation with Daesh and in the situation in Libya. For one thing, we are not going in to overthrow an existing government without a strong understanding of the realities of who we're fighting in support of. In fact, we're working very closely with an existing Iraqi government with existing Kurdish forces. We're supporting ground troops, so we're involved from the air, but we're doing it in concert with troops on the ground. And I think that is the best possible recipe for success. Of course, there are many examples of intervention gone badly, but there are also many examples of non-intervention gone badly. We can think of cases where terrorist groups were left in power for far too long and were able to wreak havoc as a result. So I think these are points important to consider, that the government is offering us false choices in this debate, that there's been a general lack of definition, and that questions of intervention should point us in the direction of getting involved in a multi-pronged way in this case. Canada has a long tradition of being willing to stand up for our values in armed conflict, and we should do it in this case. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. U.S. Department of Defense Secretary Ashton Carter has asked the coalition members to step up their contribution, and Canada has. The Pentagon spokesperson said the Canadian announcement is the kind of response the Secretary has been looking for coalition members. Coalition Commander General Sean McFarland describes our mission as forward-looking. A U.S. military spokesperson for the coalition characterizes Canada's contribution as extraordinarily helpful. I would like to ask the member if he actually disagrees with the U.S. Secretary of Defense, the Pentagon, and the coalition commander.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pretty incredulous at this approach for two reasons. First of all, obviously, members of the coalition are not going to publicly criticize the Canadian government. To suggest that that were even a possibility, that American administration officials would come out and say, we don't like what the Canadian government is doing on an issue like this, I mean, that just shows such a strange understanding of international politics. What's been absent is the voice of nations on the ground supporting the Canadian approach. If she can show me Kurdish commanders saying we'd rather they not participate in the military response, if she can show me quotes from Iraqi security forces saying Canada really shouldn't be involved in the military component, I would be quite surprised to see those because we haven't heard them. In fact, the Kurds have said they want Canada to be involved in the military response to that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Speaker, I'd like to ask the honourable member, since we're talking about being incredulous, what exactly is it that makes the member believe that bombing works? We talked about intervention in past conflicts a little bit in the speech, and we have those examples. We have examples in this region that indicate that it does not, in fact, contribute to a peaceful outcome.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Sure, I guess that's a pretty fundamental question. Why does bombing work in some cases? Well, not to be overly pedantic, but because it destroys the enemy. Because if you have ISIS fighters that are trying to kill innocent people, and you can stop those ISIS fighters, if you can take out their supply lines, if you can undermine their ability to operate, that obviously provides a strategic advantage to your allies, who are then more able to effectively challenge ISIS, who are more able to fight them and thus weaken them. I mean, if the implication is that no intervention has ever worked, I think that's clearly incorrect. I mean, we can look at plenty of examples of countries that were previously democratic and that subsequently became democratic. And including some examples from this region. I mean, the situation in Afghanistan is, of course, complex and far from perfect. But before Western intervention, it was run by the Taliban. There were great human rights abuses, and it was a state that was able to support terrorist activity around the world, most notably, of course, on September 11th. The defeat of the Taliban in Afghanistan and the bringing in of an albeit imperfect democracy was a positive move, was a positive development. There are other examples, of course, as I said in my remarks, there are examples in which this hasn't gone as expected, but there are also cases, arguably Syria for the first 2 years of the Civil War, in which we chose not to intervene and things did not get better, they continued to get much worse.
Very briefly, the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoyed the member's speech, especially following on the speech of the member for Surrey Newton, who said that we were finally seeing a return to Canada's type of international engagement. And I think that's offensive to anyone who has followed Canada's military history. We were involved in the fight in World War I, in World War II, in Korea, and in Afghanistan. There seems to be this whitewashing of the combat mission that Canadian troops proudly participated in, and that 158 of our men and women in uniform died in combat. So I wonder if he might just expand on some of the remarks that he made, that this is not, that this government motion does not take us back to Canada's type of international engagement. In fact, that Canada has had a proud reputation of taking the fight to those that need to have the fight taken to them.
Very, very briefly, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I think all members of this House should be proud of Canada's tradition as a fighting nation in some cases, a peacekeeping nation in some cases, and as a nation that always emphasizes humanitarian assistance. We should be proud of our record as a nation that does all of these things. But yes, to ignore the military component in our history, Canada has played a vital role in virtually every major conflict over the last century. And we need to be involved in this one. Important aspects, important things are at stake, lives are at stake, our values are at stake.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I'd like to basically stress three things, I guess, in my speech with regard to ISIS and the mission, and our mission against ISIS. And I guess the Liberal government's altering of the initial mission that our side began with. I want to start off with my son. He's an air cadet. He's 18. He wants to serve our country. It's been his ambition since he's been a little guy. And the one thing that I would take from the other side that says, say we're warmongers, or we go into war frivolously, or we just want to go to war. I disagree. I love my son, and I know a lot of parents across this country love their kids that serve in the military. And we don't go into war ambitiously, let's say. We do it cautiously, and we do so when we have to as Canadians. I want to see that my son is protected on the ground. A key part of military strategy, and I respect the defense minister and his military past, absolutely a great past, and has my respect, absolutely. But to pull out air support of on-the-ground troops, to me, is not good military strategy, especially with our sons and daughters on the ground over there. So that's why I think pulling out our F-18s is just a huge mistake, and something that, regardless of political promises during campaigns, I think we need to do what's good and what's best for our military on the ground. And I'd like to also mention a few quotes by some respected leaders in Canada about the air mission against ISIS. And I quote, "Every single ISIS leader should never have a single moment in their life when they're not worried about looking at the sky and having a missile come out and end their life, or go to bed and have the door blown in and have some commandos come in and capture or kill them. They should be worried, because if they're not, they're going to have more time to plan, and I believe Canada has to be part of that plan." And that's former CDS Rick Hillier, that I would say in this House, all sides respect him greatly for his past experience and what he continues to do on the world stage today. And this is one of the greatest military minds that I would say that I respect, is that with a Canadian past, that says we need to be in the air against ISIS. Another one of our international allies, British Prime Minister, had this to say: about involvement in a campaign. And this is, I think, as Canadians, we need to make sure that if we're expecting to have some sort of role in the fight against ISIS, we're not going to let some other country take our responsibility and do it for us. I think we need to make sure that we're there, we're doing what Canadians expect us to do in that fight against ISIS, because ISIS has affected us in our homeland in Canada here. Prime Minister David Cameron, we should not be content to outsource our security to our allies. If we believe action can help protect us, then with our allies, we should be a part of that action, not standing aside from it. And I think that statement right there says it all, Mr. Speaker, in that Canadians have never shied away, and I think our men and women in military still don't shy away. They're ready to do what's necessary when called upon to defend interests against ISIS. But the third topic I guess I'd like to address with the military mission against ISIS is one that isn't talked about very often. Our critic to defense spoke about it last week, but it's how much of an impact the actual bombing mission has had on ISIS and to their finances. It's one article, it was in the National Post, it's an Associated Press article, and it talks about the impact of airstrikes against ISIS. It's hurting them financially, and I think any strategy that would pull back from something that's crippling ISIS and putting it on its knees is failed strategy. And I quote, this is from the article mentioned, "The extremists who once bragged about minting their own currency are having a hard time meeting expenses thanks to coalition airstrikes and other measures that have eroded millions from their finances since last fall." And to me, when you have somebody on the run, you keep going after them at their weakest point. Former rugby guy, coached rugby for many, many years, played for many, many years. And one thing that was part of a strategy, a winning strategy, if you saw a team's weakness, you would go after the weakness and keep hitting the weakness until you were successful. And I think that's what we're doing in this military strategy, in the bombing strategy. We have them on their knees. We need to keep going at them in the air. Another quote from the article. "Not just the militants, any civil servant from the courts to the schools, they cut their salary by 50%, said a Raqqa activist now living in the Turkish city of Gaziantep, who remains in close contact with his native city. But apparently wasn't enough to close the gap for a group that needs money to replace weapons lost in airstrikes and battles." Once again, Mr. Speaker, again a quote stating that airstrikes are having an impact on ISIS. It's having an impact on their weapons. It's having an impact on their cash. Those two expenses account for 2/3 of its budget, according to an estimated Ayman Yawad al-Tamimi, a researcher with the Middle East Forum who sources Islamic State documents. So again, to me, Mr. Speaker, again, we see them retreating. They're on their knees. We need to keep going at them. Another quote from the article, and this is an actual quote said of the fighters. "You can sense the frustration and their morale is down. In Iraq, where Islamic State has slowly been losing ground for the past year, the Iraqi government in September cut off all salaries to government workers within the territory." And I go on, "Between the loss of that money and the U.S.-led bombing of cash warehouses, American officials are optimistic that the effect could diminish Islamic State's wealth." And I guess I would just ask, I'm giving my speech. It's not for me to question the other side. I'm not asking you questions, but I just would question the other side in the withdrawal of air support. Again, we're seeing having an impact on the cash reserves and the military ability of ISIS. Why would we stop doing that? Certainly we say, well, the Americans, they can keep doing what they're doing, and all the other allies that are providing air support to the mission against ISIS are having an effect. But why would we not be part of that? We have F-18s that are ready to go. We have airmen and women that are ready to go and attack them even further. Why would we reduce that effective strategy? Last quote from this article. "I don't think this is fatal for IS, says al-Tamimi. I still don't see an internal revolt, but what's going to be the income? It's more like a scenario of gradual decay and decline." And this is what we need to do. We need to be part of that ongoing airstrike day after day, year after year, until ISIS is defeated, until the morale is so bad they go away. And this is what I think a good military strategy doesn't quit in the middle of good strategy. It keeps going until the mission is done. Right now, the mission is not done. I think we need to keep our F-18s in the fight. I think our airmen and women know that. I think our military knows that. And to me, I think I understand political promises, but I think the government needs to understand that good strategy is good strategy and needs to send the F-18s back in the fight against ISIS. And I guess I just would implore the other side. If we care about our men and women over there that are serving on the ground, and my future son that may be over there, and other sons and daughters that are over there, give them what they need, provide air support, so our kids are protected in the best way possible by having air support and bombing from the air. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member of the opposite for his statement in the House, and I want to thank his son for volunteering to serve our country. As him, I have a son that has served a mission in Afghanistan with the 3RCR, and as a parent, I can tell you that it's always worrying to know that they are in harm's way, but it's also comfortable to know that government is doing the right strategy to make sure that they are effective. Would the honourable member agree with me that from what we're hearing from leaders in our country and across the world, that ISIL has somewhat adapted to a lot of the air bombings mission? They have infiltrated with the civilians. And would he agree that, I also agree that we do need air power to continue, but at this stage we still have lots of air power. We have Russian that came in, and I think the skies are pretty much crowded. So would he agree that the adjustment that we are making right now on the ground reflects more the reality of today's mission? Thank you.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the member and also for his nice comments. Appreciate your son's, I think it's your son's service, or through the Speaker, the member's son's service to our country. And I think that's why we're here in the first place, is to serve our country as members, regardless of which side we're on. But to say that the air is too crowded over ISIS is, I don't think is accurate. We were there before. There was room for us before. There certainly is room for us in the future. And especially seeing that it's having an effect on the cash stores, on the military aspects of it, and the morale of ISIS. And I think that's probably the biggest thing that we're doing, is having an impact on the morale and making it decline through airstrikes. I think it's not good strategy to not continue that, and we need to continue.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd certainly like to thank my colleague across the way from Prince George, Peace River, Northern British Columbia. It was great getting to know him at a meeting with the Minister of Employment and Social Development yesterday morning. Just a few comments. You know, I feel like in a battle with terrorism, we are in a battle with a hydra. We cut off one head only to see two more rise in its place. And you know, ISIS did not exist as an organization 3 years ago. It had an extremely rapid rise in the Middle East. It's an organization that blends in well with civilian populations, and whenever civilian populations are involved, bombing missions come with inherent risks. There will be casualties. That's a fact. I just want to hear some of his comments. Like, can he give me his views on what he thinks are the conditions in Iraq and Syria that led to the rise of ISIS? What is it that prompts young men to give up an ordinary life to join this organization? Does he see some signs of desperation that led to the rise of the organization in the first place? Thank you.
Well, member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the member for his nice words too. And yes, we look forward to working together on committee, and we've had some good discussions already. I think the conditions in Syria, as you're referencing, or sorry, Mr. Speaker, the member's referencing, go back a long way. We've seen Saddam Hussein, we've seen many different regimes in the Middle East that have been problematic, mostly due to extremism, I would say, and problems with other communities that are next door in the Middle East. And I know he's not directing blame at the problem of ISIS being basically started by these maybe countries that surround them in the Middle East. I think ISIS is a problem in and of itself, and Islamic extremism that is a plague around the world. And I think ISIS is the head of that. And I appreciate the reference to that he made with Hydra. I've seen the show. It's a good show, Captain America, but nevertheless, I still think that ISIS is the head, and we need to get the head. And I think with that, you get the morale, and I think then we can seriously defeat ISIS and the problems that they bring.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this House, we always prepare a nice document to start a long 20 minutes, but I'd like to open a parenthesis here. Being myself a veteran who served under our flag in Afghanistan, you will understand that the discussion we're having today is very meaningful to me. I know I'm not the only one in this House who served in the military, and the weight of these decisions is a heavy one on our shoulders and can affect our sleep and bring about a great deal of insomnia. At least it's my case. It's personal in my case, but I want to share that these choices we make are sometimes extremely weighty. The government has made its choice about the nation of the mission it intends to deploy in Iraq and Syria. This reflects in part its electoral commitments, that is, withdrawing the CF-18 fighter jets on the one hand and increasing humanitarian aid. Those were the two axes of what the Liberal government promised in the last election. Last week I pointed out that there were good things that were presented by this government. You can't be against virtue and good intentions because the time and the situation are serious. This is war. We're talking about deploying men and women. Not to mention the human misery in the region that has been experienced by people for many years now. One can only agree with increasing humanitarian aid to the worst off in the region. The victims of the civil war in Syria number in the hundreds of thousands, not to mention the refugees and the injured. In Iraq, the number of displaced persons is also very high. It's unprecedented since World War II. The Islamic State surprised everyone in the summer of 2014 when they started a major offensive that allowed them to take over large pieces of Syrian and Iraqi territory. At the same time, the organization was obtaining a significant number of heavy weapons, Hummers, T-72 tanks, Abrams tanks, heavy artillery, and even a MiG-27 combat aircraft. These are not little toys, Mr. Speaker. For a terrorist force, this is a very powerful and dangerous arsenal for the stability of the region. We can't turn a deaf ear. We can't stick our head in the sand as a Western country, as a responsible society. And the Bloc Québécois intends to extend a hand to the government and the opposition in order to try to find the best solution in the best conditions possible. Since the government's intent is to deploy troops, that should be done under the best conditions possible. Today, the organization is present in many countries. Syria and Iraq are certainly the worst hit by IS, but there's also Libya, Yemen, Lebanon, Afghanistan, where the situation is not resolved yet, and how many more Middle Eastern states in Central Asia, in Africa, that are directly threatened or indirectly threatened by this group. In 2011, many weapons that had been used by Islamist rebels went through Libya and then ended up in the hands of insurgents in Mali. The enemy before us is a very diffuse one. As far as we're concerned right now, it's entirely possible that Daesh might repeat this scenario and spread its cancerous cells elsewhere in the region. With a considerable arsenal, as I just mentioned, IS has the capacity to destabilize many other states. The entire world is expecting that influential nations, and I'm saying influential, and that's true of Canada with the help of Quebec. We have our differences, but we will take the initiative of combating this scourge, that cancer that is the Islamic State. The government has not failed in this regard. It intends to achieve results. I do acknowledge that, and I intend to help. I repeat, there are good things in what the government's proposing, but I still have some questions, as other opposition colleagues do, about the decision to withdraw CF-18 aircraft from the theater of operations. We understand that the Liberal Party, in its promises, did intend to stop bombings. We understand the intent. Can it be justified? Renewal of the mission? Of course. But, as the Minister has explained very well in this House, we should keep all the assets we can use because the threat and the enemy is ever-changing and the plan has to evolve with time. So, when you have modern equipment compared to the force that is our adversary, CF-18s remain an important asset, and we have support capacity as well as other means at our disposal. I won't be revealing anything new by saying that the Bloc Québécois is in favor of maintaining the air mission in Iraq and Syria. However, perhaps we could redefine the role of the Air Force in the government's plan. There's an interesting compromise that we could consider. We know that the strikes did achieve their objective in part since the summer of 2014. Kurdish combatants in Kobane did manage to push back Daesh in the fall of 2014. Daesh was spreading. The strikes even allowed the Peshmerga in Iraq to help the Yazidi in Sinjar Mountains. They were facing a genocide, Mr. Speaker, and the airstrikes certainly allowed them to prevent that. Although the strikes did not eradicate the presence of Daesh or eliminate them right off the map, they did contain the forces within the region. There's no denying that. As I said, the power of this terrorist organization is exceptional. Its arsenal is massive and its sources of income are highly diversified. I'd like us to set aside this partisan debate by congratulating the government and also have the government thank the opposition for its constructive work on this issue. I think that we haven't taken the time to do that till now. Of course, there are different visions. I hear the New Democrat caucus talk about a more idealistic vision where terrorists will exchange their AK-47s for olive branches. That's all very nice. We're not against virtue. The Conservative caucus is more hawkish. It wants us to bring Iraq and Syria back to the Stone Age in order to eradicate or limit the threat. And the government is stuck with its election promise, whatever it takes, but perhaps not taking into account the consequences of this. But there is a happy medium in this debate. Perhaps it can bring us closer together. I think we can do this. I dare say we can. I think that some debates go beyond partisanship in this House. I dare say that the fate of the Syrians, the Iraqis, and of course, above all, our soldiers are not a partisan matter, not a matter for partisan gamesmanship. This is a very grave situation. Daesh is not just a terrorist group. It has become an empire in a very short time. The territory it controls is much larger than many states in the modern world. Daesh wants to spread, eradicate political entities, states, and especially human beings. Entire swaths of humanity in the Middle East are threatened with extermination by this organization, not to mention historical, cultural artifacts of humanity. All this because Kurds are Kurds, because Shiites are not Sunni, because many in this region want freedom rather than preaching barbarism. Of course, Daesh doesn't have a monopoly on cruelty in this region. This is a region that is highly traumatized by its past. History shows us that. But let us say, Mr. Speaker, let us acknowledge that Daesh is one or two levels above the rest when it comes to barbarism in this region. That's why it is urgent that we intervene. The threat for the region, for these peoples, and for us as well in the West is unprecedented. That the government decide on another strategy than bombings is debatable. That's not my opinion, but I will admit that it can be discussed. After all, the strikes did not contain this enemy force alone. You need a real plan, real leadership, and decisions by statesmen and stateswomen to accomplish this objective. So I'm prepared to extend my hand to the Minister of National Defense, because I don't want to play partisan politics on the backs of our soldiers. That is something I cannot be asked to do. We cannot be partisan on the backs of our soldiers. That's out of the question. But in good faith, I'm extending my hand. I'm thinking of our military as well as the victims of this conflict. When I want to debate the conflict that posed the rest of the world to this barbarism, many great statesmen have already given these things thought in the past. De Gaulle, Churchill, Roosevelt, to name but a few. There's no lack of examples of people who can guide us in our decisions. So let me get back to the government's decision to withdraw the fighter jets from the theater of operations. Although I don't think that's the right strategy, I'm prepared to work to ensure that this new mission is successful. That's quite clear. But in order for that to happen, we must ensure that the protection of the men and women we'll deploy on the ground is done in professional conditions. We are at a point where we're going to be sending troops to Kurdish territory, Iraq. That's not a simple thing. We have a lot of doubts about that. A lot of analysis has to be done because the 850 men and women are going to be deployed. There's a lot of questions that arise, a lot of doubts. There is a possible compromise when it comes to the CF-18s. The Islamic State is a very diffuse enemy. At any point, this organization can get back to its strategy of destabilization. We will have no assurance that we've eliminated this organization, even if we manage to get back significant swaths of Iraqi and Syrian territory from them. It seems to me appropriate to maintain the CF-18 fighter jets in the region without necessarily having the traditional mission that's attached to that. Let's keep them in case problems occur. We do that elsewhere. We have 6 fighter jets in Ukraine that are used for nothing, really. So if Canada has the capacity to maintain an air strike capacity that is absolutely useless in a theater of operation elsewhere, I don't see why we can't maintain a mere 4 CF-18s positioned in case the mission changed because of the threat level or the nature of the operations. So that's the compromise we are suggesting when it comes to the CF-18s. The government has a choice to try to get rid of this enemy by air while maintaining a strike force against the enemy. We're in a military era where the main point of this whole operation is the Air Force. Why abandon a strategic advantage we have over the enemy? To put the question is to answer it, Mr. Speaker. That's why I have serious doubts about the government's decision to withdraw these fighter jets from Iraq ipso facto. It seems to me that this is a political decision.
Yes, more political than strategic, Mr. Speaker. Soon, we're going to have close to 880 men and women in uniform, armed and present in Iraq, in Kurdish territory, and possibly in Jordan, Mr. Speaker. And I doubt that or rather, I think they're going to be deployed without sufficient protection. It seems to me that the government would have everything to gain by saying, listen, we all hate war. It's never an easy decision, but sometimes we have to revisit our decision and reconsider the situation. It seems to me that that would be the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. Especially since we are just about to send up a very significant humanitarian mission to round things off. But I have reservations with regard to our capacity to provide sufficient security with regard to the military mission. It is important, as part of this objective, to put an end to the war, and we need a professional mission to do so. I don't control the decisions that are made. We in the opposition don't control the decisions to deploy our men and women in uniform. But if we can influence things to make sure that things are done professionally and as safely as possible, well, that's our duty. That's what we're here for. We in the Bloc Québécois are eager to find out who will be really tasked with protecting our troops, because when our troops provide training, they don't talk about security. They don't ensure their proper safety. It is other elements on the ground that ensure their safety. I'd like to have answers to this question, but it seems clear that we're depending on private security forces on the ground. It seems that we're just assuming that is going to be the Iraqi security forces or the Kurdish Peshmerga that are going to ensure the protection of our trainers, if they are actually trainers. And the Peshmerga are already too busy. They've got too much to do to beat back the forces of Daesh. They're exhausted. They're always on the front lines. And the Iraqi government has to deal with a troubling reality in the region. For example, the Turkish aviation forces could bomb the territory to counter actions in Kurdistan, the PKK. So this kind of deployment for our troops exposes them to bombing from all over the place, and that's something that should weigh in the balance, Mr. Speaker. In short, training is training, and while our troops are providing training, they're not mentoring regular forces in the Iraqi forces who are exposed to risk. So I sincerely call upon this government to ensure that our troops who are deployed on the ground to provide training are protected. We can't confuse operational mentoring and training. Those are two separate things. So with 880 men and women deployed in small groups, like special forces do, the chief of staff, he already said that there would be tremendous risks. So I hope that Canadian troops will play safely, and that the Canadian government will not put our troops in the hands of people without being protected. They're there to train, but our troops should not be exposed irresponsibly, without proper protection.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Alors, la députée de...
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, our Minister of Defence is eminently qualified and has a great deal of experience in managing such missions. We also have our commanders on the ground who are monitoring what is going on in theater and reporting back to the Defense Department. Our government trusts our Minister of Defense and our commanders on the ground. And when our minister sees that other measures need to be taken in order to improve the effectiveness of the fight against Daesh, well then, our government supports those recommendations. I have a simple question for my colleague. Does he trust our Minister of Defense and our officials to operate and to manage such a mission? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Yes, I trust the Minister of National Defense. He's someone that I respect greatly. However, he said himself that the situation in Iraq and Syria changes all the time. It's constantly changing. Sure, we need to step up our intelligence capacity because that's very important in this type of conflict. But to deprive ourselves of certain key machinery, certain key equipment, it seems to me rather naive. And we have to avoid being reckless. What I'm saying and what I'm calling for is that this mission should be a professional one so that we're not stuck in a situation that we cannot respond to. Our troops need to be protected. Sure, the minister can manage this mission can manage our situation, and our Canadian forces are very, very capable as well. But the minister isn't there on the ground to manage the situation. It's our men and women in uniform, and they have to have the equipment and the material they need, the support, and they have to be safe. They have to be protected, especially in a combat zone like the one that they'll be working in. A humanitarian mission without safety, without security, is a dangerous thing. It's not about whether I respect the minister or trust him. It's about ensuring that our forces who are deployed and our NGOs have a working context that is as safe as possible.
Hello?
Order. Questions and comments.
For Simcoe Gray.
Mr. Speaker, I have I fear that this mission will put our forces at risk. What does the...
What he thinks we should be doing to support our troops in the field.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Essentially, it's not complicated. Whether it be this mission or any other mission, we must ensure that we have the resources that measure up to our ambitions. And obviously, there's no miracle solution. There's no magic bullet. But the least that we can do when we take the responsibility for sending forces into the field, whether we agree with it or not, whether we agree with the objective of the mission or not, is that once the decision is made, then things have to be done in the best conditions possible, and nothing should be left to chance. Nothing should be left nothing should be done recklessly. I think that's pretty simple. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I would like to commend his contribution to the Canadian Armed Forces. However, I'm somewhat surprised. First, the Bloc Québécois has always been a supporter of peacekeeping solidarity and the respect of international institutions such as the UN. Now, this mission is outside of any kind of international framework, so that goes against the Bloc's tradition, which used to support peace and which refused any type of military missions that are not under any kind of UN or NATO-led framework. So I'd like to explain why they're deviating from that, and also why he is confusing military missions with humanitarian assistance, whereas we know that those are two separate objectives that should not be confused. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Well, you know, I'm a sovereigntist. No, that's not a secret for anyone here. It's very clear. The question that my colleague has put to me, well, I think I'm going to throw it back to him. Quebec itself, because it has its own foreign policy, would define its approach very differently. But I said at the outset of my speech that we don't control the decisions made here. We undergo them. The decisions made are not ours, not necessarily. But what my colleague must remember is that the forces that are deployed, part of that force is made up of Quebecers, and I care about that. Now, it would be good if he could listen to the answer once he asks the question. But since he's not listening, I'll stop there.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate a number of the comments that the member has spoken today. One of the statements as part of the motion that we're talking about is that at some point we will be bringing and reevaluating, bringing the matter back before the House in the next couple of years. And I think that there's an attempt in doing that in terms of just trying to show that we're being open and wanting to be accountability, a higher sense of accountability. We see this as a positive thing, and I'm wondering if the member might want to recognize that this is an ongoing thing in which at times we do need to have a reassessment. But for today, given commitments that have been made, given the experience and the expertise that we garnered from Afghanistan, that in fact this is in fact the right way for us to go, and to support this motion would be admirable to see the Bloc come behind it, and if the Bloc is actually taking a position as of yet on the motion.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Obviously, in the circumstances, we know that the details of the real plan, well, when I hear the word plan used to refer to what we're about to vote on, I have some hesitations. There's not much substance. We don't have a lot of details that allow us to make an informed decision. So, given that vagueness, that brings us back to analysis, because the real plan, unfortunately and fortunately, it is going to be up to the Chief of the Defense Staff who's going to lay that out, who's going to devise it. It'll come from the armed forces, the nature of the deployment, the equipment that'll be used, and then we might be able to have a better overview in order to make an informed decision. Earlier, I mentioned that with regard to the safety of our troops, I have a great many doubts and concerns and questions because the responses haven't been satisfactory to date. We obviously will continue to debate, we'll vote, but the situation changes all the time. Nothing is carved in stone. The idea should be to inform this House to ensure that the conditions that this House is going to deploy our troops in are taken into account. This is not a simple decision that is before us, and the government is completely changing its approach. So before rushing in, we have time for a brief question and an answer. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for an excellent speech, and I'd like to hear his view on how the CF-18s have already been pulled before the parliamentary vote has even been taken. Does he think that meets the standards of openness and transparency that the Liberal government claims to have?
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Obviously, it seems to me that it would have been only common courtesy to wait until the debate was complete before pulling the fighter jets. Now, I think that they should have stayed out of the combat while we continued this debate. I think that would have been the least the government could have done, but what do you want us to do about it? There's nothing we can do.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to state that I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. Mr. Speaker, we all agree, obviously, that ISIL commits atrocious crimes, barbaric acts in Iraq and in Syria. And in addition, it is threatening the security and safety of people worldwide. And we all agree that essentially we need to get rid of ISIL and of its hate-mongering message. And this must also be done by creating other monsters at the same time. Last week, the government finally presented its plan to address this tremendous challenge. I'd like to say at the outset that there are some elements of this plan that, in principle, at least, on paper, are interesting. I'm thinking, for example, of the increase of humanitarian assistance. That is something that we have long been calling for, and therefore I'm very pleased to see that this is actually going to happen. We have always been calling for, something else that we've always been calling for is development assistance to ensure that destabilization does not spread across that fragile region, for example, Lebanon and Jordan. And obviously increased diplomatic efforts, that is a good thing, that's key to the solution of this problem. Now, this is all very well on paper.
Gaping holes. First, the issue of the combat mission. It is a combat mission, even though the government refuses to acknowledge it. You know, when the government during the election campaign said that they would withdraw the CF-18, I think most people understood, okay, Canada is going to stay away from the military mission and put the emphasis elsewhere. Well, it's a strange way of withdrawing from the combat mission. I mean, first about the airstrikes. Let's be honest, we won't have CF-18 anymore, you know, but we'll do refueling, targeting, all kind of things. We're still participating in the bombing mission. And then we are going to triple the troops on the ground. And we're doing so with no clear parameters, with no exit strategy, with no criteria about, you know, what will be success, when can we feel that we've achieved what we want to achieve. It is a combat mission, And it is a combat mission with boots on the ground. We know that under the Conservatives, the troops were spending a significant part of their time at the front line. We had Sergeant Doiron, who died at the front line, and now we're tripling those troops, and General Vance acknowledged that we're increasing the risk to our troops. And it was interesting this morning, I heard some Liberal MPs in their speeches saying that the government is ready to fight ISIL on the ground, okay? So if this is not a combat troop, what is it? You know, an elephant? I'm sorry, but I think that the government, and interestingly, the current prime minister, while in opposition, was saying, oh, the government must be clear about what is a combat role and what is not. Now they're keeping the same ambiguity. I think the government should acknowledge it's a combat mission. They owe it to the Canadians, and above all, they owe it to the troops themselves, to our men and women serving in the forces. Then we're going to give arms to the Kurds. We can't even track the arms that we're selling to Saudi Arabia, which are now finding themselves in Yemen, and what knows what we're going to learn tomorrow. So what are they going to do exactly to make sure that those arms are not used to the wrong ends or don't fall in the wrong hands? And training for the Kurds, will it be only about fighting, or maybe include a bit of human rights, respect for international law? Because this is part of the problem too. There are reports from Amnesty, recent reports from Amnesty International, saying that in their fight, the Kurds have committed possibly war crimes. So we need training, certainly to include that. And there's issues where, you know, we talk generally, the plan talks generally about it like governance, but there's no detail. There's not much information. Qu'est-ce que le gouvernement va faire?
What is the government going to do exactly with regard to governance? We're being told that they're going to send advisors from the Canadian forces. Now, it seems to me that it's more to gather intelligence, but there's so much to be done in Iraq with regard to governance. And that's part of the reason why ISIL was able to take root in the country. It was because of the dislocation of society, of Iraqi society. So we need to work on that, because otherwise, today it'll be ISIL, and tomorrow it could be another similar armed group. So why doesn't Canada work, for example, on facilitating a reconciliation process in Iraq? That's how we're going to solve long-term problems.
Same is true for diplomatic engagement. Well, that's a good idea. We are saying that we are going to re-engage diplomatically, but then what will we do after that? Finally, there are central aspects of the mandate given to us by the UN that have to do with defeating ISIL not only in the Middle East and Libya, but around the world. We have to cut their access to money, arms, and resources. We need to change our approach, because there is nothing in this mission proposed by the government for de-radicalization. There are groups throughout the world that have called on young people from other countries to get involved in radical ideology and to travel to these countries. So why aren't we working on this aspect of de-radicalization as well?
I'm afraid we may be repeating the errors of the past. We have tried to rely on the military approach in various parts of the world, and unfortunately, the result is not that good. In fact, we may be winning battles for the last 20 or 30 or 40 years, but losing the war on terrorism. Because it is a new kind of war, a war of the 21st century. It's a war of propaganda, and it's a war which which breeds on chaos and unaddressed grievances. We hear that some of the towns that have been retaken are completely destroyed. Ramadi, seemingly, has been reduced to rubble at 80% of Ramadi has been reduced to rubble. The population cannot go back there. We have also, after Paris and in particular, certain rules of engagement have been relaxed, which will mean inevitably more casualty, more civilian casualties. So are we creating more chaos? Are we creating more grievances? So, if so, we're just exacerbating the problem. So let's give hope to what I think can actually work. Yes, indeed, humanitarian assistance, but above all, cutting what sustain these groups, arms, money, foreign fighters, and let's try and find a political solution both in Syria and in Iraq. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I found it interesting when the member seemed to be surprised in terms of some of the Liberal speakers when they talked about Canada's role. And let's be very clear that bombing is something in which is going to continue to occur. There's a global coalition that's going to be providing that. There is going to be combat, obviously, at the ground level too. Now, Canada's role is very clear in the motion. Contrary to what she and other members of the New Democratic Caucus might say, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear. All one needs to do is to read the motion and listen to some of the speeches that have been given by many of my Liberal colleagues. One of the most significant things that we are doing is that we are going to be increasing the training force based on Canada's expertise acquired through situations of Afghanistan and so forth, that Canada has a lot to offer. And this is something in which the government has determined that we will triple in terms of the size. My question specific for the member is, does she not recognize or does she not believe that Canada can, in fact, use its expertise that has been acquired in Afghanistan in order to provide the opportunity to combat ISIL into the future?
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, to begin with, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. But I have to say that I disagree with him on an important point.
Is read the motion. I think one needs to read the motion and the background papers and hear answers from the minister to get at the reality of things. If we thought, if General Vance says there's a risk for more casualty from the training we're doing, if we have in-theater transportation, if we just continue, there's nothing indicating that we are going to change the mission from what it was before, which means targeting at the front line and our military personnel spending a significant amount of time at the front line with the Kurds. I'm sorry, for me, and if we'll listen to Liberal colleagues saying that they're ready to fight on the ground, well, I think you have to go a bit beyond the motion, take all this into account, and everybody can see that it is a combat mission. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack. Hope.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with interest to the member's speech, and I appreciate the position of the NDP. I don't agree with it, but at least they are ideologically consistent. They oppose the sort of use of our military force in combat, especially when it occurs outside of our borders, as it usually does. But I want to talk to her about how I see the Liberal government seems to want to have it both ways. They seem to want to expand into humanitarian and other things that were already happening on the ground. And then they say, well, but we're pulling out of the bombing. And she referenced this in her speech. They're actually participating to a large extent. They're painting targets on the ground. Our forces will be. They will be refueling the fighter jets. They will be providing reconnaissance with the Auroras so that we can pick targets. The coalition can pick targets. So I guess from my perspective, if they're going to enable the bombing, why does she think that they won't go the next step and actually leave our CF-18s in theater?
The honourable member for Laurier St. Marie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question, which I find very relevant. Well, we do not agree with the idea of keeping our CF-18s in the region. That's clear. But the government seems to want to have its cake and eat it too. It's saying one thing and doing something else. Yes, we are withdrawing from the combat mission, but when we look at the mission statement, it seems to not be the case. We find the same thing with other issues as well. It says it's against something, but it votes in favor of it. So what I would like to see is for the government to be more clear, as I said in my remarks, especially on whether this is a combat mission or it is not. We owe this to Canadians and to our military troops.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I will be speaking on what I think is a very misguided motion presented by the Liberal government. It is a fairly wordy motion, and I should say that there are some positive aspects, such as investing significantly in humanitarian assistance, increasing efforts to find political solutions to the conflict, and of course welcoming tens of thousands of refugees. However, the key point is that the Liberals have decided to expand and enlarge Canada's military mission in Iraq, and I cannot, in good faith, support this decision. This issue has been a point of contention within the Liberal Party for some time now. Canadians have watched them flip and flop back and forth on what should be done against ISIS. Indeed, the party seemed to disagree with itself at every turn, both opposing the military mission and supporting it. After months of waiting for the promise of bringing home our CF-18s, we find out that the Liberals have a new plan that has left more questions than answers regarding our role in this war. The most important part of this motion is missing. There are no parameters to define success. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I am having trouble seeing more than cosmetic changes to the original Conservative mission. Again, we find ourselves calling it an advise and assist mission, exactly like the Conservatives did before. The Liberals are tripling these advisors to the Iraqi military, while some forces will be working within a battlefield context. The promise to end the bombing mission has morphed into an increased Canadian military presence, who will still be conducting targeting missions for other countries' bombers. The Liberals have stated in the past that there must be a clear line between combat and non-combat roles. Now, this is indeed a good point, but this motion before us makes that line even blurrier than before. We know that in practice, Canadian troops have already come under fire in the front lines with ISIS during their advise and assist mission. The Prime Minister cannot in good faith deny that troops will not be involved in combat. When we lost Sergeant Doiron, I think Canadians were starkly reminded of the risks to a deployment on the front line. The Prime Minister has not provided parameters for Canadian engagement on the ground for the duration of this expanded role. Afghanistan showed us that training missions, especially those within a battlefield context, are just as dangerous for our Canadian women and men as our active conflict zones. The government is now calling this an open-ended mission with no end date, and we all know how well that went in Afghanistan. But have no fear, because the Liberals have assured us that this open-ended mission will cost $264 million. This government is not being transparent with the people. If we do not know when this mission will end, how can we possibly know what it's going to cost? Now, the history of Western military intervention in the Middle East goes back centuries. The Crusades were the first of a series of organized campaigns, but it was not until the 19th century, starting with the Napoleonic Wars, that European powers unleashed a mad scramble to carve up the region. The modern-day borders, drawn as straight as a ruler, were imposed largely by the French and British on the remains of the Ottoman Empire at the end of World War I, and little regard was given to the different cultures, religious sects, and ethnic groups that were forced into the same national bed, the consequences of which we are still seeing to this day. The Kurds saw their homeland split between 5 different countries, including Syria, Iraq, and Turkey, 3 countries that are at the heart of the present conflict. We are sending weapons to the Kurds, which obviously raises many questions about the long-term consequences of such an action. I feel that this debate has not given enough answers on this issue. How do we make sure that these weapons do not fall into the wrong hands, or that human rights abuses will not be committed with these arms? Has the government given any long-term thought to the goals of the Kurds, which is to establish an independent state in the region? These questions have not been addressed, and they represent a glaring hole in our foreign policy for the region. There are other questions that have not been addressed with this motion. 3 years ago, ISIS did not exist. What conditions created a favorable climate for its rapid growth and the horrific atrocities it has committed? This is at the heart of the issue, and we ignore it at our peril. Simply put, ISIS is the product of a genocide that continued unabated as the world stood back and watched. It is the result of more than 200,000 murdered Syrians and millions more displaced and divorced from their hopes and dreams. It is no accident that ISIS has seen its growth in Sunni Arab territory in both Iraq and Syria. Both governments have fomented sectarian violence on their respective Sunni populations. The Liberal motion before us today shows that we have not learned our lessons from the 2003 U.S.-led invasion and occupation of Iraq, which created the chaos and conditions favorable to the rise of terrorism in the region. If we continue doing a military response to a problem that needs a political solution, we will never find success in the region. ISIS, like al-Qaeda before it, is but the next head of the Hydra. We may cut it off only to find more have rushed in to replace it. Now, our men and women in the Canadian Forces do a fantastic job, and they will undertake any mission they are given expertly and professionally. The problem is that this is an ill-defined mission with no timelines or victory conditions. We went through this in Afghanistan, and we do not want to see that happen again. We always talk about giving our troops the tools they need, but we as parliamentarians also owe it to them to give them a clear mission with an exit strategy and goals for success. Another open-ended mission is just putting our troops in more danger. Now, since 2011, the unrest and conflict in Syria has led to over 4.5 million refugees fleeing to neighboring countries. This has led to a massive requirement for humanitarian solutions. It is not just the refugees who are hurting, but also 13.5 million people inside Syria who require urgent humanitarian intervention. We have an important role to play in addressing the threat that ISIS poses to the global community and in alleviating the suffering of civilians caught in the conflict. New Democrats have always been clear on this issue. There are things that must be done. Canada should absolutely not be playing a military combat role. We should focus on stopping the flow of arms, funds, and foreign fighters to ISIS. These actions would not only be effective, but they would be in line with the UN resolutions and mandates. The Liberal government has been silent on the signing of the Arms Trade Treaty. ratifying this treaty would be a more effective deterrent to ISIS than actually contributing Canadian soldiers to the ground. The idea that we are actually ending the bombing mission is a ludicrous rationalization. We have changed the mission from actually dropping the bombs to one where we paint targets so that other countries may do the physical act of dropping a bomb. I may not throw the stick myself, but if I point to someone else who is throwing the stick, I am just as guilty. I am participating in that combat. Rationalizing in any other way does a disservice to this argument. I remember in the last Parliament when the Prime Minister criticized Conservatives because they wanted to increase Canada's participation in a vague and possibly endless combat mission. However, this is exactly what we see here. A Liberal government promising something and then hiding behind smoke and mirrors to act as if change is really happening. There is no way that the Liberal government can be honest if they claim that Canadian forces will not see combat in this expanded advise and assist role. The idea that augmenting a Conservative plan will make this a non-combat mission is not grounded in reality, Mr. Speaker. It is a good thing that the Liberals are bringing this debate to Parliament, and I hope that they see the points that the NDP are proposing so that we can have the most effective opposition to ISIS. We cannot just expand the Conservatives' advise and assist mission, putting even more boots on the ground and expect that we will solve this great problem through military means. New Democrats will continue to oppose this government motion while proposing alternative solutions to solve this crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his excellent speech. I'm actually interested to hear more about how he thinks we can reduce the recruitment of these extremists to the fight, both here and overseas.
Honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I alluded to some of that in my speech when I talked about the conditions that led to the rise of ISIS and extremism in Iraq. People don't just take up arms for no reason. There is a sufficient reason. I think if you look closely and at a detailed look at the way the Sunni Arab populations have been treated in Iraq and Syria, I think many of them have been driven to a form of extremism. There is no excuse for terrorism, but I'm trying to examine the conditions that have led to its rise. And, you know, this organization is attracting people from all around the world. I think one of the ways in which Canada can be effective is that we bring up a much-needed de-radicalization strategy here at home to prevent the flow of foreign fighters to the country, because it is just adding fuel to the fire there. Thank you.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Mr. Speaker, the member makes a good point that we should try and understand what are the fundamental causes that brought ISIL to bear, and it's a commendable thing to do. However, we find ourselves here today, and I don't think anyone in this House would argue that ISIL is an enemy that needs to be defeated. So we're here today, it needs to be defeated. One side of the House would say, we'll do the fighting for you. The other member would say, we'll talk to you and try and talk you out of what you're doing. What we're saying is, we'll teach you to fight. There's an old saying, you can give a man a fish and feed him for a day, or you can teach him to fish and feed him for life. Our approach is to teach them to fish. We're not going to fight for them. We're not going to abandon them. We're going to teach them to fight. I would ask the member, how does that not work to stop ISIS?
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, I'm very happy to answer that question, Mr. Speaker. Since 2003, the Americans spent billions of dollars in Iraq trying to train Iraqi security forces. When ISIS came, the forces folded like a cheap tent. These forces are not going to be effective if one half of the population simply does not trust them. The problem is larger than just training forces on the ground. We have to arrive at a political solution. And the fact is in Iraq is that the Sunni and Shia Arab populations do not trust each other. Until those two populations can come together, having Iraq continue as we wish it to is simply an impossibility. Thank you.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last two colleagues who spoke raised points we hadn't discussed yet, new questions that we should ask ourselves that are fascinating, in fact. I'd like to get back to the question by my colleague for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, the type of training offered on the ground by Canada. We don't know exactly what's going to be offered. Her question was, will it be just military training or will it be humanitarian aid training? If it's exclusively military, we've just heard something from the last Liberal who spoke, who said, we'll train them to fight. Well, if that's the Liberal vision, how is it different from the Conservative vision?
Malahat Langford.
Well, that's a very good question by my colleague, and it goes right to the heart of what I'm saying, is that this motion is blurring the lines even further, and I think it is a bunch of smoke and mirrors. We are simply seeing the old Conservative mission is being changed somewhat. We're still having a military mission, still boots on the ground, and like I said before, I don't think that that is the most effective way that Canada can be using its resources. And based on what we have seen in the region over the last decade and more, it is not going to be successful. We cannot have a military solution to this problem. It needs to have a firm political solution on the ground, and I don't see enough effort being put into that particular area. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Sackville, Preston Chesapeake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on this very important topic, but first I'd like to indicate that my neighbor from Saint-Boniface Saint-Vital will be sharing my time with me.
It's a pleasure and an honor to speak on this government motion, a motion which is extremely important because it will broaden, it will redefine, and it will improve. And that's what's important, the war against ISIL. The significance of this war to the people of Nova Scotia, in particular my riding, is extremely important, not only across Canada, but my riding has about 22% that are either veterans or active members. And in Nova Scotia, we are home to 40% of Canada's military assets. Canadian Forces based in Halifax is Canada's largest military base. In addition, Nova Scotia is part of the Maritime Forces Atlantic, the largest naval presence in Canada. Nova Scotia have contributed to the defense and the security of Canada and have participated in all of Canada's military operations, including both World Wars, Caribbean War, peacekeeping operation, the Gulf War, and our mission in Afghanistan. This, Mr. Speaker, is evident that this country relies greatly on our men, brave men and women, who have and continue to contribute to the success and security of our great nation. And we call on those individuals often to support us. And I must say, during my campaign, when I knocked on doors and met veterans and active members, they're very proud Canadians who accepts whatever the government asks of them with open arms. And that, Mr. Speaker, is extremely rich and something I'm not sure I could do personally, and I'm grateful for their contribution. So this debate is extremely important, and I'm confident after a long reflection that this is the right direction that we should and are taking. I want to talk on 5 issues in our strategy, if you want. Premièrement, l'expansion.
First of all, the expansion of our training role is extremely important. Secondly, the broadening of our diplomatic role. Thirdly, the broadening of our humanitarian role. That's extremely important. Fourthly, our role with regard to refugees who continue to arrive in Canada. And I'll finish with the recognition of this House. our gratitude to the Canadian Forces. Mr. Speaker, quite often when we seek opinions or information, we go see our experts in the field as a source of information. I like to quote Colonel Warden, the spokesperson for the mission, if you will, for the U.S. And I quote him when he says,
"To bomb ourselves out of the problem, right? It's never going to happen. And as we see nations like Canada, like the Canadians, agree to triple their presence, we feel that extraordinarily helpful." Monsieur le Président, ça c'est pas mal.
Mr. Speaker, that's quite powerful. When you see our allies who express themselves so clearly and support us with so much trust, that's impressive. And why do they support us? They support us because when you talk about training, Canadians have been well known for a long time for their effectiveness. He also trusts us because our expertise in the field. Mr. Speaker, that's truly very impressive. And I agree with the Colonel. Bombings in and of themselves will not eliminate the war against ISIS. So it's a matter of strengthening and training the local forces if we are to make a difference, and equip them so that they can contribute to combating in the war against ISIL.
See increased diplomatic involvement. Je vais citer our Prime Minister.
Allow me to quote.
100% behind that. The solution must first and foremost be political. We have to make sure that we engage people, allies on the ground in the discussion to make sure that we are, as a coalition, working closely together. We must make sure that we speak with the international community if we're going to ever have lasting peace for the people in that region. Thirdly, I want to speak on the increase of humanitarian aid. We must do our part, and Canadians have always been looked at as strong contributors in that area. And we do so because millions of individuals have been displaced. We do so that we can support the most vulnerable people. That is why our government is investing $840 million over 3 years to support the basic needs of those hardest hit. When I speak of basic needs, I speak, of course, of food. I speak of shelter. I speak of health care. I speak about water. Those are essential, and we're going to be contributing greatly in that area. We will also invest $270 million to provide social services, to rehabilitate, if you want, local infrastructures, to help foster growth in the economy, to help support women, young, newborns, health, gender equality, etc., and so forth. Those are extremely important issues that we are going to be contributing as we move forward and as we are doing so. Quatrièmement, c'est la question.
Fourth is the question of refugees.
Mr. Speaker, that Canada is a leader by far in opening up their arms and accepting refugees, which is extremely important during time of need. There's no question now we're dealing with a crisis that's over at least 30 years that we haven't seen such a crisis in the world. 9 million people have already been displaced. They are in terror, and we need to support them. And I'm extremely pleased for the international community to support, but I'm also extremely pleased of how our government is moving forward in doing that. And we're doing it very well, and it's been well over 20,000 people so far. I do want to mention in my riding the River Lake Syrian refugee project. which is co-chaired by Sue McLean and Laura Jane Fournier, for their hard work in working with the community to raise funds, to find housing shelter, to accept families. It is because of those individuals and many individuals in the community that makes us so strong, and I thank them for that. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also indicate that, as I've said earlier, my riding is a riding that is has 22%, of course, and very proud servicemen and women that work in the base, abroad, or serve in a conflict of war. But I also want to say that the House needs to recognize their contribution in Canada. So in Canada, we have the most professional, talented, and dedicated servicemen and women on the planet. Some of them are even serving in the House here today. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this motion.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for an impassioned speech. I do have a question in terms of, and I understand because our government was as well administering humanitarian aid and food and water and shelter and those things. And the member mentioned about $850 million going to, and some of that going towards the rebuilding of infrastructure. And typically you have to have peace in the region in order to be able to have and build infrastructure and have it stay intact. And so I'd just like the member to elaborate on what he's intending to do, or his government's intending to do, when they're talking about over the next 3 years building infrastructure.
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston Chesko.
Mr. Speaker, this is not a one-pronged approach. This is an approach where we will be doing many facets of supporting this community. For example, I mentioned our expanded role in training, which is essential. And if we are able to do that, if we're able to also support the families in need in that area, there is no question that we will, once the locals are trained and continue to the work that we've started, then of course we will be able to contribute more so in infrastructure areas. But we're still able to identify some areas at this time where we could begin the process at this time. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, I represent a riding that has a large base in it, Base Borden. There are many families that obviously support our men and women in uniform continually.
Given the risks of the mission for Canadians, and especially for the families of those deployed, we see the measures taken under Operation Impact. Will the government have regular information sessions?
Need information. Will there be technical briefings given on a regular basis to these families so they know exactly what's happening to their loved ones on the ground?
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston Chesko.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question. I don't know the details, but there is a protocol that exists between the military and the families about information, and there's no doubt that we will encourage that in communication as often as possible in order to make sure that the families get as much information as possible.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend for a very impassionate discussion this afternoon. I know he personally is an educator and has been an educator for a long time, and I'd like to get a sense from him in terms of what Canada could do in supporting the local community and educating and training the population towards anti-radicalism, as well as to make sure that they're able to engage in a proper process towards a path towards peace. I'd like to really get a sense from my friend on this.
Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question, a very important question, because when we talk about education, we talk about the future. And the strength of any society is through education, and it's extremely important. We need to stabilize the situation first, of course, but the training, the local training, will be effective, and we need to make sure that in the humanitarian approach that also when supporting families with shelter and housing and health care and whatnot, that education should be a good main focus as well. And I think that's an excellent idea, and I'll pass that message along as well to our government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On behalf of the people of St. Boniface, St. Vital, I'm honoured to rise today to speak on the motion calling for the refocusing of our Canadian mission against ISIL. Je suis très heureux de prendre part.
I'm very pleased to take part in this very important debate, one that is important for our government, for our allies, and for the country. I want to point out that our government has renewed our contribution to the fight against the ISIS combatants. We have steered clear of inflammatory speeches and have conducted a serious analysis of the current situation while taking into account the needs of our allies and the financial, military, and diplomatic measures we can take.
Focused our contribution to the international coalition by engaging our allies, by determining the most effective role we can play, and by allowing our Canadian Armed Forces and other departments, such as Global Affairs and International Development, to contribute in the manner that can be most effective. As our Prime Minister has said, our new policy in Iraq, Syria, and the surrounding region reflects what Canada is all about. Defending our interests alongside our allies and working constructively with local partners to build real solutions that will last. We will work with allies to defeat ISIL and the terrorist threat it represents. At the same time, we will help address the needs of millions of vulnerable people while helping lay the foundation for improved governance, for economic growth, and for long-term sustainability. The men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces are well prepared and equipped to take on this new role. There is risk, but necessary risk. Risk that can and will be mitigated to the greatest degree possible. Our commitment to enhance our train, advise, and assist role carries with it an increased likelihood of contact with the enemy while our troops perform their daily duties. Mr. Speaker, this is not a combat mission. However, our troops will always possess the right to self-defense and will always take the necessary precautions to protect themselves, our coalition partners, and local forces. As part of our new and expanded commitments to fight against ISIL, Canadian Armed Forces personnel are not the principal combatants, but are training, advising, and assisting those who are. And to be clear with Canadians, our troops are and will be operating in a conflict zone, supporting local forces that are fighting to rid Iraq from the scourge of ISIL. Sur la base de l'expérience.
Based on the experience we have acquired during our military engagement in Afghanistan, Canadian trainers are particularly well equipped to make a significant contribution in terms of support, advice, and training for local forces who will affront the combatants of ISIL on the ground. Our partners in the international coalition have highlighted the crucial importance of this support and these training requirements.
Have indicated, and to paraphrase the Colonel Steve Warren, the spokesman of Operation Inherent Resolve, we can't lose sight of the fact that we have to train local security forces. It's one of our primary lines of effort and our contribution extraordinarily helpful in achieving the goals of the coalition. To say, as the official opposition has said, that we are cutting and running from the coalition's fight against ISIL is patently false. As Colonel Steve Warren has said, everybody likes to focus on the airstrikes because we get good videos out of it and because it's interesting because we blow things up. But don't forget, the pillar of this operation, Mr. Speaker, is to train local forces. That is key and a crucial part. Mr. Speaker, we are extremely proud of the critical role of our CF-18 pilots have played in limiting ISIS's movement on the ground, but the coalition has sufficient air power to continue this phase of the mission. Dr. James Stavridis, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, said it best. You're going to shift to doing training, which is perhaps the most important of all. I applaud the fact that our Canadian military and NATO colleagues will be working on the training mission with the Iraqi security forces, potentially with the Kurdish Peshmerga of the north, because we don't want to send 100,000 troops. We don't want to send 150,000 troops like we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. We want local forces to fight ISIS. We need to train, advise, and mentor them, and NATO can do that very effectively. We will also deploy medical personnel and a helicopter detachment to northern Iraq to support and care for our personnel. Our surveillance and refueling aircraft will remain active, addressing key requirements of the coalition. During 370 sorties, the CP-140 Aurora have surveyed over 3,200 points of interest, including some 20,000 kilometers of main supply routes. The CC-150T Polaris Air Cruise marked a milestone on January 5, 2016, when they passed the 20 million pounds of fuel delivered since the beginning of Operation Impact, an incredible achievement, one of which Canadians should be proud. We're also working with the government of Iraq and the coalition to establish a ministerial liaison team to work with select Iraqi ministries. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that these measures will be welcomed. These teams would assist with the coordination, the planning, and the process in support of Iraqi governance. Canada will also provide capacity building in Jordan and Lebanon. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this is therefore a broader mission, a whole-of-government approach that will bring into play a number of federal departments. This is a mission that includes an increased military element and more humanitarian assistance.
Deeper and more dynamic military contribution that we have had previously. And it is made with all the more effective because it is integrated with expanded contributions in humanitarian assistance, in development efforts, and diplomatic presence in the region. Mr. Speaker, we are part of a broad international coalition. Airstrikes are planned, coordinated, and executed based on coalition priorities and tasks. Our CF-18s never operated exclusively in support of our troops in northern Iraq. Air support was there when needed, provided by whichever member of the coalition was in the air or planning cycle. This will not change. Our troops will have the air support they need when they need it. But our military contribution, Mr. Speaker, is just one part of the mission. As we have heard from my colleagues, we are taking a whole government approach to achieve these goals. With the hard work of our Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenships, Canadians have currently welcomed over 22,000 refugees of this conflict to Canada. These courageous refugees have beat the odds and found themselves a new home among and as part of a diverse Canadian social fabric. We welcome them with open arms and are here to support them in becoming an integral part of our Canadian society. Furthermore, we will deliver $840 million in humanitarian assistance over the next 3 years to support the basic needs of those hardest hit by this conflict, including food, shelter, healthcare, water, sanitation, and hygiene. Assistance will target the most vulnerable, including children and survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. We will also deliver $270 million over the next 3 years to build local capacity, to provide basic social services like education, health, water, sanitation, maintain and rehabilitate public infrastructure, foster inclusive growth and employment, including by enhancing women's and youth employment and advance inclusive and accountable governance. Our program will focus on helping women and youth, improving maternal, newborn, and child health, and advancing gender equality. Mr. Speaker, we simply cannot accept the opposition rhetoric that we are cutting and running from this mission. Unlike the previous government, we are taking a conscientious and principled approach to a complicated problem. We are engaging in every area of this conflict. We are presenting a truly coordinated, collaborative, and integrated plan for a problem that deserves nothing less. A long-term vision and a coherent strategy to achieve our goal. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the speech, impassioned speech there as well. And just in terms of the multifaceted approach that the Conservatives also put forward in terms of training and humanitarian aid, refugees, the CF-18s, the intelligence services, all of those things, and understandably they're going to be, elements of those will be expanded. I would like to come back to some comments that the member did make on a couple of fronts, and that comments referenced that the CF-18s make good video and blow things up. And I'm just wondering, and he also made mention of the Aurora helicopters, so I would just ask, are the Aurora helicopters armed? And does the member feel that the CF-18s did not assist the coalitions in the fight against ISIS?
Honourable member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. First of all, that was not my quote. That was the quote of a colonel who was active very, very close to the battle in Iraq, and that was his quote. I think what's important in this whole initiative is that we are taking a multifaceted approach. We are increasing the number of soldiers in the area by 200. We are tripling the size of our train, assist, and advise mission to train local forces to fight their wars. We are adding $145 million over 3 years to counter terrorism. We are adding $840 million for humanitarian assistance. And finally, we are adding $270 million to help rebuild local infrastructure.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from St. Boniface, St. Vital, my home for the first 14 years of our 38-year marriage, a great place to come from. The scale of the previous military options is something that you mentioned. Something that I haven't heard mentioned yet in the House, Mr. Speaker, was that the type of operations previously and the scale of those operations. Could the honourable member maybe expand on the difference between the numbers of troops involved in this engagement versus previous engagements?
Member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Thank you. It's actually quite interesting, the number of people I meet who are born at the St. Boniface Hospital. As I previously stated, one of the things we are immediately doing is that we are increasing the number of soldiers in the area by 200 soldiers. Excuse me. We are tripling the size of our train, advise, and assist mission to train local Iraqi soldiers to actually fight the wars in their homeland. And I think that's really the major difference. We understand we don't want to send 100,000 soldiers or 150,000 soldiers as went to Afghanistan. We want to train the local forces. We are tripling the size of our train, advise, and assist mission to achieve just that.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the many comments that the member from St. Boniface has put on the record, and maybe if I can get him just to reflect on the importance of the debate that we're having today. And within the motion, we actually have a commitment at some point in time in the future to bring this debate back to the chamber. We're talking in and around that 2-year mark, just before the 2 years, and how that is also an important thing in the sense that what the Government of Canada is trying to do is to show accountability and transparency. There's a lot of details that are in fact within the motion. There's a lot of details that have been added to it in the debate, and I think that this is a positive positive way to deal with when we do go into situations like what's happening in the Middle East. We appreciate all the valuable contributions our members of our Canadian Forces provide, both abroad and here at home.
The honourable member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the honourable member, we can't overstate enough the valuable contributions of all of our veterans all over the country, from coast to coast to coast. And I think I speak for everybody in this House when I put that on the public record. To me, this is really about accountability. We know that the people of Canada spoke loudly on October 19th, and the people of Canada have given us an endorsation to go change the nature of and make our involvement in this situation more comprehensive. That's exactly what we've done. We are committed to bringing this issue back. I believe the member said 2 years. It's approximately at that time. And I want to read you a pretty important endorsement we received a few weeks ago. U.S. President Obama publicly endorsed Canada's decision. Through a State Department spokesperson, President Obama said, "The new Canadian commitment is in line with our current needs, including tripling of their training mission in northern Iraq and increasing their intelligence efforts." A pretty impressive endorsement, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to speak on this important resolution. And it's a very difficult one because, unlike some of the speeches we've heard in this place since the motion from the government was put forward, this is not a black and white issue. It is one of the most complex and intractable issues that has been debated in this place in many years. And that's because it isn't black and white. It isn't simple. I want to start, though, by paying tribute to a veteran, lives in Vancouver Island, lives in Nanaimo, Captain Trevor Green. And I've been inspired by him and his example. He is, as I think many in this place will remember, the Canadian soldier who in Afghanistan was attacked from behind as he'd taken off his helmet as a sign of respect to those people with whom he was meeting, Afghani villagers, and was attacked with an axe. He remains struggling with the physical impacts of that attack. His brain is as sharp as attack, but his body doesn't always cooperate. And he's mostly in a wheelchair as he learns to walk again. But I've heard him speak publicly of how when he took the Canadian uniform and planned his career in our armed forces, he most wanted to wear the blue beret. He most wanted to be a peacekeeper. And I read in the speech from the throne that this current government intends to return Canada to its peacekeeping role. And I want to apply that kind of lens, those things that a young Trevor Green wanted to see his country doing, for which he was prepared to risk his life, for Canada and for peace and for the peoples of the world. This mission is one that is intractable because it is so very difficult to figure out whose side should we be on. When it's described solely as a war against terrorism or a mission to get rid of the group Daesh, I don't like to call them Islamic State. I know that's the resolution refers to ISIS and ISIL. I don't like to convey any sense that they have any legitimate claim to statehood. But let's talk of Daesh. If this is a conflict solely directed at Daesh, then we've missed out all the complicated bits that make this so hard. This is a sectarian conflict. This is a Sunni-Shia religious war within which there are multiple proxy wars with superpowers all over the place moving in and out of the region to their own advantage. Superpowers and also other neighbors in the region, for good or for ill. So we have essentially a civil war in Syria. The speech from the honorable leader of the official opposition made it sound as though it was simple. We have this group of horrific actors, a horrific army, a death cult, Daesh. I agree. A death cult. But to listen to the official opposition, they maraud at will, and there's no context. There's no history. There's no understanding that this group wouldn't exist at all, except that the U.S. waged an illegitimate and illegal war in Iraq, which gave rise to the creation of this group, literally, physically gave rise to their creation. The people who founded Daesh met in a prisoner camp run by the U.S. Army. They met there. They organized there. They saw their radicalization in what appeared to be the West oppressing the region. We created the Western nations, and thank goodness Canada said no to going into Iraq. Again, the rhetoric in this place around why we should be bombing in Syria or Iraq tends to come with the tagline, Canada always steps up to do our part. Well, when there is a mission that is wrong-headed and contravenes international law, Canada is quite right to stay out of it. And that's why I'm so pleased that Canada did not overtly participate in the Iraq War. But the Iraq War, the basically Iraqi branch of al-Qaeda that converted itself to something, remember we used to think there could be nothing worse than al-Qaeda until Daesh came along, created itself through that conflict. So again, if we lose track of history and we lose track of context, how can we possibly know the right way forward? So let's return to this issue of a civil war in Syria. The current government of Syria, if you can still call it a government, given that Syria is rapidly a failed state, is led by the brutal dictator Bashar al-Assad, who has killed far more people within his own country than has Daesh. Bashar al-Assad, of the Shia minority and Alawite family, has led Syria with a fairly iron grip for a long time. And in this Syrian civil war, Assad is supported by Iran and by Hezbollah and by Russia, while the rebel forces, who initially, I think, and I do take from this, I read a lot of the journalists who've been covering this issue, and I think Terry Glavin, a Victoria, BC area journalist, is right that when this first civil war began in Arab Spring, that a lot of the people opposing Assad were people who deserved to have been supported because they represented an effort for democracy and against Bashar al-Assad. But the rebel forces now are an unsavory concoction of al-Qaeda's branch, al-Nusra, and of course Daesh, or as it's called in this resolution, ISIS, working to defeat Assad. So as we take up arms to defeat ISIS, are we incidentally keeping Assad in place? We are in a very tricky territory here. So I completely support the decision of the current government to withdraw the CF-18s. One of the reasons that I voted against the bombing mission in the first place was that inevitably we would be responsible for killing civilians. And that by itself is a horror. But beyond that, every civilian killed is part of the recruiting for Daesh to get more people who might have been moderate to feel, I must go to war because my own people have been bombed by Canada or the U.S., or now Russia claiming to come in to bomb ISIS targets and incidentally seeming to bomb more of those other rebel forces that are trying to unseat Assad. It's complicated. But let's look at what's happened so far. According to the Syrian Observatory of Human Rights, which is an independent organization, coalition airstrikes so far have killed 4,256 people, among which 322 were civilians. In Iraq, coalition airstrikes so far have killed a further 1,000 civilians. This killing of innocent civilians can, it's always described as collateral damage, but in a situation like this where we're trying to stop the radicalization, we're trying to create an argument against radicalization in a context that is so fraught with appeals to particularly young men, but others around the world to come and join a fight when there are large military efforts bombing targets on the ground and killing any civilians, we lose ground in the fight against radicalization. So I completely support the decision to withdraw our planes. I'm probably also, no, not just probably, I'm definitely affected in this by being the daughter of a dad who grew up in London during the Blitz. And he always said, there's no surer way to build the resolve of civilians on the ground to oppose an enemy than to see them come over in planes and drop bombs. It didn't work to break the resolve in North Vietnam. It didn't work to break resolve so far in Syria or in Iraq. So the coalition airstrikes, I think, are wrong-headed. It's a good thing to be out of them. But then I'm puzzled by the Liberal government's insistence that we stay involved in them by providing refueling and reconnaissance missions. I think this muddies the waters. And I think it can only be explained because in stopping something that wasn't going to work and adopting more humanitarian and diplomatic and, yes, even peacekeeping type of work in training, we didn't want to in any way alienate our so-called allies who are working in the region, including through continued airstrikes. The region, who are our allies? I think we really need to talk about what's going on with Turkey. Turkey is more concerned about the growth of Kurdish nationalism than it is with ISIS at its borders. We saw where, as the frontier land along the Turkish-Syrian border was being reclaimed by Kurdish fighters, and where Kurdish fighters were under siege by Daesh fighters, that Turkey held back. Didn't go forward. Now, Turkey is ostensibly a NATO ally, yet Turkey has also been accused of aiding, through its intelligence, extremist militants from China making their way across Turkey to join ISIS fighters. This is an allegation that is contained in a highly controversial article, and I know it's controversial, that was published in the London Review of Books by Seymour Hersh on U.S. intelligence sharing in the Syrian war, military to military, it's called. Now, Seymour Hersh is a journalist of great renown. He was right about Abu Ghraib. He was right about the My Lai massacre going way back. He may be wrong about the central allegation of this article, which is that the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the U.S. military chose to ignore President Obama's central effort to bring down the Assad regime and felt that it was important to protect the Assad regime, so deliberately shared intelligence with other allies in hopes it would reach Assad. Another claim in this article is that U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff replaced access for the rebel forces against Assad with less sophisticated weaponry, older weaponry, so that the Assad regime would be aided through, basically through neglect. These charges may not be true, but they also point to the enormous complexity of the fight in the region. What of Saudi Arabia? We're still prepared to sell them armored vehicles, despite the evidence that those armored vehicles are used against civilians within Saudi Arabia and in Yemen. But we also have very consistent reports that Saudi Arabia is aiding ISIS. Why? Well, they don't really like the idea of seeing Assad staying in power. So again, these proxy wars continue. All through the region, there's a black market activity in selling black market oil across the border and selling antiquities. When I was discussing the matter with one of the leading journalists in the world on this subject, Robert Fisk, who writes for The Independent, he said he had reliable intelligence that the oil refineries inside Syria that are shipping out black market oil for the benefit of the ISIS coffers was being run with Turks on the inside of the refinery and Turks at the border turning a blind eye to the black market oil. This is surely a place where Canada could play a much stronger role working with allies, particularly along the border. If we're going to have boots on the ground and put ground troops in the area, surely we should be prepared to say, let's make that border with Turkey less porous. Let's make sure we're stopping the flow and the sale of black market oil. Interpol needs to play a stronger role because another place where the millions that fill the coffers of Daesh come from the horrific destruction of antiquities in the region. But before they blow up a temple, Daesh takes out valuable artifacts. And there are apparently art collectors, speculators, billionaires of no conscience who are prepared to buy this black market antiquities. The sale in black market antiquities also funds the horrific activities of Daesh. So again, we have a civil war with no really good options for good guys. Al-Nusra, ISIS versus Hezbollah, Iran, and Russia trying to support Bashar al-Assad. In all of that, I can see why it is that the Minister of Defense and the new government think that the only good guys they can find on the ground are the Kurdish forces. At least one knows the Kurdish forces are not likely to do what other rebel, so-called more moderate rebel groups have done when they've received training and weapons and equipment from the West. Some of those moderate groups have just sold it to ISIS. They can get good coin, and they're not that committed to being against Daesh. We know one thing about the Kurdish forces. They have a real commitment. But their commitment is not solely to getting rid of Daesh. Their commitment is to a Kurdish state. And with Kurdish nationals and a Kurdish dream of nationhood that extends from Iraq to Syria to Turkey to Iran, one can see that our efforts here must be made with great caution, because our allies will not thank us when they find that, having been emboldened by military victories pushing back the horrible Daesh forces, that the Turkish state turns its own guns on the Kurds instead of on ISIS. This is a complicated mess, and I'm not saying it's simple. If there's anything I'm saying today, it's that it's anything but simple, and our debate about it should not pretend it's black and white. One last point about the damage that we've done in other countries. In Iraq, when that illegal war ended and the U.S. installed some puppet governments, they decided to ban from office any members of Saddam Hussein's former Ba'athist party. As a result, there are a lot of people with skills. They know how to run a government, they know how to run an army, and they're not allowed to have a job. We created a group of people who were ready to go to work for Daesh, because Daesh, again, through its black market activities, has money to pay people. I think it's time that we talk to our allies about removing the ban on Ba'athist forces and Ba'athist party members, whether they were part of Saddam Hussein's former government or former army. Lift the ban on them having legitimate jobs in a new Iraq. Stop the flow of people who were not previously radicalized to the Daesh army just because they can pay for them. There is more here than one can possibly scrape the surface of in a 20-minute speech. I'm torn, honestly torn, about how I will vote on this resolution. I support much of what's being proposed. I support the increase in humanitarian assistance. I'm very pleased to see any discussion of diplomacy, because this can't just be about how to get rid of Daesh without a strong focus on how do we bring peace and stability to the region. And if that's not our goal, we're never going to get rid of extremist factions in an ongoing Sunni-Shia war in the context of a civil war, in the context of a brutal dictator like Bashar al-Assad. In an argument with no easy solutions, in an argument with no easy answers, where does Canada stand? There's only one safe place to stand, and that's on international law. Bombing a country which we're not at war is illegal under international law. We shouldn't be in a bombing mission. Helping where we can on the ground makes sense, but we need to do much more in this country to oppose radicalization, and we need not ever, and we must not ever, do things that increase the propaganda value of those who want to recruit youth from any country, anywhere in the world, to come into this sick world of this death cult, thinking that they've gone for some higher moral purpose. Canada can play a significant role in the world. We always did. and I hope we always will. But we should move with great caution. We should be constantly reassessing what is Turkey doing? What is Saudi Arabia doing? What can we do by working and creating much better diplomatic channels with Russia? The U.S. Secretary of State, in this very inadequate partial ceasefire, could never get anywhere if we didn't establish, and if the U.S. didn't establish, the ability to at least talk with Russia. We need the help of Russia and China and the U.S. together to end the conflict in Syria. We must not allow it to become yet another failed state like Libya. Having gone to bombing missions in Libya, and I was the only member of parliament in June 2011 to vote against the bombing missions in Libya, but one of the reasons was I simply didn't buy it when our then Minister of Defense said, well, we may not know what will follow Muammar Gaddafi, but we can be sure of one thing: it can't be as bad as Muammar Gaddafi. Well, a failed state in Libya, the rise of ISIS, and all of those warehouses full of armaments in Libya going into the hands of terrorists, I submit, was worse than Muammar Gaddafi. We must find our role in diplomacy. We must work as hard as it is to stop the flow of money to Daesh, and we must ensure that where we ask Canadians to go into as problematic a region as Syria is in the middle of a civil war, that they are adequately protected at all times, that we do everything possible to ensure their safety, and that as they train other forces, we're very, very careful about who we decide are wearing the white hats and the black hats in a war that really doesn't have any good guys. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Saanich Gulf Islands for her contribution to this debate. And I thank her for at least her support for the government's decision to withdraw the 6 CF-18s. But in her comments, I also noted that she also did question some of the other additional contributions that the government is making to the coalition efforts. And I'm concerned as to whether, in fact, Canada, and I support a lot of those efforts, for example, as it relates to efforts on the humanitarian front, the diplomatic front, which I think she eloquently outlined, some of the very challenging issues in that particular region. But does she not think that it is also still appropriate to continue to contribute military assets as part of a situation to contain a very unstable part of the world?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank my honourable friend from Scarborough Agincourt. And I'm not saying we should not have military forces engaged. Not at all. I don't believe that the situation is one where we should stay on the sidelines of watching this horrific organization increase in its capabilities. But again, I think it's almost like I've said before sometimes in looking at these issues, it's almost like a physician's credo. First, do no harm. We had all the good intentions in the world when we went to Libya, but we did harm. We should have said, when there was a peace plan on the table and Gaddafi was willing to accept it, we shouldn't have said at this moment, we recognize the rebel forces of Libya as the legitimate government of Libya, knowing that al-Qaeda was in that group. When we look at an issue like this, if we completely withdraw from efforts by allies to contain Daesh, do we incidentally allow them to increase black market trade in oil? I think there's a legitimate role for Canada and for our military in stopping the flow of black market oil. This is a devilishly difficult problem. I'm not suggesting for a moment that there isn't a role for our military.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for her contribution, and certainly she's given this a lot of hard thought and struggled with, as she points out, a very complex issue that is in no way simple. And I think all of us in this room struggle with this issue of military involvement and what our contribution should be. The one comment that she made in terms of not continuing with the CF-18s is that the risk of possibly killing innocent civilians. And Mr. Speaker, I share that concern. But the struggle I have is how do we balance on one hand the risk of having innocent civilians killed through the mission of our CF-18s, but on the other hand, seeing many hundreds of innocent civilians killed if we stand by and do nothing to try to protect the most vulnerable in these situations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank my friend from Kitchener-Conestoga for the question. Again, the position that I take on this is that airstrikes are never going to end the war in Syria, nor will airstrikes ever end the horror of Daesh. So what do we do instead? I think, for example, since I have an opportunity in this question, I think we should do much more to support those few governments in the region that still bear the name government. We should be doing whatever we can to support Lebanon, whatever we can to support Jordan. We should be working and normalizing our relations, and I support the new government's decision to normalize relations with Iran. We need to do much more to prop up and support wherever we can see legitimate governance. But airstrikes into Syria are not the way to stop Daesh. I believe very strongly that they'll never end as long as a civil war is in place in Syria. The confusion on the ground and the fact that you've still got al-Nusra fighters, which are a branch of al-Qaeda, fighting alongside Daesh, and you just can't single out one rebel force against the government of Assad and hope to come to a successful conclusion. And you will still have the problem of collateral damage and killing of innocent civilians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the leader of the Green Party for her excellent, well-informed speech. We don't necessarily agree on everything, but there are a number of points that we do agree on, including the need to avoid using the term Islamic State because this group of rebels and barbarian fighters do not deserve that term. Then you talked about the need to, or rather my colleagues have talked about the need to cut supplies of funding, oil, and fighters. They are selling oil on the black market, and that helps Daesh. So I would like to know why my colleague thinks the Liberal government is ignoring these essential aspects of the issue.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, for his question. Yes, it is true that the current government's plan does not include any approach to deal with black market oil. As a member of an opposition party, I have been involved in telephone conferences with experts in that field. Now, the black market sales need to be eliminated, and they are part of the overall objective of the coalition against Daesh. So I think that the Liberal government's mission has to do more in that regard. We also need to deal with the arms.
With the Arms Control Treaty, sign it and ratify it and pay attention to where armaments are flowing.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the comments from the leader of the Green Party. And just listening to her comments, I can really appreciate that there's certain aspects of the resolution in which the leader is actually fairly supportive of. And I just want to reinforce a couple of those points. When she talks about the humanitarian aid and the development, and the commitment from the government to increase our diplomatic role in helping find political solution to the crisis in Syria by supporting the UN-sponsored peace process and assisting efforts of the Iraqi government to foster reconciliation. We're looking at expanding our capacity building efforts with Jordan and Lebanon to help stop the spread of violent extremism. Mr. Speaker, there's a great deal of effort in terms of increasing our intelligence gathering resources, and of course the increase of our training force in the region. And I should say, Mr. Speaker, and the idea of withdrawing the F-18s, which happens also to be a commitment that we had given in the last federal election. And if I can call upon the leader of the Green Party to look at it as an overall package that's being proposed, what would be her inclination in terms of what she believes Canadians would want us to do on this particular motion, from her perspective?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader. You know, he's quite right, Mr. Speaker, but for the inclusion of mid-air refueling capacity to bombers and reconnaissance missions to aid others in targeting bombing, I would support the resolution. I certainly support removing the CF-18s. I do think most Canadians do. There's been a general effort to say that after the Paris attacks, Canadian public opinion shifted. I don't believe that to be the case. I haven't seen it, certainly in my own community, and this issue was hotly debated in all the town hall meetings I held through the month of January in my community. There's a horror and a revulsion at the horrors of what occurred on November 13th in Paris, and of course, being at the climate negotiations just 2 weeks later, the pall was still across Paris, but there was a resilience and a resolve that I think extends from Paris to Canada, that we may not be able to stop individual attacks by terrorist operations. We can do whatever we can to improve intelligence. But my memory is long enough to remember what used to be called the Irish Troubles, Northern Ireland and attacks and horrific events. These aren't new. We have to say Daesh has something novel in that they've taken very modern, sophisticated filmmaking techniques and used social media to attract people to their cause. I think we should spend a lot more time trying to figure out how to make sure no one is attracted to their so-called cause, that the anti-radicalization efforts, which we are yet to see from this government, I hope we will see soon, ways and means. I think Canadians care deeply about stopping radicalization, whether it takes place in our prisons or in our schools, which are the two institutions that UK anti-radicalization efforts focused upon.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to mention I am sharing my time with the member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. I am privileged to be able to rise in the House and speak on this motion. I come from a family that's been involved with the Canadian Forces for many, many years, and I have a profound level of respect and gratitude for our men and women in uniform. Each and every one of them has made a sacrifice to protect the great country of Canada, and not just them, but their families as well. Because of this deeply rooted level of respect, I find it difficult to make sense of the government's actions when it comes to the global fight against ISIS. One of the biggest issues is the withdrawal of our CF-18s. Canada has been the 5th largest contributor of the air combat mission against ISIS. This is a mission that has helped our allies, as they themselves have stated in the past. In fact, the Foreign Affairs Minister for the Kurdistan Regional Government said that not only were the CF-18 airstrikes helpful and effective, he requested that they continue. Mr. Speaker, if this is not a clear request for assistance by the Canadian Forces, then I don't know what is. Canada has a long history of defending innocent and vulnerable people by taking on those who have committed mass atrocities, which is exactly what ISIS has done and continues to do. Why is it then that the government refuses to stand shoulder to shoulder with our allies and assist them in this fight? Not only is there a lack of air combat support, there is also a lack of clarity as to why the CF-18s were withdrawn. Not a single person has been able to explain why our CF-18s must be removed from the air campaign. Even more unclear is the decision to keep our refueling and reconnaissance planes as part of the mission, despite the fact that our fighter planes, which provide air cover to victims of ISIS in Iraq and Syria, are withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, this logic is completely incomprehensible. The Liberals are trying to play politics and keep campaign promises while people's lives are at stake. The lack of clarity surrounding the use of military assets is astounding. According to this government, we are willing to paint targets, conduct surveillance, provide fuel for bombers, and yet we will not drop any Canadian bombs or provide air coverage for our own troops. This is not the kind of help that our allies need, nor is it the type of logic behind this decision. Mr. Speaker, a few hours south of my riding in Souris Moose Mountain lies the Little Bighorn Battlefield Historical Site in Montana. It is a beautiful location in the Great Western Plains. The history of Custer's last stand, where the U.S. 7th Cavalry under Colonel Custer was wiped out by the Lakota and their allies, has been well explored by military historians. An enduring lesson from the battle in 1876 was that conflicting military objectives will lead to the needless deaths of soldiers. Custer split his troops and resources in what he believed was a useful way, only to be wiped out by the Lakota, who took advantage of an untenable plan, a lack of resources, and a simple unwillingness to agree with what Custer wanted to do. Mr. Speaker, I reference the past not only because it allows me to talk about an area near my beautiful riding, but because it is a bit of a history the government can learn from as we discuss the motion on Canadian military involvement against ISIS. Much like Custer, who believed his plan was right and was proven to be impetuous, the government, believing it is right, is presenting Canadians with an incoherent plan that appears to be impetuous. Mr. Speaker, the government would like us to believe that it was elected by Canadians to refocus Canada's military contribution against ISIS to training local forces, providing more humanitarian support, and to immediately welcome refugees to Canada. In order to fulfill one of our many tales of promise it told Canadians in order to get elected, this Liberal government is now ending the combat mission against ISIS. The government has announced it will increase humanitarian funding in the area to help those displaced by the scourge of ISIS. It has announced that it will increase the number of Canadian troops in the area in a training and advisory role so that it may better prepare the Allied forces that are to fight against the scourge that is ISIS. It was announced that it will pull some military resources from this arena and that all will be good in the plan on how to deal with ISIS. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I do not believe that ISIS will agree with the government. Mr. Speaker, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Vance, said the Canadian mission is not a combat role, yet ISIS has not agreed to that plan by the government. I am uncertain how the government planned to withdraw against ISIS, yet leave our troops active to counter the scourge of ISIS without proper resources and scattered in different locations will be a benefit in defeating an enemy that has declared its intention to be at war with the values of religious diversity, human dignity, economic freedom, and a belief in individual human rights that we, as Canadians, believe help to define us. Mr. Speaker, Canada's air campaign against ISIS has helped to destroy ISIS troops and supplies. It has contributed to ISIS not being able to do as it pleases in trying to create the caliphate of terror and destruction. To pull these CF-18 resources no longer allows us to continue to participate in these activities. The biggest military difference between the forces of ISIS and the Canadian military is an air force. Let me repeat that again. The biggest military difference between the forces of ISIS and the Canadian military is an air force. The Battle of Britain in World War II was won thanks to the many brave pilots of the Royal Air Force, the Royal Canadian Air Force, and others. This battle led to the defeat of the Nazi regime. The ISIS Air Force is non-existent. Canadian forces had an advantage, but have now decided to play fair, despite the fact that ISIS is not playing fair, and therefore removed that advantage. While our allies are stepping up with contributions to the destruction of ISIS, Canada is cutting and drawing away. Canada is placing humanitarian aid at the forefront of their activities before ISIS is defeated. Canada is offering to train forces in Iraq to counter ISIS. Canada wants to do all the administrative tasks of monitoring, training, education, provisions of social services before the war against ISIS is finished. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian resourcefulness that the government talks about appears to be let others do the work, while we stand in the background and offer our advice. We are becoming the backseat drivers in a war zone. Canada is showing its back to its allies. Sunny ways indeed. Mr. Speaker, we as Canadians have an obligation to stand up for the victims of genocide, to fight against the extremist ideology, and to protect Canadians at home and abroad. I am sure everyone remembers the tragic events that took the lives of 2 Canadian soldiers back in 2014. These were ISIS-inspired attacks that happened right here at home. How can the government justify the decision to step back from this international fight against terrorism when Canadians are being murdered both at home and abroad? The public opinion of Canadians is also being ignored by this government. A February 6th poll found that 63% of Canadians say that they would like to see Canada continue bombing ISIS at the current rate or go further and increase the number of bombing missions it conducts. 47% say that withdrawing Canadian CF-18s from the mission will have a negative effect on Canada's international representation. Mr. Speaker, we know that the 47% of Canadians were right. Canada was snubbed by our own coalition allies when we were not invited to attend an anti-ISIS meeting that was held in Paris back in January. The snub happened just after the government signaled its intentions to withdraw our CF-18s from the air combat effort. Under our previous Conservative government, Canada was hosting these meetings, and yet now, due to decisions made by the Liberals, we are not even invited to attend. The opinions of Canadians are clear. The requests for assistance from our allies are clear. The only thing lacking clarity is the reasoning behind this government's choice to step back from the fight against ISIS. The government motion mentions significant investments in humanitarian assistance, which, while necessary, does nothing to solve the issue of the root of the problem. This is putting a Band-Aid over the issue, forcing our allies to fight without the help of our combat resources for no reason other than to Liberals wishing to keep campaign promises. It is disingenuous and dangerous to our soldiers for the government to believe that combat training, humanitarian interventions, and dialogue with countries affected by ISIS in an active war zone is a coherent plan. There is a whole bunch of highly trained assets being sidelined by a government that promised to let facts and science guide its decisions. Mr. Speaker, the Lakota weren't interested in Custer's plan and wiped him out. I don't suspect ISIS will care much about this government's plan either. In closing, I wish to offer my sincere thank you to each and every woman and man in our Royal Canadian Air Force, Royal Canadian Navy, Canadian Army, Canadian Reservists, and Royal Canadian Mounted Police who partake in these dangerous operations, and wish them Godspeed in a safe return to their family, their friends, and their country. Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to member opposite for his speech. A lot of passion in that speech. And Mr. Speaker, on one side we have the party opposite that wants us to do more, and then on the other side we have the NDP that want us to do less. And with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, I think that the member opposite does us all as Canadians a disservice by suggesting that we are pulling back and pulling away from the fight against ISIS. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, what the Liberal Party wants to do is they want to step back and they want to analyze and they want to go forward with what they feel is the best plan, the most effective plan for us to combat ISIS. The plan that we feel as a government, the fact that we were elected by Canadians to move forward with this kind of plan, a plan that we feel is most effective. And will the member opposite, Mr. Speaker, not agree that our plan is the best plan for Canadians, the best plan to attack and defeat ISIS? Thank you.
I bet he will. Honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. This is supposedly not a non-combat role, and we're stepping back, and we're sitting there, we're having soldiers out there and not protecting them with the forces that we have to make certain that we, as a country, can send our forces and our troops into a situation where they have air cover to protect them throughout the whole region and throughout their endeavors.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Speaker, I wondered if the member could also provide my colleagues opposite a brief history of actually how this all unfolded. The caliphate that spread through Iraq and onto Syria, at a pace that we've never seen in modern history. The only option was the joint forces align and do strategic airstrikes to slow down ISIS. And now the Liberals have this view that magically some other things can happen, but we know that's not the reality. Can the member provide a brief history on how we've got to this point and how these airstrikes are effective and Canada's role in being effective with them?
Honourable Member for Souris, Moose Mountain.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for the question. As we all know, this has transpired extremely quickly. And we've seen where at one point, the ISIS forces were attacking and on the outskirts of Baghdad, and we came to the defense, and by using our fighters, we've managed to stop that progress and managed to slow it down. Our CF-18 fighters have done 1,378 sorties, and we've had 251 airstrikes, and we've hit over 399 targets and destroyed these targets. This has defended our troops and enabled us to push this scourge back.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting in following the debate, we have really three positions. You have the government position, which is fairly well articulated in the motion that we have before us. Then you have the conservative position that says if the F-18s are not engaged, then Canada is not engaged. You can't fool Canadians. They understand that you do not have to have the F-18s involved for Canada to be playing a strong leadership role. Then you have the New Democrats that say that you have to have an exit plan, and their vision of an exit plan is to have a no-entry plan into the situation, Mr. Speaker. They believe that Canada does not have any role for the Canadian forces in a real and tangible way. My question to the member is, would he not agree that Canadians have a certain expectation, and at the very least that expectation was reaffirmed in the last federal election when Canadians supported the Liberal Party to form government that made a very clear statement that the F-18s needed to be pulled out and Canada need to refocus, and that's exactly what this motion is doing, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Souris, Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. We're having this debate with the House after the fact that the F-18s were withdrawn. This debate was set up for us to discuss amongst the members, the honourable members, to discuss how this debate should be carried out. Yet here we sit and we find out after it's been tabled that they actually stopped the bombing mission before we even had a chance to have this debate.
Je pense que nous allons.
I believe that we will proceed with statements by members.
Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On December 15th, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission put forth its final report, and one of the recommendations by the Commission, the 94th one, deals directly with CBC Radio-Canada. CBC has responded to the recommendation through a web platform in English, and the content deals with First Nations. But to have free information and exchange of information on Aboriginal peoples and the integration of communities that are far too represented at CBC. However, there are no arguments or reasoning to explain why it doesn't exist on the Radio-Canada side. Manicouagan is mostly francophone, and the First Nations there want their culture to be reflected by the public broadcaster. It would be my pleasure to put forth a project to the Minister of Heritage and to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, and I assure them of my availability and cooperation.
Charles Lemoine.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
This is well over a minute, eh?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to have an opportunity to rise in this chamber and to speak on behalf of my constituents, and I'd like to thank them for the confidence they've placed in me. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to shed a positive light on my riding. It's located on the south shore of Montreal. It includes Saint-Hubert, Old Longueuil, and another area. And many people have been very important players in our history in terms of public services and other things. According to Prime Minister Kenzie King, Regent Park has contributed, during the Second World War, contributed the largest number of people to the Canadian forces. I'd like to salute our police force and our firefighters who are everyday heroes in my riding.
Mr. Speaker, the Protection of Pregnant Women and Their Preborn Children Act, also known as Cassie and Molly's Law, is a much-needed amendment to our criminal code. Because of the vicious murder of Cassie Cake, a mother just weeks from giving birth to her daughter Molly, and too many other Canadian women that have been targeted and harmed because they chose to carry their child to term, the safety of women remains threatened. My private member's bill will create new offences applied exclusively against anyone who knowingly commits a criminal offence against a pregnant woman causing injury or death to her preborn child. This bill also codifies pregnancy as an aggravating factor in our criminal laws, requiring a judge to always consider this factor in sentencing. Canadians deserve a legal system that protects all aspects of a family. This bill is precise and a common-sense approach to deter assaults on pregnant women, causing death or injury to their preborn children. I look forward to working with all of my colleagues in this House to make this law a reality for Canadian women and for their families.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, let us take a moment to recognize the importance of fresh fruit and vegetables to Canada, which contributes over $11 billion to our GDP. The Canadian Produce Marketing Association members bring fruit and veggies from the farm gate to our dinner plate for Canadian families right across the country. Covering every segment of the supply chain, from grower to retailer and everyone in between, CPMA members are responsible for 90% of the produce sales in Canada. As a farmer and a member, my wife Pam and I grew vegetables and strawberries for many years, and we also helped growers around the world. Eating more fruit and vegetables makes for a healthier lifestyle that leads to a happier and more productive citizens. It also helps create a more sustainable healthcare system. So I hope that everybody will join us tonight in recognizing the contribution that CPM makes to our economy and the health of Canadians. This event tonight will have Chef Michael Smith serving up many dishes for you all to enjoy. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I'd like to highlight the generosity and solidarity that citizens and community groups in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie are showing to Syrian refugees. As we all know, the immigration process involves many challenges, and the participation of all is absolutely necessary for successful integration. And what I've seen back home has filled me with hope. I'm proud of the people who have come to my office to offer their assistance. Proud of the organizations that have been involved, like the Table de Concertation des Organismes au Service des Personnes Réfugiées et Immigrantes, the Maisonnée, and others. And I'm proud of people such as illustrator Lise Gravel and Marie Broder-Jalina, who've created a badge in honor of Syrian refugees. Your generosity is helping these people come to a peaceful life. Bringing in refugees isn't just about quotas, it's about giving them a proper place amongst us. Once again, hats off to the people and the community groups of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Better.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to a remarkable woman, Mrs. Joan Smith, a political and philanthropic trailblazer and a London, Ontario icon, who passed away earlier this month at the age of 88. Joan was a former Ontario MPP and the first female solicitor in the province's history. Never afraid to speak her mind and stand up for what was right, Joan championed social change and led the charge in the provincial legislature to amend the Ontario Human Rights Code to include gay rights. Joan was well known for helping establish Madame Vanier's Children's Services, a children's mental health agency, and she offered unwavering support to her husband Don as he co-founded the construction conglomerate Ellis Don. Joan will be remembered as a community leader and a visionary who fought for those who needed support the most.
Catherine, Lynn, Robert, Jeff, Michael, Donald, and David. Your mother made London a better place. Thank you.
The honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, today is Canada Aviation Day. This year marks the 106th anniversary of Canadian aviation, a day where Canadians celebrate Canada's aviation safety, strength, and success. On National Aviation Day, Canadians commemorate the past, celebrate the future, and look forward to the future of aviation in Canada. This is a celebration of excellence. Canadians are proud to have one of the safest and most efficient air transportation systems in the world. As the world's second-largest country, airlines play a critical role in linking our regions and our citizens. Canada's airlines facilitate business and tourism and serve as a major source of jobs and investment opportunities. Due to the important economic and social contributions of aviation in Canada, we look forward to the tabling of the CTA review and its recommendations on the future of this industry. Please join me and the National Airlines Council of Canada as we mark this very important anniversary.
Here, here. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today to pay tribute to one of Prince Edward Island's most accomplished citizens, Chef Michael Smith. You've probably seen him on television as the host of Chef Michael's Kitchen, Chef Abroad, or Chef at Home on Food Network Canada or Global, or as a judge on Chopped Canada. Chef Michael is a strong believer in the importance of getting Canadians to eat more fruits and vegetables and the need to make the healthy choice the simple choice. That's why he is proud to be culinary ambassador for the Canada Produce Marketing Association's Half Your Plate campaign, a healthy initiative that empowers Canadians to eat more fruits and vegetables. Although truly a chef and citizen of the world, Chef Michael's favourite role is dad at home on PEI with his wife Chastity and his children Gabe, Ariella, and Kamel. On behalf of the House, we salute Chef Michael's many accomplishments and look forward to seeing him in action tonight at the CPMA reception, where he'll show how easy filling half your plate with fruits and vegetables can be. Eat healthy.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in this House to pay my last respects to an inspirational Cambridge leader, Claudette Miller, who passed away on February the 10th. Mayor Miller was elected in the town of Preston in 1969 at only the age of 35. She was the youngest mayor in Canada. She went on to be the first mayor of Cambridge following amalgamation and served until 1988. Forging the community we enjoy today, leading us through the devastating 1974 flood and bringing Toyota manufacturing and thousands of jobs to Cambridge. After her terms as mayor, she continued in public service as a member of the Ontario Municipal Board until 1992 and regional councillor from 2003 to 2014. She will be forever known as a steadfast and loyal community builder. Claudette, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for dedicating so much of your life to us. We will forever be grateful. Thank you.
Honourable member for Carleton.
The Civic Hospital is almost a century old, so old that its CEO said it is under constant repair and maintenance. Quote, despite our efforts with the ongoing patchwork, we have parts of the hospital that are permanently closed. They are literally too unsafe to use. He added, with a modern facility, they could save more lives and limit more suffering. After studying 12 potential locations for a new building, the hospital told then-Minister John Baird the best place was right across the street, using less than 10% of the experimental farmland, with plenty of time for scientists to transition to the remaining 90%. Mr. Baird did the right thing. He fought for a hospital in his hometown. If the new government thinks there is a better location, tell us where. Instead of attacking a great champion of our community, John Baird, we should all focus together on building a new and better hospital for all our people.
The honourable member for Burlington.
I'd like to take this opportunity to fondly remember a constituent in my riding, Thomas Sutherland. Tom lived his life to the fullest and possessed boundless energy. a never-ending curiosity, a deep sense of commitment to community, a love of theater, and a passion for politics. But his greatest joy was in singing and entertaining others. He was called to the bar in 1965 and practiced family law in Hamilton and then in Burlington for over 30 years. Following retirement, he was appointed as an Ontario Civil Court Deputy Judge and was affectionately known as the Singing Judge. Tom was a devoted Liberal and ran twice, in the 1979 and 1980 federal elections, and served as president of the Young Liberals in Hamilton and Toronto. He was Canada's representative at the NATO Youth Conference at The Hague, a delegate to the UN, and an appointed elections observer in the Ukraine, Armenia, Albania, Montenegro, and Kosovo. He was also a tireless volunteer and served on over a dozen committees in his community. Tom loved to sing his old Sinatra tunes, and I can proudly say that Tom did it his way.
The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
C'est samedi dernier qui était célébré.
Last Saturday was the 75th anniversary of the pioneers of Quebec's songs, Mary Travers. In 1896, in Newport-Gaspésie, in the same village, the Minister of National Revenue took action. She's considered the first singer and songwriter of Quebec, and those songs were like a breath of fresh air for workers who were facing the economic crisis of the 1930s. The Quebec government has just officially stated that this great name of music is an important historical person. She's the first one to receive this recognition posthumously. She was determined to pave the way for other women. Congratulations. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it was with sadness and heartfelt emotion that we learned yesterday that Mr. Pierre Moreau, a Quebec minister, is fighting what may well be cancer. He is a fighter, a real fighter. He's shown it often, and we know that he will do so once more. Elected to the National Assembly for the first time in 2003, he's held important cabinet positions. But beyond that, he's a courteous, committed, caring, and intelligent man. Everyone acknowledged his courage yesterday. The Quebec Premier, Dr. Philippe Couillard, said, and I quote, "Beyond his physical state, I sense in him, and this will come as no surprise to anyone who knows him, an intense desire to fight and win." Pierre, I'm speaking on behalf of all colleagues in this House. We have confidence in you. We know that you will overcome this disease. Bon courage.
Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, we're celebrating Black History Month, and so I rise to recognize Graham Downey, a late constituent of my riding of Halifax, who made history. Mr. Downey was Halifax's first African Nova Scotian city councillor and Halifax's first African Nova Scotian deputy mayor. In September of 2015, at 76 years old, Mr. Downey passed away. But, Mr. Speaker, he leaves behind an indelible mark. He was first elected to Halifax City Council in 1974 at the age of 35 and served his constituents of the north end of Halifax for 26 years. He was a tireless advocate for matters like upgraded and affordable housing, street lighting, clean neighbourhoods, education and community recreation facilities. He was a recipient of the Queen's Jubilee Medal and the Union of Nova Scotia Municipalities citation. It's an honour, Mr. Speaker, to shine a light on the truly inspiring legacy of Mr. Graham Downey.
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, I'd first like to wish my son Russell a happy 29th birthday today. But on a more serious note, all Canadians have been witness to the humanitarian tragedy unfolding in Syria. The devastating images of entire families risking everything to flee the violence have pushed many of us to help. In my riding, people from Naramata to New Denver and many places in between have been opening their hearts, their homes, and their wallets to accept refugees. with housing, ESL programs, job placement supports, and integration plans in place. The people of South Okanagan and West Kootenay have stepped up to privately sponsor refugees, and many are in a position now to accept government-assisted refugees. Today, I want to thank all of those who have lent their helping hands. And we want the government to know that our communities are ready, willing, able, and indeed anxious to work with you, and we look forward to hearing more about how our communities can help. Thank you.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago in Ukraine, the Heavenly Hundred were gunned down on Kiev's Maidan during the Revolution of Dignity. And it was 2 years ago that President Putin's little green men invaded and occupied Crimea, and then Putin illegally annexed it. Today, Russian officials continue to arrest Tatars in Crimea and close their legislative assembly, their mosques, and cultural centers. Russia wants to normalize relations with the Liberal government. Normalization is code for appeasement. Unfortunately, our Prime Minister wants to engage Putin. I remind the government that Crimea is Ukraine, and whether it takes 5 months or 50 years, Canada should never recognize it as Russian territory. Russian soldiers fighting in eastern Ukraine isn't interference, it's called an invasion. If Russia wants to avoid their Cold War number 2, then Russia must get out of Ukraine. The previous Conservative government strongly supported Ukraine with sanctions, military assistance, government reforms, and fostering economic growth. I invite all members to join Ukraine's Deputy Speaker, Audrey Parubi, at 3:30 today at the Centennial Flame for a vigil in remembrance of the Heavenly Hundred and the victims of the Euromaidan.
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, here are the sobering facts. 200,000 Canadians experience homelessness in any given year. Mr. Speaker, at least 150,000 Canadians use a homeless shelter at some point, and tonight, 30,000 Canadians are homeless. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I was proud to participate in Coldest Night of the Year Walk to support homelessness and to support Outflow Ministries, who provide shelter, hope, and so much more for those who are hurting. Thanks to Tony Dickinson, Jamie Hall, Phil Appleby, Colin McDonald, Chanel Morgan, and Laura Duncanson for their leadership. As a city, Mr. Speaker, with the highest child poverty rates in the country and some of the highest homelessness rates in the country, fighting poverty is my top priority. As we know, this will not be an easy task, Mr. Speaker, but working alongside Minister Jean-Yves Duclos and his department and putting a strong case forward to make St. John a model city on poverty, we can bring outside-the-box thinking, fresh ideas, and innovation to an issue that's plagued my city and our country.
I remind the member and remind staff of members who advise them on statements in the House not to use the names of members in the House, but rather only their titles. Question of oral question, questions orales.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there are three very big problems with the Prime Minister's new borrowing spree. First, of course, is that it breaks his promise to Canadians. Second is that all the borrowing he's doing actually isn't going to create jobs right now. And the third is that he has no way to pay it back unless he actually raises taxes. Does the Prime Minister realize that all this borrowing with no plan to pay it back is just a recipe for waste, higher taxes, and more intrusive government?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the last October's election campaign, we highlighted that we saw clearly that what Canada needed was investment and growth, that for 10 years the previous government was unable to create the kinds of opportunities and growth that middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join the middle class truly needed. And that's why we put forward a plan to invest in our communities, to support the middle class and those working hard to join it, and to create the kind of growth that Canada has too long lacked. That's what we've committed to do. That's what we're doing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives allowed this country to get through the worst recession in the world with the best position in the G7. We created 1.3 million net new jobs, and we left a budget surplus of over $1 billion. Mr. Speaker, even the NDP recognized this. Why are
the Liberals so determined to destroy Canada's enviable leadership position on the international stage? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. What we saw very clearly is that there's no one in Canada who believed what the Conservatives are saying right now and bragging about having done. Because at the end of the day, they didn't create the necessary growth. They didn't create prosperity that Canadians so badly need. That's why Canadians chose a different way of doing things, investing in communities, creating economic growth, helping the middle class instead of the richest Canadians. That's exactly what we promised to do, and that's exactly what we are going to do now and in the budget on March 22nd. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was in Alberta this weekend, and I can tell the Prime Minister that people are hurting. Families are losing their homes, food banks are overwhelmed, and suicide rates are up. And transferring money from a federal politician to a provincial politician is not going to fix the problem. Alberta businesses need to be able to thrive, invest, and create jobs. And Albertans need opportunities to get back to work. That means fast-tracking pipelines and calling off the Liberal plan for a carbon tax. When's the Prime Minister going to understand that throwing borrowed money around does not create jobs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I find it humorous, Mr. Speaker, that this member was calling on us for a long time to help Alberta. When we finally deliver $250 million to Alberta through the Fiscal Stabilization Program, they call it insignificant. The fact is, we understand too well that this Conservative government's approach of trying to bully their way in to create pipelines wasn't working because they ignored the fact that you need strong environmental protections in order to create a strong economy. That's what Albertans expect of us. That's what we are going to deliver.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Finance was overjoyed to renege on another budget promise by telling Canadians that we're going to have structural deficits, $25 billion next year, $80 billion over 4 years. How can the Minister of Finance justify putting Canadians into so much debt when we're not even in a recession? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, our goal remains to have a balanced budget, but our priority is to have the possibility of making investments in Canada for Canadians, for the middle class. We know that they chose our plan to grow the economy, and that's exactly what we're going to do. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that their plan was a little deficit of $10 billion. Now it's $25 billion, $30 billion. Where is it going to stop? Why put this debt on the backs of future generations? Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has lost control of his department, of public spending, of deficits. He should retake the reins, take control of his department, and if he's not able to do that, he should leave the reins to someone else. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we are starting with a deficit which was the Conservatives' deficit, and we have a debt of $150 billion more. That's what we're starting from. But fortunately, we have the ability to make investments in our economy because with the government's actions in the 90s, we had the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. We will now have better growth than we've had in the last 10 years. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister claimed that Canada had an agreement to maintain the C-Series jets in Canada. His minister even indicated that Canada is going to build a centre of excellence for maintenance, but there's no agreement. There's no concrete commitment to create a centre of excellence. So how can the Prime Minister claim that after dispensing Air Canada of its legal obligations, which are very clear, that why is he not applying the law? That law still applies. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Air Canada's commitment to buy 45 C-Series jets with A purchase option for another 30 jets is great news for all of the aerospace sector in Canada. Air Canada also committed to put in place a centre of excellence and maintenance for maintaining the C-Series jets here in Canada for at least 20 years. That's a good news story for the aerospace industry in Canada. That's what the government is working hard on with its partners in Quebec and elsewhere to create, and that's what we're going to continue to do for workers. Honourable Member for Outremont.
Speaker, when 2,600 aerospace jobs were threatened under the Conservative government, the Liberal leader protested with the workers about how dishonest and unfair it all was. Now in government, he's abandoning those same Canadian workers, and there's no deal and no guarantee for any future jobs. Will the Prime Minister commit to meeting with these workers in Montreal, in Mississauga, in Winnipeg, to explain why he's changed his mind and why he no longer supports their rights?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we continue to support a strong and thriving aerospace industry, and that's why we were so pleased when Air Canada announced that it was going to purchase 45 C-Series aircraft with an option for 30 more, and on top of it, create support
manufacturing and maintenance center that will help workers and create jobs for another 20 years. We see to what extent it's important, and we will continue to work with industry and with other governments to ensure that this is done. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
The Minister has nothing to offer struggling Canadians but empty rhetoric. As unemployment goes up and the number of Canadians receiving EI benefits actually goes down, Canadians are demanding action to help families pay the bills, to put food on the table. But again, this government's response is empty platitudes rather than commitments to action. Will the Prime Minister take immediate action to create a universal threshold of 360 hours and to extend EI benefits? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we committed during the election campaign to strengthen EI and to do so without having to cut massively into government spending, which the honourable member would have had to do if he had gotten elected because of his commitment to balance the books at all costs. The fact of the matter is we got elected on a commitment to invest in EI, to invest in helping workers, and this member opposite knows that and picked a different path. The fact is Canadians chose us to lead on reforming EI, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. The Liberals denounced very loudly the problems at EI when they were in opposition. Now in power, the Prime Minister is using evasive answers and classic empty words. Barely a third of workers who lose their jobs have access to EI, and the EI benefits don't last long enough to get a new job. The Prime Minister needs to understand that action is needed now. Will the government, yes or no, extend the length of EI benefits? Yes or no? A clear answer for once. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We will reform EI. We committed in the election campaign to invest in the system to ensure that more Canadians who need EI be able to access EI. That's what we've always defended, and that's what we will continue to do now that we are in power and we have the ability to do it.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We left this government with a surplus.
That's
Ask the Finance Department officials. They could be working with a balanced budget. They could be strengthening the Canadian economy. But my question, Mr. Speaker, is about testimony at the Finance Committee today. And I have to ask the Minister of Finance this. Was he really serious when he said that running a balanced budget is going to put us in a recession?
Wow. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I was deadly serious. What the people on the other side of the House said, they said that what they wanted to do was to balance the budget at all costs immediately. What that would mean is that we would have right now tens of billions of dollars of cuts. cuts that would increase our unemployment rate, that would reduce our ability to be flexible, that would certainly put us into a very difficult situation. Our plan is to make an investment to actually improve our rate of growth for this country, for the middle class, and for those most vulnerable.
Member for Milton.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, instead of worrying about what our great government would have done on this side of the House, perhaps he should worry a little bit more about what their government isn't doing on their side of the House. He does believe in fiscal prudence at one point in time, and here's his quote from CBC in November. Because we want to go into deficit in order to make significant investments that we really think are important, it doesn't give us license to be in any way flexible about how we deal with our finances more generally. So, Mr. Speaker, what has changed in the last 3 months that causes the Minister of Finance to feel like he has a license?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I very much appreciate the quote because it is a quote that I stand by today. Our commitment to Canadians is to actually do something about the low growth bequeathed us from the previous government. We're going to make investments that will make a real difference for Canada. Investments in infrastructure, investments in innovation. We're going to do things for the middle class that will include giving them tax breaks and improve growth for the future. That is exactly what we'll do while being prudent along the way.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, let me correct two things that were said earlier by a member of the government which are not real. The Minister of Finance, who says that he inherited a deficit, and the Prime Minister, who also said that the Conservatives are the only ones to believe that there was a surplus. But that's not the reality, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that according to the fiscal monitor of the Department of Finance itself, an official government document from April to November 2015, we had a budget surplus of $1 billion. That's the reality. Those are the facts confirmed by our officials. So the Liberals don't want to acknowledge it. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that there was a question there, but what I would like to say is that 6 months, 2 months, that's not a year. We have the full year to see that there was a deficit, a conservative deficit. In the last 3 months of the year, there was less revenue, more spending, and that means a deficit that the Conservatives left us. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, Mr. Speaker, what I know is that this is a real document from the Department of Finance. And that's the facts, Mr. Speaker. But listen, the Liberal Party repeated over and over during the campaign saying that they had a plan. But the truth is that there's no plan to deal with the economic situation today. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister stand up and say when he's going to manage public finances in a serious and rigorous manner to not leave debt to future generations? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, our budget will come out March 22nd. We have a plan. It's a plan to invest in the middle class throughout Canada. It's a plan to invest in infrastructure, to invest in innovation, and to invest in those most vulnerable. It's a plan to grow the economy, and we will start immediately.
Honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, in the Conservative government's first 2 years, we paid down the national debt by $38 billion. When the global recession hit, we provided a low tax plan and economic stimulus, infrastructure and other to keep Canadians working. We left the government with a surplus. Their exploding deficit has all but wiped that out in 100 days. Why is the only Liberal plan to spend, spend, spend?
Now the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal plan is to invest, invest, invest. Unlike the Conservatives, we were not left with a surplus. The Liberals left the Conservatives with a $13 billion surplus. They turned it into $150 billion of additional debt for Canadians. We're going to spend to increase our growth rate to make Canada better for Canadians.
The member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I remind that finance minister that those are Canadian taxpayer dollars that he's spending. Mr. Speaker, following the global economic downturn, Canada was in the best position of the G7 countries. Canada was the first to emerge from the recession, and we went on to be ranked as one of the best places in the world to start a new business and to create jobs. Why is the finance minister so insistent on destroying Canada's enviable position around the world?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'd like to remind the member opposite that something really important happened on October 19, 2015. Canadians had a choice. They had a choice between dealing with a low-growth economy and investing, or making cuts so that we actually had a more difficult situation. Canadians made the right choice. They chose to invest. We are making investments in the middle class. We're making investments in infrastructure. We're making investments in innovation so that over the next period, the next generation, we will have a stronger Canada for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. Yesterday, former Parliamentary Budget Officer Kevin Page questioned the numbers the Finance Minister used in his update. Today in committee, the Minister persisted in using these numbers that seem to come from thin air. This is troubling for Canadians, especially given that the Minister refused to confirm if he will keep his election promises. Does he not understand that it's Canadians, and particularly low-income Canadians, seniors, families, and those who are unemployed, who will be the first to be hurt by the economic slowdown? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we made a promise to Canadians. We promised to be open and transparent. Yesterday, I explained that our current situation is difficult. The economy is volatile. And that's why we chose a growth rate for next year which is lower than had been projected from before. That's a good starting point, and that's a good way to look at how we can create a budget for the future. Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques.
Coming out from a hat, the former Parliamentary Budget Officer has warned that the Finance Minister's latest fiscal update is full of holes and fudge lines. And the Minister is even less clear on whether it will deliver help for struggling Canadians. While the update confirms this tax scheme will cost over $1 billion more than first claimed, seniors, families, and the unemployed are left to wait for promised help. Why are those most in need last on the Minister's mind?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, I am delighted to answer this question. We made promises in the last commitment to make investments. We made promises to help the middle class. We've already moved forward. We also made promises to help those that are most vulnerable. And I am proud to say that we will be moving forward with our Canada Child Benefit in Budget 2016. This is an historic decision to make an enormous difference for people in this country. We're going to help 9 out of 10 Canadian families with children, and we're going to bring hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, helping the most vulnerable. Thank you for the question.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, stock options allow cash-short startups and new businesses to hire the most talented employees by offering them a piece of future wealth. However, the Liberal government wants to double taxes on stock options. That means that many entrepreneurs will need to start up elsewhere, which means less jobs for Canada. Will the Minister of Finance announce today that he will abandon this tax hike on innovators and job creators? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
What I would like to announce today is that we have an absolute commitment to making our country more innovative. We have an absolute commitment to dealing with the productivity challenge in this country. We are moving forward to do what's not been done for the last decade, and that's to invest in innovators, invest in innovation across this country, and I will be delighted to present my budget in just a few short weeks to give more details on this subject.
The member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, we can't invest in our innovators by increasing their taxes, and that is what the Liberal government is currently proposing. Stock options allow us to attract the most talented employees by giving them a piece of future gains in stock values, enticing today's talent with a piece of tomorrow's treasure. That's why so many entrepreneurs have been so successful across this country. This tax increase will not only hurt high-tech entrepreneurs, but junior oil and gas companies that are cash poor but rich in promise. Mr. Speaker, I invite the minister to rise in his place and announce that he's on their side, that he'll keep taxes low and treat our economy strong.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I thank the member for that very kind invitation to stand and tell people that I support innovation, because we absolutely do. We know that supporting innovation in this country is a rather complex job. It involves more than just one tool in your toolbox. We are going to make investments in science, in basic science, that will make a real difference for future innovation in this country. We're going to make investments in innovation clusters that will make a real difference, attracting companies that want to do research in our country. We are going to make a real difference for innovation and productivity in this country through multiple measures that can help Canadians now and in the future.
The member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, Oshawa needs low taxes to keep well-paying manufacturing jobs. Liberal policies like high payroll taxes, new carbon taxes, and the highest electrical rates in North America have given the competitive edge to places like Michigan. Instead of lowering taxes now, the Prime Minister is taking these job-killing policies nationally. When the Prime Minister told the minister to transition away from manufacturing, was the plan to kill every single manufacturing job in Canada?
Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to the manufacturing sector, and we will never turn our back on the manufacturing sector. We understand the importance of this sector. We understand that 1.7 million Canadians contribute to the manufacturing sector. It contributes greatly to our economic growth, and that is why we have a plan. We're going to be making investments not only in manufacturing, but in infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, helping those that want to join the middle class, helping reduce the burden for middle-class Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We're going to put forward a growth agenda, an innovation agenda that will help all sectors in the economy, including manufacturing.
The member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, this minister doesn't get it. So far, this government's only plan for the auto sector is higher payroll taxes, higher energy costs, and job-killing carbon taxes. These policies failed in Ontario, and they will fail nationally. Oshawa families wonder if they're going to have the same Liberal fate as workers at Bombardier. Is that what he meant by transitioning away from manufacturing?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, in the 21st century digital economy, it's very, very important that we invest in manufacturing so they can compete in the new digital economy. So we're not going to turn our back on manufacturing. If anything, we're going to make sure it's more competitive, not only here in Canada, but globally as well, Mr. Speaker. And I had the opportunity with the Prime Minister to meet with the leadership of GM and other OEMs at Davos, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we work with them to make investments, to make sure that we work with them to create good quality jobs, to make sure that we invest in innovation, and this is going to help our growth agenda, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Reports suggest that Canadian arms sold to Saudi Arabia are falling into the hands of fighters in Yemen's civil war. Right. Armored vehicles made in Canada and bought in the last decade appear to be used by the Saudis themselves in the same civil war. Government policy is clear. An assessment on human rights has to be conducted before allowing arms exports. Can the minister confirm that arms made in Canada are being used in Yemen? And will he make public, finally, the assessment made before the sale of these arms?
Great. Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
I would like to thank the honourable member for her question, and I want to assure Canadians that this is an issue we take very seriously. The minister asked the department for details yesterday to investigate, and Mr. Speaker, we promised during the campaign that we would proceed with more transparency and responsibility in this kind of file, and that's exactly what we intend to do. The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. That's what we want, is transparency, but interested in the subject, it would be something nice to see. The government's policy is clear. Before allowing for foreign arms sales, the government must ensure that these arms will not wind up in a combat zone and will not serve to trample human rights. But now we've learned that arms will be rather sold to Saudi Arabia are involved in the conflict in Yemen. Can the minister confirm that this is the case, and will he commit to making the assessment made by the department, or the one it should have done, before allowing for the export of weapons to Saudi Arabia? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind this chamber that this was a contract that was signed by the former government, and we have undertaken during the election campaign to have more transparency in the future. But during the election campaign, the honourable member for London Fanshawe was clear that the contract would not be reopened. We made a commitment to improve the situation, and that's exactly what we will do. The honourable member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, during the welcoming of refugees in Canada, we've seen that we need support from every level of government in order to ensure that they have immediate access to cares and to the essential services they need. The Minister for Immigration, or could the Minister please share with this chamber the details of the government announcement regarding the interim health care service? Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her excellent question, and yes, it's true that we have re-established the health care program for refugees that was done away with by the Conservatives. And the courts had said that it was cruel and unusual to take those services away. It's clearly a good program in terms of refugees and in terms of public health. And more importantly, it is quite simply the right thing to do. The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Learned they may lease foreign-built tugboats. Now they are bringing in a foreign consultant. Do the Liberals think no Canadian can do the job? Liberals seems preferring creating overseas jobs for foreigners, but there is no plan for jobs here at home. Mr. Speaker, can the Procurement Minister explain why Liberals doesn't trust Canadian shipyard workers and Canadian businesses?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary and Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, the government hired Mr. Steve Brunton as a shipbuilding expert to provide the government with independent expert advice on multiple facets of the national shipbuilding procurement strategy. Mr. Brunton has extensive experience in overseeing shipbuilding programs and naval acquisitions in the United Kingdom, one of our closest allies. The government will benefit from an unbiased expert advice on shipbuilding.
Honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals appoint a foreign consultant for Canadian strategy and will have ships built abroad rather than here. Once again, that's less jobs for Canadians. Can the Minister for Procurement indicate that the ships will be built here in Canada, or is this just a shell game so that the Liberals can wash their hands of it and have the ships built abroad? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The government remains committed to the national shipbuilding procurement strategy and buying our ships in Canada openly and transparently. No decisions have yet been made with respect to the naval tug requirement. The project is still at an early stage of planning. As part of the National Shipbuilding Procurement Strategy and the Defence Procurement Strategy, the government is committed to ensuring the replacement of the National Defence large tugboats will result in significant benefits for Canadians and Canadian industry.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
The spending decisions of this government and resulting deficits are dragging down the economy and killing jobs. So are Liberal policy decisions. The Liberals have shut down Billy Bishop Runway and expansion, and with it, $2 billion in plane orders to Bombardier are gone. The Liberals are costing jobs and killing choice and competition in Toronto for travellers, tourism, and businesses. Why the reckless attack on Toronto's economy and jobs in the vulnerable aviation sector?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted with the great news that came out last week concerning the fact that Air Canada has decided to purchase 45 C-Series jets. Not only that, possibly 30 more, and that they will be undertaking the maintenance of those aircraft in Quebec for the next 20 years at least. This is great news for Bombardier. This is great news for Quebec. This is great news for the aerospace industry. Everybody should be very happy about it. Thank you.
Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, last fall, the Minister of Immigration traveled to Lebanon to a refugee camp. So, in his own words, he said he could see the people we were helping with his own eyes. At the Zadari camp in Jordan, he was joined by his two seatmates to left and right, where they told the refugee families Canada was there to help. But last week at the Public Safety Committee, Mr. Speaker, we heard from government officials that virtually none of the 25,000 Syrian refugees came from those camps. Why has that minister misled Canadians? And more importantly, why has he offered false hope to those families for the purposes of a photo op?
The Minister of Immigration.
That is a misguided question. When we went to bring the refugees from these countries, we took lists provided by the United Nations, which were lists of the most vulnerable people in the region. We contacted those people, and many of them, thankfully, are now in Canada. We never said they were from camps. In Jordan, for example, some 75% of the refugees are outside camps. They are from the region. They are the most vulnerable, and I, for one, am very proud that almost 25,000 of them are now in
The member for North Island Powell River.
Last week, the Standing Committee of Fisheries and Oceans passed a motion to review the imminent closure of the Comox Communications Safety Station. There have been serious concerns raised about the safety of our coast if this station is shut down. Spills, accidents, and longer waits for emergency service are all likely. Mr. Speaker, lives are at risk. Will the minister now do the right thing, hear from witnesses, listen to residents, and abandon their plans to shut down the Comox station?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, the Coast Guard has modernized its marine communications and traffic services centres with 21st century equipment. I have visited these centres and seen firsthand these new systems that replace the 30-year-old technology. Coast Guard staff are highly trained, highly skilled, and they need the right tools to do their jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, does the minister really believe that technology alone can replace these communication centres? It's simply not the case. In fact, over the weekend, the Victoria Station went down, leaving Georges Strait, Howe Sound, and Vancouver Harbour completely unprotected. And this wasn't the first communication failure either. But still, this government seems determined to shut down the Comox station. Why is the Liberal government showing such disregard for marine safety? Why are they continuing with this failed Conservative approach?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we've invested in new technology. It's like I said last week, switching from a dial phone to a smartphone. This technology is exactly what my staff need in those centres to keep people safe, and they have the training and the ability to be able to do it, and now they have the equipment as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice sits on 6 cabinet committees, including one committee intended to strengthen relationships with Indigenous peoples. Her husband, registered as a lobbyist, a government lobbyist, with the intention of working on issues affecting First Nations. Her husband's lobbying campaign creates a direct conflict of interest, as the Minister of Justice has to deal with legal affairs concerning First Nations. Mr. Speaker, how can the Prime Minister justify this flagrant conflict of interest? Mr. Speaker, our advice when it is an issue of conflict of interest will come from Ms. Dawson, who is the person in charge of that. And that's exactly what my colleague did. She went to see Ms. Dawson and receive her advice. She and her husband, and they are both following very meticulously the commissioner's advice, the ethics commissioners. And obviously my colleague has a tremendous difficulty understanding this, and I invite him to go and see Ms. Dawson. Her office is on Slater Street in Ottawa. She'll be able to explain to him exactly how it works.
Honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Hardly surprising the government House leader knows the address all that well. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice is responsible for projects funded under the federal government's Aboriginal Justice Strategy. That means she gets to decide which groups receive taxpayer funding. Given that her husband is now a lobbyist for the West Bank First Nation and the First Nations Finance Authority, will she recuse herself from any decision with respect to Aboriginal program funding?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, on this side of the House, we're not surprised that that member does not know where the Ethics Commissioner's office is. So, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. The Minister of Justice did exactly what's expected of honourable people who have shown throughout their entire career integrity and respect for good governance. She went to see the Ethics Commissioner with her husband, who's been in a business for 30 years, and asked for the advice of the Ethics Commissioner, and she is following that advice, something that the honourable member would have enormous difficulty doing.
The honourable member Lacombe.
To the City of Kelowna's website, the Kelowna RCMP supports victim services in the West Bank First Nation. This is the same First Nation that has hired the Justice Minister's husband as a lobbyist. The Justice Minister is the Vice Chair of the Government's Cabinet Committee for Intelligence and Emergency Management, two issues that are integral to the RCMP's mandate. This is a blatant conflict of interest, Mr. Speaker. Given her husband's lobbying activities, will the Justice Minister step down from the secret government committee?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the only secret here is why that member continues to imagine all kinds of problems where none exist. Let me explain to him exactly what happened. Our advice with respect to conflict of interest or the appearance of conflict of interest comes from the person that this Parliament has chosen to provide that advice. Her name is Mary Dawson. She's the Ethics Commissioner and the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. So, Mr. Speaker, we're happy to take her advice and follow it meticulously. That's what my colleague's done, and I wish the honourable member might inform himself as to how the process really works.
Honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, people in my riding of Calgary Skyview have been hit hard by the recent downturn in oil prices and are concerned about the economic future of their province. With the low price of oil and mounting job losses, they are worried there will be less revenue for the government. Will the Minister of Finance please provide an update to this House on what our government is doing to assist Alberta in this difficult time?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Calgary Skyview. I'd also like to thank the Ministers of Infrastructure and Veterans Affairs and the member from Edmonton Centre. All of them have been advocating on behalf of Alberta. I can tell you that I was proud today to announce that we have fast-forwarded the Stabilization Fund for Alberta of $250 million, which is the maximum amount payable per person. This is an example of a spirit of cooperation between federal and provincial governments to work on behalf of middle-class families and those in particular that are struggling in places where it's very difficult due to the downturn.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicolet.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has told Canadians that the Liberal government is significantly increasing the number of trainers who will be participating in the campaign against ISIS. General Vance has confirmed that these soldiers will be painting targets near the front lines and will defend themselves if fired upon. They are risking their lives in what the Liberals say is a non-combat mission. Will the soldiers involved in this training mission be eligible for the post-combat reintegration allowance?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker,
I'm glad for that question. I actually just want to take a quick mention. The HMCS Winnipeg just returned today from Operation Reassurance. I want to commend their work. But yes, all our troops, regardless of where they deploy, have access to all the benefits, and it's a priority of this government to look after our troops. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, after having been called upon several times in this House to do something about the milk proteins coming from the United States, the minister finally decided to act. But it's been almost 3 weeks, and we are still waiting for details. Dairy producers are continuing to worry. This loophole in our management supply system is causing them to lose up to $1,000 a week. Can the Minister of Agriculture please reassure producers and tell us how and when he will solve this problem? Parliamentary Secretary for Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question. We are well aware of the concerns in the industry concerning the use of these milk proteins for the production of cheese. We're working with officials in order to ensure that the standards be clear for everyone. The Government of Canada has fully committed to supporting supply management.
Mr. Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, the Fraser River is an important waterway in my riding, and the depletion of sockeye salmon population has greatly impacted my constituents, including Indigenous peoples. Could the Minister please provide an update to this House the implementation of the recommendation of the Cohen Commission?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for the question. I'd like to let the member know that we believe the importance of sockeye salmon and the role and how important it is to British Columbians. This is why we committed to acting on the recommendations of the Cohen Commission. I've met with Justice Cohen as well as the Fraser River Aboriginal Fisheries Secretariat and other key experts and stakeholders in the area. Many of those recommendations have already been implemented, and we're in a process of developing ways to be able to move forward on the remaining ones. And I'm confident that working together that we will be able to restore the sockeye salmon stocks in the Fraser River.
Now the member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's tourism sector is a nearly $90 billion a year industry that employs more than 600,000 hard-working Canadians. But at the tourism ministers' meetings, there was nothing new from this government. Only a reaffirmation of initiatives that our Conservative government had already undertaken, including investing $30 million for tourism marketing in the United States. Can the minister indicate whether the Liberals will make any attempt at all to build on the good work done under the previous Conservative government?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
I'd like to thank the member for the question. It's a great time to come visit Canada, and we are meeting with Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We have been present, even as recently on the weekend. I was at the Boston Globe Convention with meeting provinces so that we could promote the tourism industry. We will be supporting the Connecting America program so that Americans know to come visit Canada, and we will continue to have a presence on the international stage. Stay tuned to the budget because there might be some surprises, and I'm sure the member looks forward to working with us. So thank you.
Order, order, order. Members are very enthusiastic about the budget, obviously. The honourable member for Bécancour.
The honourable member for Bécancour-Nicolet-Sorel. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Transport was very happy that Quebec had dropped its lawsuit against Air Canada, and in doing so sacrificed 1,800 Avios workers and their families, claiming that in the next 10 years Air Canada might create 1,000 jobs for the maintenance of the C-Series jet. In this issue, what's clear is the following: that the Air Canada Act and the conditions associated with it for its privatization, but above all, it's the non-compliance with this legislation on Air Canada's part. Rather than amending the statute and promoting the export of jobs to other countries, will the minister finally enforce the existing? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, what great news, the fact that Air Canada has decided to buy 45 C-Series jets and perhaps 30 more. That will create jobs at Bombardier, not only for the immediate future, but in the long term as well. It's good news. They are also committed to doing the maintenance of these planes in Quebec for at least the next 20 years. That's good news. And also the fact that the government of Quebec is preparing to drop its lawsuit against Air Canada. That allows or will allow the government to make changes to the Air Canada.
The Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the dying days of the federal election campaign, 14 permits were issued from Fisheries Canada and Transport Canada to allow the construction of Site C Dam in northern BC on the Peace River. It's highly controversial. It's manifestly opposed. Its sole purpose is to provide electricity for LNG development. And the joint panel found it directly offends Treaty 8 treaty rights. Will this Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs commit no further permits will be issued while the issues for Indigenous people remain outstanding?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Question. In the fall of 2014, the former government approved the project and set legally binding conditions with which the proponent must comply. The project is now in construction phase, and BC Hydro must meet the requirements set out in the environmental assessment decision, as well as other regulatory requirements. We are committed to a new relationship with Indigenous peoples. I have been and will continue to be engaged in discussions with Indigenous leaders on how we can work together to ensure better consultation, environmental assessments, and natural resource development. Thank you.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Alan Roach, Minister of Finance for the province of Prince Edward Island. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government business. Resuming debate on motion number 2, standing in name of the Prime Minister regarding Canada's contribution to the effort to combat COVID-19.
Excuse me. Order. Order. We have a point of order. The honourable member for Milton. Order.
Mr. Speaker, in the Finance Committee this morning, finance officials appeared before the committee and they were able to answer questions with respect to the fiscal monitor, not only of November of this year, but December 2015. I'm seeking permission from the House in order to table these fiscal monitors showing the great work done by the Department of Finance.
Great idea. Is there unanimous consent for the tabling of this document? No, I do not hear. No, there's no consent. Order. Order. Orders. We're on to debate now. Order. Order. On debate, the member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek. The member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek has the floor. I'm looking for her mic to come on. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to speak to the motion before us today. And even though the Prime Minister and his Minister of Defence have ended the air component of Operation Defence, or Operation Impact, before this debate even began, it is important for all members to have the opportunity to present our views and those of our constituents. Canada is known around the world for our values of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. As a mother and grandmother, I believe that there is no better place than Canada to live, work, and raise a family. Throughout history, Canadians have always given more to protect our values abroad than a country this size would be expected to. Today, our freedoms and our very way of life are being threatened by ISIS. This is an organization whose main stated purpose is to eliminate all peoples who do not share their theology. This is a death cult that is trying to impose on the Middle East and the world a very violent iteration of 7th century Sharia law. It seeks to form a caliphate in the Levant region, which includes Iraq, Syria, Jordan, Israel, the West Bank and Gaza, Lebanon, Cyprus, and southern Turkey, by converting or killing non-Sunni populations.
I want to ask members to take their conversations outside. So perhaps the government House Leader could help by encouraging members to take their conversations into the lobby. I appreciate that very much. And now the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek has the floor.
It is estimated that ISIS has between 25,000 and 30,000 fighters across Iraq and Syria, of which a number are foreign recruits. They are in possession of all kinds of weaponry, including tanks. Around the world, the repercussions of ISIS are being felt. Thousands have been killed simply for trying to do the things we take for granted, like the right to practice the faith of our choosing, or raising our daughters to believe that they can be or do anything they choose. People are fleeing because ISIS has revolutionized the use of torture, murder, and mutilation. Anyone who does not share their perverse and inexplicable worldview are being stoned, beheaded, burnt alive, or crucified. More than 2.5 million refugees are now in Turkey, nearly 500,000 in Germany, nearly 1.5 million are in Jordan. The list goes on. None of these refugees will be able to return to their homes until there is peace and stability in the region and critical infrastructure has been rebuilt. The shocks of the attacks in Paris, San Bernardino, and Burkina Faso remind us that the horrors brought on by ISIS are not limited to a geographic region. Lester Pearson once said that whether Canadians fire a rifle in Korea or in Europe, they are protecting people at home themselves. It is beyond debate that ISIS needs to be stopped. Today, we are debating the size and scope of Canada's mission to stop ISIS. The Liberals are trying to make this an either-or debate, and the NDP is trying to make this a neither-nor debate. This debate is not about deciding on whether Canada should provide more humanitarian aid or contribute a robust military contribution, as the Liberals are trying to frame it. It's not an either-or decision. This debate is not about ignoring the clear and present danger that ISIS poses to Canadians, as the NDP has. It's not a neither-nor decision. This debate should be about the maximum contribution that Canada can offer to the people of Iraq, Syria, our allies, and the entire region. On this side of the House, my colleagues and I continue to support doing our part on both the humanitarian level and the combat level. The facts are that the Royal Canadian Air Force F-18 aircraft have, as part of a broader coalition, stalled the spread of this horrible caliphate. Over the past year, airstrikes from coalition forces have limited ISIS to 25% of the territory it once held. From their first sortie on October 30th, 2014, to being grounded on February 15th, 2016, Canada's CF-18 Hornets conducted 1,378 sorties and destroyed 267 ISIL fighting positions, 102 pieces of ISIL equipment and vehicles, and 30 improvised explosive device factories and storage facilities. The threat imposed by their presence has undeniably held back further advances by ISIS. The Liberal Party will argue that our CF-18s have had minimal impact because of the numbers relative to some of our allies, but this is not a justification for stepping back. Does the government believe that our Dutch allies should remove their 6 F-16 fighter aircraft from this theatre of operation because they aren't contributing enough aircraft to be effective? The fact is that by removing our CF-18s from this fight, other nations will have to take on the slack left by the absence of our pilots and aircraft. The Liberals have not said which of our allies will fly the 1,378 sorties that Canadian pilots would have flown in the coming months. The Liberals have not said who will destroy the hundreds of military targets that our aircraft would have destroyed had they not been grounded. Furthermore, the suggestion by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defence that Canada is better suited to a training mission than an air combat mission is an insult to the fighting capacity of the Royal Canadian Air Force, our pilots, and the entire team supporting them in the region. I can't speak on behalf of our pilots and support teams, but I dare say that they are immensely proud of the personal contribution they have been able to make. The skill of our men and women in uniform is clear. That's why our allies want our CF-18s, our CC-150 Polaris aerial refueling aircraft, and CP-140 Aurora aerial surveillance aircraft, along with associated aircrew and support to stay active and present in the air. The RCAF regularly trains with its American counterpart. Our pilots speak the same language as our largest allies. We use similar aircraft. There is no reason why Canada cannot increase our ongoing and long-running humanitarian and diplomatic efforts in the region and our training of local troops on the ground, as the government says it will do, while continuing to target the enemy from the air and halt their progress. Stalling the progress of ISIS through airstrikes gives our soldiers training, local militias on the ground, time to build a durable legacy of an effective combat force. These measures are not contradictory measures, but complementary measures. Since this debate started, I have yet to hear a reasonable explanation for why Canada is withdrawing its CF-18 aircraft. I'm hopeful that I will eventually hear a response to the basic question of if this is not a fight that Canada should be involved in militarily, then what is? I urge all members, and especially those from the government side, to support the amendment brought forward by the Leader of the official opposition and re-establish Canada's influence within the international decision-making process in the fight against terrorism and rebuild the trust Canada has lost with its allies by reversing its decision to withdraw CF-18s from the air combat mission, which essentially removed Canada from any combat role. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs.
Okay, I listened to the comments opposite, and thank you for acknowledging that we are in fact stepping up and stepping towards a significant increase in our contribution to dealing with the challenges in Syria and Iraq by doubling and tripling both our intelligence and our training methods to consolidate and make permanent the gains that the campaign has achieved in the last year. What I'm curious about is why a change in strategy constitutes walking away from our allies when our allies have embraced that change in strategies, and why a democratic process, a process that elected a government with a commitment to change the approach, is something that our allies who are also democracy, why they wouldn't understand exactly what had happened, an election has happened, and why that isn't a legitimate way to test a foreign policy with Canadian people and with our allies.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the Honourable Member for that question. Mr. Speaker, in my estimation, the changes that have been made to our mission have neither broadened nor improved our contribution in combating ISIL, as the motion that's been put forward suggests. As I stated in my remarks, in determining what our support in this mission needs to be, this is not an either-or decision. We can and should be ensuring that our troops have every tool available to them. The government has failed, in my estimation, to provide a clear explanation to Canadians as to why we are stepping back from the air mission. It is extremely irresponsible for the government to Canada's contribution, but to whittle it down for political purposes.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for her wonderful speech and for her commitment and support to our troops. Mr. Speaker, in her reply just now, she made to the last question, she actually commented about that this isn't an either-or situation. And the Liberals have failed terribly at trying to explain why we had to stop the CF-18 bombing air combat mission. I ask my colleague, Mr. Speaker, through you, if she can provide some detail why the CF-18s are so important in this bombing mission and why Canada has the capabilities and the training and the technology to do everything that we've requested of the government, bombing, training, and humanitarian assistance.
Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my honourable colleague for his question and for the very important work that he is doing as the critic to the Minister of Defence. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we understand our responsibilities as a nation to stand with and assist our allies in halting and degrading ISIL, which is why we do support providing our troops with whatever tools they need to get the job done. This government's inability or unwillingness to be forthcoming with its reasons for withdrawing our CF-18s and the lack of details surrounding the deployment of troops, military assets, and the allocation of humanitarian funding is extremely irresponsible and demonstrates that this is only being done for political purposes. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Honourable Deputy de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a debate that is extremely important. Once again, we have this mission that would extend the military mission in Iraq and Syria. And one thing that's very important, and that unfortunately the previous government failed to do, was to sign, or ratify rather, the Arms Control Treaty. And that's a point that the Conservatives did not act on, and it's not. And today we're talking about transparency, when it terms about the transparency of the weapons that we're selling to Saudi Arabia, for example, does my colleague not recognize that it would be important to ratify that treaty to have a better arms control? A short answer.
Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I stated in my remarks earlier, the NDP is trying to make this a neither-nor decision. Mr. Speaker, the member's question is simply, in my estimation, an attempt to deflect scrutiny of his or her party's non-position. And I hope that should that member have an opportunity at another time to speak to this very important issue, I would like for him to explain what level of military action against ISIS they would support.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from Beauport, Limoilou. As we all know, Mr. Speaker, and I think we all agree on, regardless of what side of the House we're on, Canada has a long, proud history defending innocent and vulnerable populations by taking on those who commit mass atrocities. Canadians do not stand by while atrocities are committed. They stand up against them. Whether it was in the trenches of Europe, the beaches of Normandy, or in the Kapyong Valley in Korea, Canadians have always fought against tyranny and oppression. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, cannot support this Liberal government's motion to leave the heavy lifting to our allies while Canada stands on the sidelines. ISIS has declared war on Canada and our allies. It is paramount that this government stand shoulder to shoulder with our allies to defend and protect the safety and security of Canadians both here and abroad. This is a group that has called for and inspired attacks against Canada, including 2 members of the Canadian Armed Forces. It is no longer a regional issue. ISIS and ISIS-inspired attacks have spread beyond Iraq and Syria. It is now a crisis that affects the world and requires a worldwide response. I support providing our troops with whatever equipment they need, whether it be helicopters or, in this case, fighter jets. But Canadians expect the government to be transparent and accountable for its actions, including, with it, reasons for withdrawing our CF-18s while simultaneously deploying Griffin helicopters. We, on this side of the House, believe that Canada should maintain its combat role in the fight against ISIS and terrorism, and that our CF-18s should be part of that fight. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government plans to increase its deployment of military personnel to approximately 830, up from approximately 650. This military plan increases the risk to our members of the Canadian Armed Forces while reducing their security via that air support. If we are going to send more boots on the ground, Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure the proper protection is in place. We should not have to rely on our allies to protect our soldiers. We will have that capability if we keep our CF-18s in this fight. We need those assets in place, Mr. Speaker. With regards to ISIS, we are talking about a group that believes in the destruction of people, cultures, and priceless historical artifacts. the targeting of the Yazidis and religious minorities, or the destruction of centuries-old artifacts and UNESCO sites like Palmyra and Hatra. This is a crisis that must be addressed, and Canada has an obligation to do its part and work with our allies. Mr. Speaker, many of Canada's closest allies are involved in this fight. France has declared the attacks on Paris an act of war. The United Kingdom has approved a motion to expand airstrikes against ISIS in Syria. President Obama declared that the United States is at war with ISIS. At the same time, Canada is withdrawing its CF-18s. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not a singular national issue. This is a multinational crisis. Even the United Nations Security Council has recognized the threat ISIS poses. It even took the step to urge member states to intensify their efforts to stem the flow of foreign terrorist fighters into Iraq and Syria, and to prevent and suppress the financing of terrorism. Mr. Speaker, let's take a look at the stats about our Royal Canadian Air Force assets in this fight. Our forces were successfully able to carry out 1,378 CF-18 sorties, 783 support aircraft flights, 251 airstrikes, and destroyed 399 ISIS targets. All that happened, Mr. Speaker, between October 30th, 2014 and February 15th, 2016. Canada and the Canadian Armed Forces have the capacity to continue these airstrikes alongside training and humanitarian support, which our forces have already been doing, and doing very well. Mr. Speaker, this is Canada's fight, and withdrawing from direct combat against ISIS sends the wrong message to Canadians and our allies. Canadian airstrikes have been an integral element of the coalition's campaign. There has been no justification, Mr. Speaker, provided for ending the bombing mission. This Liberal government is reportedly deploying RCAF Griffin helicopters, but the motion this government has put before Parliament makes no mention of this deployment of those helicopters. The use of our helicopters in close combat support will significantly increase the danger of our members on the ground. Is this government, Mr. Speaker, withdrawing the RCAF assets in the country or replacing our CF-18s with Griffin helicopters? Canadians deserve to know what their government is planning to do at this crucial time of the fight. Mr. Speaker, I must admit that I'm quite perplexed at the Liberal plan. While the Liberals have made it clear they are against the CF-18 bombing mission, they are fine with having Polaris aircraft refueling Allied planes that conduct airstrikes and using Canadian Auroras to identify targets for them. The Liberals' plan for the air combat mission is a bit irrational in that sense. The fight against ISIS, Mr. Speaker, requires a multifaceted response, and I do not believe removing one of Canada's most effective assets in the fight will help Canadians or the people living under this ISIS regime. Canadians have been clear, Mr. Speaker, in their support of the bombing of ISIS. In a February 2016 Angus Reid poll, it found that 63% of Canadians say they would either like to see Canada continue bombing ISIS at its current rate or go further and increase the number of bombing missions it conducts. 47% say withdrawing CF-18s from the mission will have a negative effect on Canada's international reputation, while fewer than 1 in 5, just 18%, say it will have a positive effect. Mr. Speaker, we have an obligation to fight against ISIS and the views and oppression it represents. Mr. Speaker, it was just 1 month ago Canada was snubbed and not even invited to the anti-ISIS meeting. The Prime Minister's decision to withdraw Canada's CF-18s is seen by our allies as stepping back rather than standing shoulder to shoulder with them. How is this Liberal government planning to repair our relationship with our allies? Does it believe this movement towards humanitarian security assistance will promote and strengthen our relationship to our allies? I'm highly doubtful, because we're missing that part of the CF-18s in this fight. This government needs to provide further details to this House, to Canadians, surrounding the deployment of troops, military assets, and allocation of humanitarian funding. I'd like to conclude by thanking our men and women in uniform for putting their lives on the line to protect our freedoms every day. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to the questions from my honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke of the multidimensional aspect of this mission that we have presented to the House, the most important aspect of our our diplomatic forces will be very important, and what we're going to do at the political level in the region. There's also greater humanitarian aid for populations affected in the region, and along with that, we have a bigger training and military assistance mission in the region.
The overseas are people who have received top-notch training at our military training bases across the country, including many who have passed through Base Gagetown in the riding of Fredericton. Does he not think that multidimensional aspect speaks to just how important a role Canada has to play in this mission in Iraq and Syria to defeat what is a terrible atrocity in ISIL? And or does he think that this multidimensional effort is not important and that's not the role that Canada has to play in the world?
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. What we're debating here is taking our CF-18s out of the fight against ISIS. We're not debating whether or not we have to shut down humanitarian response. We believe that that needs to be part of a multifaceted approach. We need to be able to provide air support to our troops on the ground, and if the governing Liberals are going to increase the amount of boots on the ground, we need to be able to protect them. I take, for example, our allies' plans to hopefully retake the city of Mosul. It's a city of 1 million people. Air support is going to be critical in that fight. How we can send them in, relying on our allies to protect them, is a bit irresponsible, in my opinion. I think we all need to seriously, I know it was said during the campaign, but a lot has changed since the campaign. I think we need to seriously reconsider what is being said here, because taking our planes out of this fight is not what our allies are calling for. Everyone else in this fight is calling for more help. So Canada, I believe, is on the wrong track here.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate my colleague's fantastic speech. I just wanted to ask him, and he talked briefly in his speech about how things have changed significantly, and we've heard from our Liberal colleagues across the floor. This was a campaign promise. This was something that they promised Canadians in the election, that they would pull out the CF-18s. Well, I'd argue that things have changed drastically since October 19th, the attacks in Paris, Boko Haram. I would like to ask my colleague, how does he feel? How does he feel the changes on the global scenes make the decision to pull out our CF-18s the wrong decision?
For Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Foothills for that great question. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's no secret. I think, we all believe that ISIS is a threat to regional and global security. And you saw shortly after the attacks in Paris and in Africa and elsewhere, allied countries, our friends, are calling for more attacks on ISIS. They want to dismantle ISIS so that it no longer controls even 1 square kilometer of land in our world. And I think by pulling back, it's sending the wrong message to our friends and allies who are stepping up their attacks. France has declared war on ISIS. The United States has. Why we're pulling back is completely beyond me. It was a campaign promise that was made, and as my honourable member from Foothills has said, quite a bit has changed since the election. I think it's time we reconsider this campaign promise. It's the Angus Reid polls. Canadians are against taking our planes out of this fight. I think we seriously need to reconsider that before it's too late.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in this House today to discuss the baseless and senseless nature of the mission set out by the new Liberal government in the fight against the so-called Islamic State. There's no doubt that the threat that this group represents is real and concrete. Nobody can deny that here in this Parliament. This armed terrorist group claims to be a sovereign state. That clearly shows its desire to be a structured organization there for the long term. To do this, this group, through its current actions, is creating further war in a part of the world that has never truly known peace. And in doing so, they are making it even harder to create a society of justice, a peaceful society, which is dreamed of by all peoples in the region. Mr. Speaker, peace, defined as a period between two wars, is a consequence of war and not the opposite. Before preparing for peace, we must be prepared to fight a war. And that's why, since the beginning of Canada's air operations in Iraq and Syria, nearly 250 airstrikes have been undertaken against 270 artillery pieces, which were destroyed, 102 pieces of equipment were eliminated, and nearly 30 explosive factories have been destroyed by just 6 Canadian airplanes. Given these facts, we can say that Operation Impact is indeed a well-named military operation. However, given all of these facts, it is important for all members here to realize, particularly government members, that what we have before us is not a fight against a small terrorist group. We need to realize that we are at war against an organized, well-funded group. A group that is motivated by intangible, spiritual, obscure reasons, and even irrational, completely irrational reasons. That's why the Parliament of Canada needs to give a strong response, a response that uses the entire arsenal at Canada's disposal. It is true, as has been noted many times in this House, that we have many advantages at our disposal in this combat. But we are taking away the greatest advantage that we have against ISIL, the air advantage. This terrorist group has tanks, heavy machine guns, and an astronomical amount of munitions. This is a sophisticated, well-equipped enemy, which means that Canada must take audacious action to fight it. And so, why? Why is the current government sending an incoherent, two-faced message to Canadians and, consequently, to our allies? This government, saying that it wants to increase Canada's presence in the armed conflict and consolidate our impact, is at the same time taking out the key component of our success in combat. This key element which has made us a strong and effective ally. With clairvoyance, retired General David Fraser has said that despite the fact that airstrikes will not win the war on their own, the war against ISIL will not be won without them. But, as ever, history repeats itself. And if the Liberals want to leave the Middle East with their heads held high and with the moral certitude of having done everything in their power to help our allies and the people suffering under ISIL's rule, I must ask this question: how can they expect to do that with the contribution that they are putting forward? Mr. Speaker, the dice have already been rolled. Once again, the Liberal government's attitude on the international scene shows their unidimensional goal of giving a utopic, rewritten history of our country by completely rewriting history and eliminating any mention of our valiant combat. I would remind this House that Canada has undertaken more combat missions than peacekeeping missions in its history. And a combat mission is the foundation of peace in the future. We Canadians have already been recognized for our devoted, talented soldiers, and this is still the case today. Only under the Liberals and their rewriting of history, is it understood that Canada has only favored peacekeeping over direct combat?
In this regard, and what our allies are asking of us today is not that we act in good faith and out of good faith, rather, and boast, but rather that we provide our expertise and military professionalism to good use when faced with the enemy. I took the time to point this out, Mr. Speaker, because as I indicated at the beginning of my speech, the Liberals have never known how to go to war nor how to wage one. The present government is doing something inconceivable. They want to send more troops onto the ground, accompanied by helicopters, but with no air support. Where are Canada's planes? With fewer resources and support, will expose our troops to a greater degree of danger. The Griffin helicopters are vulnerable to ground fire, whereas our strike flight planes are beyond the range of small arms. The Liberal strategy is utter nonsense in this regard, and I intend to ask the government for justification in due time if, unfortunately, we have Canadian losses because of this. If it was the contrary, and I think we need to show that Canada is putting in concerted efforts. We have to show that we're up to showing the right amount of force when war is justified. However, in 2016, Canada, the Liberals are saying that Canada was back on the international scene, and yet they're doing this ridiculously while posing as underlings rather than as leaders among leaders. On another note, Mr. Speaker, we might ask ourselves if this is a just war. The answer is clearly yes, even if it's complex. In the past, the philosopher Thomas Aquinas established criteria to see if there was a justifiable war. In the 13th century, he said, first of all, is there a sufficient reason to go to war? Secondly, is there a legitimate authority to wage the war? Is there a plan and a formal intention to carry this out? And are there any other solutions imaginable that could actually deal with and solve the problem? Just as in the Second World War, Canada had to face these questions, and within the framework of the fight against the so-called Islamic State, we have a moral obligation to fight and provide all of the assistance possible to help those who are dealing with this scourge, without forgetting that this group is already at their doors in many cases for these people. And once again, Mr. Speaker, beyond the combat mission, that is one of the most important, the Liberals have no plan to deal with the distribution of foodstuffs and humanitarian resources that they intend to send. We have seen many times that this aspect is needed to ensure victory and not help our opponents, particularly how to protect convoys and to ensure that there are medical services provided. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have simply forgotten that instead of just preparing the ground for peace, they first have to win the war. As in summary, I want to say that the current government's decision is misguided, and it won't help those we are intending to help. We have a duty to do the best that we can to help these people who are in search of peace and stability in their countries, and we above all have the duty to ensure that the so-called Islamic State never becomes a true state in our lifetime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I've been here in this House for a few days and listening to the debate, and finally, on one side, they're saying that there should be no intervention at all, and the other side saying it's not enough.
Fight against ISIS, but we also need to make sure that our fight is smart. Our plan is committed to ensure that we have a comprehensive plan, an integrated plan, and also a sustainable plan. Can the member opposite elaborate as to why he is choosing to minimize our diplomatic efforts and also why he's choosing to minimize our training efforts that we want to put forward in this fight?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I thank my colleague for her question, and I would like to tell her quickly that I grew up in New Brunswick, and so I'm grateful for a question from that province. But, Madam, I did not in any way diminish the humanitarian assistance or training assistance that you are proposing. That's exactly what we've done in a tripartite manner for several years now, welcoming refugees, humanitarian assistance, but also the military component of the mission. What we find unfortunate on this side of the House is that you are carrying on with this plan, but we're moving the third component, depending on how you see it. But the military mission as such, particularly that carried out by our CF-18s. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Gray, or Simcoe Gray.
Simcoe Gray. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the quotes that has been spoken about by some of the members today, I'd like to repeat and also ask my colleague for his comment on it. It's from the Prime Minister, David Cameron. We should not be content to outsource our security to our allies. If we believe action can help protect us, then with our allies we should be part of that action, not stand aside from it. Mr. Speaker, I have base boarding in my riding. Men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces know that they need the equipment to protect them on the ground. It also means that they have a seat at the table in deciding when and where they are placed and how they are protected. You know, my colleague who has just spoken, he is a veteran. He is someone who has put himself in harm's way to protect our democracy. He knows why Canadians are out making sure others can enjoy that type of democracy. I'd like to ask him why he believes so strongly, as he's articulated, in why we need to have our CF-18s and other equipment engaged with our Canadian Armed Forces on the ground at this important time against ISIS.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you. I thank her for the question for three reasons. First of all, because it's dishonourable and shameful that for the first time in its history, Canada has withdrawn from a mission while it's underway. Secondly, because we had committed those planes and we should keep our word. And thirdly, we have to be aware that we're no longer in the Pearsonian era during the Cold War between the United States and the old Soviet Union. Today, Canada has to deal with important emerging powers, and it's time for Canada to take its courage in hand and act like a leader. I think it's very important, and that is why we are talking about this today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Oh, sorry. The Honourable Member from Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital.
Bonjour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Honourable Member say, is he aware that the President
publicly endorsed in early February Canada's decision? Through a State Department spokesperson, President Obama did say, the new Canadian commitment is in line with our current needs, including tripling their training mission in northern Iraq and increasing their intelligence efforts. I dare say, Mr. Speaker, a very impressive endorsement of our policy.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, I'd like to say that it's the duty of the American president to be diplomatic in his exchanges with other countries, but according to, thank you for the question, by the way, according to other sources within the Canadian, or the American rather, power structure, they don't all agree. And as I said after the first speech, it's not to do more or less on the humanitarian level, but to keep our CF-18s in this mission. Thank you, which could have been done. Thank you. Before resuming debate, I'm going to like to consult with the table, please.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to advise that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Calgary-Nose Hill. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this motion, and I sincerely want to begin by thanking the men and women who so proudly serve in our Canadian forces. I'm often reminded in my many interactions with Base Borden, as is the member of Simcoe Grey, both in my capacity as a city councillor in the past in Barrie and now as a member of Parliament for Barrie-Innisfil, just how proud the tradition of the military contribution made from our region in central Ontario to the causes Canada has contributed to with respect to military engagement throughout our country's history. I'm also very proud to be an honorary member of the Grey and Simcoe Foresters Regiment. Recently, the Leader of the Opposition rose in this House and suggested the Prime Minister was disrespecting Parliament by ending airstrikes against ISIS before MPs could even vote on the matter. His answer to the Leader of the Opposition's question was clearly at odds with his own stated promises while on the campaign trail. Promises to run an open and transparent government and to respect parliamentarians are a distant memory, having been replaced with disdain for the members opposite and an attitude that we are on a need-to-know only basis. Mr. Speaker, it should be abundantly clear to all in this House that the Prime Minister does not feel it necessary to consult with MPs on matters of national security or on any other issue for that matter. While in campaign mode, the Prime Minister told Canadians he was going to be different, and now it's obvious the sunny ways rhetoric was just talk to gain power. Instead of openness and transparency, the government's modus operandi appears to be keeping Parliament in the dark with no clear plan on the horizon. Notwithstanding the Liberals' delusion of grandeur after capturing 39% of the vote in October, Canadians deserve answers on Canada's mission against ISIS, and they demand to be heard on the direction that we are heading. Mr. Speaker, the government's motion talks of refocusing Canada's military contribution in Iraq and withdrawing our CF-18s while maintaining Air Force surveillance and refueling capabilities. Mr. Speaker, Operation Impact was launched to help stop ISIS from taking more territory and to destroy whatever capabilities it had built up. As of February 3rd, Royal Canadian Air Force CF-18 aircraft had eliminated more than 300 ISIL targets, liberated up to 25% of territory taken by the Islamic jihadists, and bombing runs by Canadian fighter jets have provided vital cover for those battling ISIS on the ground, like the Kurdish forces, who have repeatedly requested Canada's bombing activities to continue. Our international partners also asked us to stay in the air combat mission, and in a radio interview just last month, the Minister of Defence confirmed quite succinctly exactly how our allies feel about Canada's role when he said, and I quote, "Of course they want us to keep our CF-18s there." Mr. Speaker, our pilots are among the most skilled on the planet. They are the best of the best, and our allies have specifically requested they continue. Instead, the government arbitrarily removes our greatest capability in this fight. I understand that many on the other side may feel that pulling out our CF-18s from a bombing mission, that we are somehow claiming higher ground, higher moral ground. But, Mr. Speaker, they're just fooling themselves if they think fueling up other nations' planes for bombing runs and finding targets for them on the ground is any more or less moral. What it does, however, do is make us far less effective. Our brave pilots who carried out those vital missions safeguarded countless innocents on the ground from the advances of barbarism. That was their contribution. That is the narrative. To suggest otherwise undermines those efforts and brings dishonor to our men and women who wear our uniforms so proudly. Our Conservative caucus stands steadfast with our military members, and so do Canadians. 63% of Canadians say they would either like to see Canada continue bombing ISIS at its current rate or go further and increase the number of bombing missions it conducts. 47% say withdrawing CF-18s from the mission will have a negative effect on Canada's international reputation, while fewer than 1 in 5, just 18%, say it will have a positive one. Public opinion was very important to the Liberal Party during the campaign season. So why now, since they've seized the brass ring, are they deaf to the voices of Canadians? Why is this ill-conceived election promise any more important than the laundry list of election promises already broken? Whether it's promising to resettle 25,000 government-sponsored Syrian refugees by the end of 2015, promoting revenue-neutral tax changes that were anything but, or assuring Canadians that we would not be saddled with more than $10 billion a year in deficits, promises clearly are made to be broken by this government. Mr. Speaker, the government is also not being completely transparent with Canadians when it comes to our contributions through the air and the anti-ISIS mission. The motion the government put before Parliament makes no mention at all of the deployment of Griffin helicopters in this region, and many questions exist over the Liberals' plans. Will the Griffin helicopters be outfitted for combat, or will they be sending our pilots into a combat zone unarmed? What precautions will be taken to protect our helicopter pilots from incoming RPGs or other surface-to-air missiles? If the helicopters are to be used primarily for transport, would it not make more sense to send Canada's CH-147F Chinook heavy aircraft airlift helicopters? And lastly, was the deployment of the Griffin helicopters ever discussed with our coalition allies, or are they on a need-to-know basis, just like opposition MPs in this House and the public at large? Mr. Speaker, this motion also mentions the desire to improve the living conditions of conflict-affected populations and help build the foundations for long-term stability. While I'm sure that all members of the House and Canadians right across the country would agree that these are worthy goals, how does the government plan on achieving them? Mr. Speaker, this region is in quagmire. It is the poster child of instability. Terrorist attacks carried out by ISIS in Syria just this past weekend left another 166 dead on the streets of Damascus and Homs. How does one improve living conditions and build foundations for those living in a theater of perpetual war and violence? Running away from our allies does not make these people safer. It makes them even more vulnerable, and until the dust settles and ISIS is destroyed, constructing housing projects in a war zone is the last thing on anyone's mind right now. Mr. Speaker, the motion before us declares a refocusing of our role and also puts our military in more danger. The Defense Minister describes this ISIS plan as an expansion with greater risk, and Chief of Defense General Vance is on record as saying the lives of the men and women of the military are actually at greater risk. Is this what the Prime Minister meant when he told the Leader of Opposition that Canadians elected them because they knew best how to deal with the Islamic State? Did he tell Canadians our troops would be put in greater harm's way once he became the Prime Minister? I think we all know that the answer to that question is a resounding no. Mr. Speaker, I received a letter from a relative a couple of days ago. He was a member of the armed forces and served in special ops protecting high-level targets in Afghanistan. He agrees with the opposition and the public that putting our planes and pulling them out and putting more boots on the ground to train and assist is a mistake. He feels that there could be dire consequences from training and arming civilians in the region. He reminded me how the United States trained and armed a group of civilians to fight the Russians in the late 70s and how many in that group became Taliban and Al-Qaeda. He pointed to the training of civilians in the years after 9/11 and how many joined ISIS after receiving that training and those weapons from U.S.-led operations. He wrote to me, "History shows that the people we train today can be our enemy of tomorrow. We can't just arm a group of people and then when the conflict stops, expect them to return all the weapons we gave them, forget the training we gave them, and then lead a peaceful life. The only thing that it inspires is more conflict and less resolution." Mr. Speaker, the motion before the House today is not sound public policy. It does not put us closer to defeating ISIS. It puts us further away. It does not improve Canada's standing in the world. It diminishes it. I urge all members of this House to see the motion for what it is. It's a step backwards. It abandons our allies and the innocent people caught up in the middle of this conflict. And Mr. Speaker, I sincerely hope I'm wrong, but I think passing this motion and pulling our CF-18s out of this fight will ultimately result in Canadians, possibly, and I pray to God we don't, paying the heaviest of prices with the blood and treasure of our sons and daughters serving in the armed forces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Canada Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the good members of this chamber if they believe in learning from experience. In 2011, Mr. Speaker, the previous Conservative government sent the Canadian Armed Forces to wage an air war in Libya against Gaddafi. They had no follow-on plans, zero follow-on plans for either stability, governance, reconstruction, rebuilding, nothing. So what has happened in Libya now? Libya has fallen into complete chaos because of the power vacuum that was created when Gaddafi was deposed. Groups like ISIL have moved in and taken control. Canada bears some of that responsibility for that mistake. We've seen what has happened. We are now in another war, starting from Iraq when the Americans made the mistake there the first time in 2003, and we're back there now. We saw what's happened in Libya with no follow-on phases. We see what's happening now. We cannot afford another mistake. There needs to be leadership when it comes to these follow-on phases. And sometimes, yeah, they are not the things that garners the most attention. But this stability phase that Canada is providing the leadership towards, it is what is going to contribute to the long-term success of any mission, to secure and safeguard all of the progress we have made to date. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to look around and see where we've been successful, and we need to look around and see where we have not. Afghanistan, we had a plan for combat, stability, reconstruction. We're doing all right there, and we need to look at those examples. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I should have shared my time with the honourable member across the floor and not the member from Calgary Nose Hill, but I appreciate her comments on this. Mr. Speaker, the challenge is that this is obviously still an active situation, a combat situation. It's a combat situation that the Liberals won't even mention as a combat situation. The fact is that we need a comprehensive effort that includes the CF-18s to protect the troops on the ground. Now, in my statement, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned the significant role that the CF-18s have played. Why can't we keep them there? And the only reason why we're not keeping them there, Mr. Speaker, is because of a campaign promise. And I go back to a campaign mention that was discussed during the recent campaign, and we often talk about humanitarian efforts. And listen, you have to have that combination of humanitarian efforts. But humanitarian efforts without protecting the people that we're providing humanitarian aid to, Mr. Speaker, means that you're dropping supplies potentially on slaughtered people, right? So that's why we need the CF-18s to continue. And I'm reminded, because I wasn't in this House, that the Liberal Party did support in the past the mission to Afghanistan and Libya as well, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard the past few Conservative speakers defending the Canadian bombing mission, but as the other member across the floor mentioned, there's a long history in this region of bombing missions doing nothing but further destabilizing the area. And in fact, most experts would point to the American bombing in Iraq as being one of the key points in the birth of ISIS. So I just wanted to ask the member why he feels that this bombing mission will be so effective in destroying ISIS, especially now that we hear that training is dangerous, and why, considering it's only 3% of the effort of our partners, why it's so important. Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil in about 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a great question. You know, part of the challenge when you're relying on other coalition partners to provide air support to our troops that are there in a combat mission is the fact that you do have communication problems. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, in the past, we've seen some collateral damage happen when coalition airstrikes affect our members and in some cases have killed our members of our forces. So wouldn't it be better if we had some continuity? Wouldn't it be better if we had our CFA teams fighting with our troops? I think the resounding answer to that, Mr. Speaker, is yes, and Canadians believe that as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I'd like to speak specifically today in my role as official opposition critic for immigration to component E of this motion, which states welcoming tens of thousands of Syrian refugees to Canada. Certainly I think across party lines, we agree that the humanitarian crisis in the region is significant. It's devastating. I've had the privilege of visiting an area close to this region, and I think what struck me the most was how volatile the area is for a variety of reasons, but certainly the humanitarian crisis in Syria is one that the world should note, and that the world, I think, is being impacted by in a wide variety of different ways. So certainly I think it's our duty to help in Canada, and the question then that arises is how? How do we do that? So with regard to component E of this motion, I think there's a lot of outstanding questions that the government hasn't provided answers to Canadians. First, the term welcoming tens of thousands of Syrian refugees to Canada. I find it interesting that the government wasn't more precise in their terminology in this particular line. During the campaign, they were very adamant that the number was the issue, that we weren't talking about people, but we were talking about a number. And the number was 25,000 by the year end. And the Prime Minister said that it only was a matter of political will to bring 25,000 refugees into Canada by the end of 2015. And of course, we saw that the government didn't come close to meeting that particular target. But nonetheless, I'm just wondering why they've gone from this very precise terminology to a more vague terminology. And the reason why I think that it's important to ask that question, which is how many refugees is the government actually going to bring into Canada over what period of time, is that we want to ensure that refugees coming into this country are set up for success and have a successful experience when they come to Canada. And there are, I think, a lot of outstanding questions, Mr. Speaker, with regard to that particular issue, and I hope to highlight several of those outstanding questions. The first is with regard to the cost of the overall initiative. I think that while we can all decide that we want to support this and provide assistance to this particular issue to help Syrians who are in need, it's also incumbent upon us in this place to ask how much a program is going to cost, especially in the context of what we're hearing today is a spiraling out of control deficit that the government is going to post in a few weeks' time. I'll note that when the government talked about this particular campaign commitment during the campaign, they noted that in their quote-unquote fully costed platform document that the total cost of their Syrian refugee initiative would be approximately $250 million. And we know that at today's date, it's going to be significantly more than that. It's going to be probably over the magnitude of $1 billion with regard to direct programming that the federal government has to provide. There are other costs that the Minister of Immigration has been very adamant to the rest of Canadians that provinces and municipalities will be on the hook for providing, including healthcare services, education services, providing assistance for affordable housing. And I say this not out of a non-desire to help. Again, I want to restate that, but I also think that if you don't have a plan, if you don't know what the number is going to be, and you haven't figured out how you're going to cost that, and you're passing costs down to other levels of government, that's a problem. And it's a problem not just for Canadians, it's a problem for refugees coming to Canada, and I'm going to illustrate that with a point in case today. The Minister told Immigration Committee that approximately half of the Syrian refugees who have come to Canada thus far are still in temporary accommodations. Wow. So, that begs a lot of questions. It begs the question of should we be bringing refugees to Canada and expecting that they stay in, uncertain accommodations for a long period of time. It begs the question, what's happening to affordable housing waiting lists and how is that being impacted. I want to bring the House attentions back to a very glib answer that the minister gave in the middle of December. He had stated earlier that he was going to rely upon private sector corporations to provide affordable housing to refugees. And I had asked what he was doing in terms of securing long-term contracts for this. And he replied, this was on December the 9th, I think the member is unnecessarily suspicious of the private sector. My first reaction is gratitude. When the private sector offers free or subsidized housing, I think she should be grateful to the private sector for coming forward in this way. Any kind of contractual agreements will be dealt with. In large measures, the refugees have not arrived yet. The companies have made a very generous offer, and here's the rub, the details will be worked out with them. However, the primary reaction from me, at least, is from the government, is to thank the private sector very much for its help. Well, it's 2.5 months in, Mr. Speaker. We have the minister admitting today that half of the Syrian refugees are not in permanent housing. We have the minister saying the private sector is going to miraculously come up with a solution for this. We have affordable housing groups across Canada going, this is putting an impact on ours. We've heard stories in Toronto of hotels who have had to or signaled that they were going to remove long-term stay residents because of contractual obligations around incoming Syrian refugees. And I think it begs the question, what does tens of thousands of refugees mean? And it's not a number. It's how are we going to support these people when they come to Canada, and what does that look like? What is the plan? And that's a fair question. And I think, my colleagues here have all thanked the military, have talked about the need, but in and of itself, the vagueness of that particular line gives me pause for thought on supporting this mission, or this motion. I think that my colleagues opposite, who have all in their campaign commitments expressed concern for these refugees, they should be in their caucus meetings and in their caucus advisory meetings and in perhaps their cabinet meetings, ask the minister what that means in terms of delivering affordable housing, healthcare, and education for refugees coming into Canada, because it's vague, and they will be called on this at some point in time. Some of the other components outside of housing that have been brought up as a concern for a lack of plan on the government's part are language training services. We know that in order for Syrians who are coming to Canada to have a successful experience and enter the workforce and have every opportunity to succeed, the language barrier is a big concern. The minister has not articulated a plan or a costing for long-term language training services. I want to applaud the numerous privately funded or private-sponsored refugee groups who have been working hard for decades on this particular issue, but certainly in the last 5 years have been working to bring refugees in from the region, and I want to applaud their efforts. It struck me when I was at Pearson Airport, I could have kind of stood in the background when the Prime Minister did his photo op, which looked like a music video set. It was quite disconcerting. The people who really should be deserving the thanks for the people that were coming off that plane were the people in the privately sponsored refugee services groups. And they're saying to the government now, not only can we link in and do more, and you're not linking with us, but you're really not telling us what your plan is here. How many more are coming in? What services are we supposed to provide? How can we provide support? And those questions aren't being answered. And all we're getting is one line, welcoming tens of thousands of Syrian refugees to Canada. I also want to talk about support services for employment transition and the availability of jobs. I think the minister, this ties into some of the conversations that we've had earlier. It's one thing for the Prime Minister to stand up here and talk about $250 million help for Alberta, and I want to contextualize that. 3 weeks ago, when Suncor posted, there was one other company posted their last quarter results, they noted a $900 million downgrade in planned capital expenditures. So I don't think the Prime Minister understands the scope here. So we should be talking about how we're dealing with employment services and employment not just for Syrian refugees, but also for Canadians in Western Canada. And when we're talking about tens of thousands of Syrian refugees, where are they coming from? I haven't heard the minister talk about persecuted minorities in some time. I'm concerned about groups like the Yazidis, who are basically facing all-out genocide, and we shy away from talking about that in this place. So I guess I'm a little shocked that this particular line was added on as it looks like a tack at the end of a list. It was kind of like, oh, I forgot to put this in here, a scribble. And I think that this particular issue, Canadians are owed a lot more detail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fredericton.
And I guess by the lack of acknowledgement in the member opposite speech that she must agree with every other aspect of our plan when it comes to the combat, our plan to combat ISIL. But I am disappointed to hear her speak so disfavorably about our plan to resettle 25,000 Syrian refugees by the end of this month and then help continue to welcome Syrian refugees right across this country. And I can tell you, in the riding of Fredericton, it has not just been a government effort, it has been a whole of community effort, as it is in communities right across this country. Not only has the minister made the commitment to demonstrate leadership from the federal government to bring in these vulnerable populations, the health minister has demonstrated leadership in reintroducing the interim health program, and community has demonstrated leadership with hundreds of volunteers spending countless hours in the evenings, on the weekends, during their own work time to help make these people feel welcome. In Fredericton now, we've got over 400 refugee individuals, dozens of families, and throughout New Brunswick, we've got over 1,000 individuals in the province now. That community, that province is punching way above its weight, as are many other communities right across this country, and I wonder why the member opposite speaks so disfavorably about this all-of-Canada approach to resettle these refugees as part of a larger mission to help defeat ISIL.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, first of all, to the first component of my colleague opposite's speech, I actually fundamentally disagree with the government's approach to the combat mission. For the reason that I don't think the government has ever adequately thanked the Royal Canadian Air Force for their contribution, which we saw over 200 airstrikes successfully assist in containing the spread of ISIL with no civilian casualties. Instead, what we heard from their leader was a flippant frankly, genitalia joke about the CF-18s and his early days as leader. And the party opposite has not explained to the House of Commons why we should actually remove the CF-18s from that mission. They haven't talked about it. It's just an ideological aversion to taking a stand on an issue. You know, many of the pundits in the Canadian media have written some basically satirical pieces about the Prime Minister's waffling on this issue. There's no reason why we can't have the CF-18s continue their excellent work there. This is because they're trying to walk some sort of line. I'm not even quite sure what it is. But I think the end result is that they've cheesed everyone in Canada off and done nothing rather than actually advance the cause of this mission, and they know it. I think that when members of the Royal Canadian Air Force come home, they're going to be faced with questions in their community on why the government pulled them out after they were doing such good work. And I would love the member from Fredericton to go to one of them and say, you know, here's why I decided to end the mission. Here's why I took you out of the field after you did all the work. And I think he'd have a very hard time doing that. With regard to the Syrian refugee component, Mr. Speaker, you know, I think that my colleague opposite got up with such enthusiasm saying, oh, we're going to support this, it's great. I agree. We should certainly be helping with the Syrian refugee crisis, but the bottom line is that the government does not have a plan to deal with this over the long term. I find my colleague opposite's comments to be filled with cotton candy and rainbows, but actually a complete lack of substance in terms of how they're going to provide language services, how they're going to provide affordable housing, how they're going to do that in the context of processing, using resources for spousal sponsorship applications. Let's say they're redirecting those, I believe, to sponsoring these applications. They haven't thought about a whole of government approach to this. They haven't planned it through. And I'm going to be watching with great interest over the next 10, 12, 18 months to see how this lack of plan materially impacts the lives of not only Syrian refugees coming to Canada, but Canadians as a whole.
Okay, resuming debate, the honourable member for, actually before I mention that, I just want to remind the honourable members that when Speaker rises and asks, it's questions and comments, not necessarily just questions. So the honourable member who asks questions or get up to speak can also comment on what is being said. Now we'll continue, resuming the debate, the honourable member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong Aski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. and I'm pleased to rise in this House on this important motion. And more importantly, I'm proud to speak as a New Democrat Member of Parliament in opposition to both this motion put forward by the government, but also to the amendment put forward by the opposition, the Conservative Party. I'm proud to be part of a party that historically has stood up for peace, that has stood up for diplomacy, a party that has stood up for the humanitarian assistance that we all should be part of contributing as leaders on the global stage, a party that has stood up for support for refugees and people fleeing violence and conflict, and a party that at the end of the day has not been afraid to speak out against military missions that we believe are irresponsible, are ill-defined, and are certainly being driven forward for all the wrong reasons. And so, Mr. Speaker, I stand here in opposition to the Liberal government's proposal to expand and enlarge Canada's military mission in Iraq. The new mission of the Prime Minister has left more questions than answers regarding our role in the fight against ISIS. Canadian Forces personnel are now being placed deeper into a combat role, despite the Prime Minister's suggestion that this is a training mission only. With increased boots on the ground at the front lines, as the Prime Minister has indicated, the Liberals have now committed Canada to a larger military role with no end date and no parameters to define success. Mr. Speaker, we in the NDP have pointed out that this is a dangerous path that Canada should not go down. And I would say that more importantly, this is one that if we can learn from our recent history, one that is proven to be extremely problematic in the past. I will also note that I will be splitting my time with the member from Elmwood-Transcona. Unfortunately, the Liberals, just like the Conservatives before, are calling Canadian troops on the ground to an advise and assist deployment mission. Previously, Liberals said that we need a clear line between combat and non-combat roles. This mission, however, actually blurs these lines even more. And after promising to end the bombing mission during the election campaign, the Liberals are increasing Canada's military presence, and our forces will still be refueling and doing targeting for bombings. Mr. Speaker, as we've heard many times in this House, Liberals have been all too eager to talk about how Canadians voted for real change. However, when we look at their commitments when it comes to defence, when it comes to Canada's engagement at the military level, the only thing they're not getting is real change. Despite a commitment of sorts to move away from the bombing mission, we know that the commitment to troops on the ground, in fact, extends our activities and our engagement at a level that was previously unimaginable. And so it's with great concern that we see that the Liberals are moving away from their commitments during the campaign and looking at how to engage Canadians in what is proving to be a dangerous conflict, again, with no set parameters in terms of success, with no timelines, and frankly, without a clear understanding of what the dangers that they will be facing. And Mr. Speaker, that commitment to real change is one that we're seeing the Liberals move away from on various issues, and issues that matter to the daily lives of Canadians. Whether it's their distancing from their commitments to expanding the Canadian pension plan, whether it's their retraction of the commitment to reinstate postal delivery and home delivery services, whether it's their failure to act on commitments around employment insurance, or the key commitments they made in the campaign to invest in Indigenous communities, and particularly to address the outrageous gap on First Nations education. We're seeing day after day the new government pull away from that commitment to real change. When we talk about a government's commitment or a nation's commitment to a military mission, I'm proud that oftentimes the NDP has been the only party that has spoken out about the need to review our priorities. We know that military missions overseas are extremely costly. Obviously, the greatest cost of all is that of human life, and we saw in the most recent Afghan mission how many Canadians lost their lives. and we certainly think of their families and their communities as we talk about this. But we talk about the kind of priorities that we could be acting on if we weren't spending money on dangerous and unnecessary military missions like the one that the government wants to commit to doing today. We could be, for example, closing the outrageous gap on First Nations education, a gap that's been estimated at one figure that's been referred to as $2.6 billion, a commitment that the federal government, the new federal government, said that they would live up to, and we're still waiting for. Mr. Speaker, I think of my constituents, many of whom live in situations that one could only characterize as third world living conditions, people that need support for housing, support for health care, support for employment and training. Mr. Speaker, these are the kinds of needs we ought to be addressing instead of taking part in a dangerous military, ill-defined military mission as the government is proposing today. We could instead be spending on other priorities like fixing the employment insurance system. And coming from Western Canada, I'm aware of how many people are hurting right now as a result of massive job losses across our region. And understanding the fact that only 36% of people eligible for EI are actually receiving it today. Mr. Speaker, that is a level of dysfunction that must be addressed by this government, and it could be addressed immediately, and if in fact they saw this as a priority. Mr. Speaker, we know about the infrastructure deficit that we face in our country, and despite commitments by the federal government to partner with provinces and municipalities, details remain on what that kind of investment might look like. And yes, the budget is coming up, but Mr. Speaker, we're keen to hear about those commitments that were made in the federal election so clearly. We're keen to see them be realized as soon as possible. And again, that's an area, infrastructure investment is an area that we could be supporting rather than engaging in a military mission like the one that's being proposed. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it is not, I think, unknown to any of us in this House that we also have an obligation as parliamentarians and obviously as people involved in governance of our country to be able to take care of those that went to war. And unfortunately, we saw under the previous government the way in which veterans and their needs were ignored time and time again. And so, Mr. Speaker, we know that under this new government, while again commitments have been made to reinstate offices, to reinstate supports and support veterans, those changes have yet to materialize in any significant manner. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think of a quote of a political leader actually to the south of us who's making waves, Senator Bernie Sanders, who made the quote, who said, "If you can't afford to take care of your veterans, then don't go to war." And so, Mr. Speaker, as a final point in our contributions today, in my contribution as a New Democrat, I would like to implore the government to move away from the position that it's taken and recognize the importance of taking care of veterans first, the importance of investing in the kind of priorities that would make a true difference in the daily lives of Canadians, and truly to see the importance of reinstating, or restoring rather, our reputation at the international stage as a country that believes in humanitarian assistance, and rather than a country that believes in taking part of ill-defined and armed conflict that can only serve to destabilize an already unstable part of the world. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand here as a New Democrat in opposition to the Liberals' proposed military mission, in opposition to the Conservatives' amendments to that mission, and in favor of humanitarian aid, in favor of multilateral cooperation, and in favor of recognizing that this is a question of priorities and we should be looking at investing here at home. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And interesting in terms of hearing the comments from the member, and many of the issues that she raised, she'll get a good sense in terms of where the Liberal government is going when it presents its budget on March the 26th or 22nd. And I'm sure many of the issues that she's raised will in fact be addressed. We are, in fact, a party that did not commit to balancing the budget in this fiscal year because we know the needs are so high. And she needs to reflect on her own party during the campaign that said that they would balance. Therefore, there would be huge cutbacks that one would have expected. So it's interesting to hear her talk about the priorities of the NDP, which doesn't necessarily match the type of commitments they gave during the election. When I listen to the comments of the motion that we're debating today, in listening to the member, one would give the impression that the Canadian Forces play no role whatsoever in combating terrorism outside of Canada's borders. And my question to the member is, does she envision any role for Canada's Canadian Forces where they would actually be deployed to combat terrorism outside of Canada's borders? Do the Canadian Forces, in her mind, have any role whatsoever to play?
Well, member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong, Aski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I feel compelled to correct the notion that I was speaking to NDP priorities. I was, in fact, reflecting priorities put forward by the Liberals in the campaign that have either been retracted or simply have yet to be acted on, despite the pronouncements that they were urgent in the case of EI or the need to invest in First Nations education, for example. So actually, I spent most of my speech talking about how that commitment that the Liberals made about real change is, in fact, not much change at all. Certainly when it comes to action, because we've heard a lot in terms of rhetoric, but not in terms of action. And I think today's motion is a perfect example. We heard the Liberals, really talk about, needing to restore Canada's reputation, end the bombing in Syria, and people really believed that it was a new day. And then only to fast forward a few months later to see the Liberals commit to what is tantamount to a combat role, engagement in combat, certainly engagement on the front lines, and as I pointed out, a mission that is ill-defined, no timelines, no parameters to define success. And Mr. Speaker, I can only say that I'm proud to belong to a party that can say no to that kind of a vision, and also can point to Canadians the way in which what we're hearing from the Liberals today is not actually what we heard in the campaign. And so, and I'm sure many Canadians will be disappointed as they hear more from this government as it goes forward, unless it changes course and actually sticks to its commitments that it made in this election.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for pointing out in such a succinct way that we have heard a lot of promises and very, very little, virtually nothing, in terms of real action. I wonder, too, if she would comment on the fact that this mission has not been sanctioned or mandated by either the United Nations or NATO. And that is a serious problem in regard to Canada's role. Are we humanitarians? Are we concerned about what is happening to people? Or are we just blithely going along with a U.S.-led mission?
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong, Aski.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my colleague who has also been a great defender for veterans and the need for action when it comes to taking care of our veterans in our country, something that, of course, is also missing in the kind of vision that we were discussing here today put forward by the Liberal government. And once again, the mission that we're debating here in the House, the mission put forward by the Liberal government is a departure from a tradition, a long tradition where Canada has been part of multilateral engagement, multilateral missions sanctioned by the UN, and once again, and unfortunately, this mission being put forward, one that we have clearly said is ill-defined and would lead to greater instability rather than greater stability, is one that we simply cannot support. And I'm proud to be part of the only party in this House that is taking this stand in opposition to the military mission that the Liberals are putting forward.
Avant de reprendre le débat.
Before resuming debate, pursuant to Standing Order 38, will inform the House of the questions to be debated at the time of adjournment tonight.
Kiiwetinoong Aski on public safety. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona, on the environment. The honourable member for Foothills, the economy. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleagues. I'm pleased to rise tonight in opposition to the not just the amendment, Mr. Speaker, but also the main motion. And I have to start, I think, just by expressing some disappointment, frankly, at the government's position. Throughout the campaign, I think there was a clear, deliberate effort by the Liberals to tap into what was a very widespread feeling among Canadians that they didn't support the kind of military action that was being taken in Syria and wanted to see a government that would take a different approach. And a lot of the language of the Liberals in the campaign, I dare say that the commitment to withdraw our CF-18s were meant to tap into that sense of dissatisfaction with what was going on, Mr. Speaker. And then lo and behold, when they come into government, they stick to the letter of the commitment, but it's not the letter of the commitment to withdraw the CF-18s that I would say, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians were voting for when they thought they were voting for change, but they were voting for what they thought that also represented, and what I would say that commitment was designed to represent, which was a different approach from the government with respect to this mission. Instead, what we hear from the government in the House is how they are just as committed as the previous government to that mission, but they're going to do it and live that out in a different way, Mr. Speaker, a way that they refuse to call a combat mission, but that we know from what they've said in the House and the plan that they've laid out, to the extent that they have, is going to involve putting Canadian personnel even more so on the front lines than they were before, is going to increase the likelihood of engaging the enemy. And I would say that that really does not at all represent the kind of commitment that they were representing to Canadians in the election. So it's disappointing to see how quickly that changed, Mr. Speaker. I think for Canadians who are paying attention, they too are disappointed because they really don't feel like the government is living up to the spirit that they were presenting on this issue. I would say perhaps further in general, but that's for another debate. So then we hear, and we just heard different things in this House, Mr. Speaker. So we hear the Liberals saying even now, oh, well, you know, supporting the mission isn't just about the CF-18 commitment, and here are all the ways that we're going to support the mission. But in the election, it was, we're withdrawing CF-18s, and Canadians, that's code for we're not supporting the mission. And it's frustrating to watch the government trying to have its cake and eat it too, Mr. Speaker. I think on issues like this, we owe it to Canadians to take a clear stance. But the Liberals are, I would say, doing so far a fine job of practicing the art of fence sitting. I'm just not sure really that that's the kind of approach that Canadians want to see on this. So some in this House think that that means recommitting us to having CF-18s there. We don't. We think it means honoring the spirit of their election commitment when they said they would withdraw the CF-18s to actually withdraw from that mission and to look at other things, Mr. Speaker. So I think sometimes the hardest questions when we talk about trying to undermine forces of global terrorism are the ones that cause us to have to look in the mirror. They're the ones that ask us, you know, to the extent that funds for organizations like ISIS are traveling through Canadian hands, if they are, to the extent that Canadian arms producers are selling weapons either directly to or to countries or to parties that end up having those arms be part of the global terrorist movement. Those are some of the tough questions because they actually ask us to say no to our friends, to restrict our own behavior that in some cases benefits some Canadians. And once again, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the Liberals on this issue, we see that kind of fence-sitting happening again. So when we've asked questions in the House about the sale of arms and military goods to Saudi Arabia, what we're met with is a government that says, well, you're probably right, actually. I mean, we agree with you that this isn't good, but we're going to let it go ahead anyway. And that was just some other government And that's too bad. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, I think they would tell you, certainly on other files, they do tell you. They were elected to undo some of the most egregious things that the last government did. And then suddenly on an issue like this, their hands are tied. It's hard to buy, Mr. Speaker, and it's hard to accept. Because I actually think this is one of the things that Canada could be doing that's concrete, that would be far more effective. I mean, we now have a long recent history of these kinds of military interventions in that region of the world, and it has not produced, I think it's fair to say, the kinds of results that those who initiated them would have liked to have seen, or even those who didn't initiate them would have liked to have seen. It didn't bring the kind of peace and prosperity to the region. It hasn't made people in North America or in other parts of the world feel more safe and more secure. Things have gotten worse. And the answer, typically, from some has been to say, well, we just need to ramp up our efforts. We need to do more of what has not been working, instead of looking at some of those tough questions about arms traffic that either originates or passes through Canada and what we could be doing in those instances. So that's where I think I would like to see the focus, Mr. Speaker. I think on this side of the House, we've been asking to see more focus on that because we do believe in doing something about the threat. We would like to see that threat neutralized, Mr. Speaker, but we just can't be blind to recent history, which has shown that the kinds of undertakings by the U.S. government, not NATO, not the UN, these missions have not been in the tradition of peacekeeping that the Liberals in their new government have been trying to invoke, to say Canada's back and we're getting back into the old traditions. The old traditions of peacekeeping would have seen us participating in UN missions. This is not a multilateral mission, Mr. Speaker, and it's not sanctioned by the international alliances and groups that we have traditionally undertaken these kinds of missions with. So I'm disappointed in that. I don't think that de-emphasizing a military role or even leaving a military role altogether, Mr. Speaker, means not being able to do things. And so that's the false dichotomy I think we need to reject in this debate, and then I stand here to reject. There are many things that we can do in terms of cutting the legs out from terrorist organizations that don't involve the kinds of ultimately ineffective military interventions that we've seen. Ineffective in the sense of not realizing the goals that they purport to realize. Military intervention is a particular kind of tool, Mr. Speaker, and like any tool, when you're selecting your tool, you have to know what job it is you want to do. You need to know what the finished product looks like. It's why when you use the military, Mr. Speaker, you need to give a clear definition of what the mission is. You need to give a clear definition of what the end goal is and what completion looks like. And you need to know how it is that you're going to extract yourself from that once that goal has been realized. And I think that if you can't do that, it's a real mistake, Mr. Speaker, and we've seen it before, where countries, in some cases even Canada, get involved in long, protracted military missions where people lose their lives. And at the end of the day, it's a messy exit because there is no clear victory, because it was never clear going in, Mr. Speaker, what a clear victory would be. And it pains me to sit on this side of the House and see our new government, having promised change, engaging in that same behavior, Mr. Speaker. As I say, I mean, there were many people during the election that on this issue saw the Liberals and the NDP as of a piece, because the Liberals wanted to stop the CF-18 campaign. So did we, and Canadians took it to mean that the Liberals meant what we meant, which was that that kind of military mission is not producing the results that its advocates say they want and say it will. And so we need to do other things. We need to look at ourselves. We need to look at the way that these organizations are financing themselves. We need to look at the way that these organizations are getting the arms that they're using in the region. And even though those are harder conversations to have, the conversation that the Liberal government is refusing to have right now when we ask questions about the Saudi arms deal, those are the kinds of things that I think could be more effective and may help us to actually realize the goals for which we've had now many years of military intervention, many lives lost. And so I would urge them to take that approach rather than the one represented in this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before continuing, before we go to questions and comments, I just want to remind the honourable members, and I know we get very passionate about a lot of the stuff we discuss in the House, try to keep it concise as possible so we can get more questions in. It's just a request, just out of respect for everyone in the House, so that we can get more questions in for the members. Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to begin by thanking the honourable member from Transcona for his speech. It was certainly interesting, certainly one-sided. Mr. Speaker, but I just want to make sure that he fully understands the proposal that's in front of him and his team these last few days. That we will be tripling the size of our train, advise, and assist mission so that local people who live in the country can actually defend themselves against ISIL. We will be adding $145 million for counterterrorism in Iraq. We will be adding $840 million for humanitarian assistance by those that are affected in the most horrendous ways who live in the Middle East and Iraq. And we will be adding $270 million to help rebuild local infrastructure, including water capacity, roads, so that people can try to get some semblance of normalcy in that country. I'm just wondering if the honourable member from Transcona is aware of this.
The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Well, I am aware that that the government is talking about train and assist, and I'm aware that the government has undertaken similar types of measures in the past. And when I was talking about the types of missions that didn't ultimately yield the outcomes that we had hoped for, that was partly what I had in mind. That doesn't change the fact that when they perform in those kinds of roles, they are more likely to be engaging in combat. And that's partly why we've been up in question period and just asking we would like the plan to change, but our questions haven't been change the plan, just fess up to what it actually is. That part of that train and assist role, just like you can't train, you can't train a carpenter just in a classroom. You got to go out on a job site with them to teach them and do the job. When you talk about train and assist, you're talking about sending Canadian men and women out into the field. And that means that they're going to be more likely to be engaging in combat. In fact, more likely than some of our allies who are continuing an air campaign. So what we're asking in the most minimal sense is just some recognition from honourable members like yourself on your side of the House, so to speak, to own up to the fact that this means we're actually continuing a combat role, granted in a train and assist capacity, but a combat role nevertheless. And so I do hear what you're saying. I do hear what the honourable member is saying, I should say, Mr. Speaker. I just think I'd just like to hear him say the other part that he's leaving implicit.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Foothills. Sorry?
Provencher, perhaps.
Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to comment on the speech from the honourable member from Elmwood, Transcona. I listened carefully to what he said, and certainly this government has indicated there's going to be sunnier days and ways, and we're going to be more open and transparent. But I find myself actually agreeing somewhat with the member from Elmwood, Transcona, and I actually find myself surprised to be agreeing with him. But certainly during the campaign, when the narrative was that we're withdrawing our 6 CF-18s from the combat, from the conflict in Syria, the impression that was left with me is that they were also withdrawing from the combat completely and from the conflict. And now there seems to be a bit of a turnabout face on that, and I'm wondering if the member has some further thoughts on that.
The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Well, unfortunately, I think what my further thoughts on that are just that this is part of an emerging pattern. We saw, I think, a number of places where the Liberals were making certain professions during the campaign that were designed to tap into a sense of malaise with Canadians about how the previous government was behaving and policies that it was undertaking. And to be sure, some of those have been acted on, and we've been happy to see the reinstitution of the long-form census, for instance. I was pleased to stand and speak in favor of Bill C-4, Mr. Speaker, but on some other things like EI reform, on making a commitment to expanding the CPP, those were commitments that they made to capture a spirit of reform, a different kind of reform. I don't want members beside me to get too excited as I talk about reform, but a certain kind of spirit of reform, a left-wing reform, if you will, Mr. Speaker. And in government now we see that they are all too slow to act, and I hope that doesn't mean they won't act at all, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just wanted to start off by saying I'm sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Lakeland, pardon me. And I do want to begin my discussion, my comments about the motion by thanking the brave men and women of our armed forces for their contribution and sacrifices in the fight against ISIS. You know, our Canadian fighter pilots, indeed all of our men and women in uniform, should never have to question Canada's commitment to the fight against ISIS. Unfortunately, that's what the Liberal government with its motion is asking them to do. Question whether we have the stomach for this fight. I have a unique perspective. Like a number of other members of this House, my background is humble Mennonite roots, where our focus as a Mennonite community has been peace, peacemaking, living at peace with others around us in the community, in our country, in our neighborhoods. And we've taken seriously the reminder in the Beatitudes that blessed are the peacemakers. I do want to draw a distinction, though, between peacemaking and peacekeeping. There are some who suggest, on the other side, that in fact Canada has always been and is defined by who we are as peacekeepers. And I will be the first to admit that Canadians have distinguished themselves as peacekeepers around the world. But that doesn't define who we are as Canadians. In fact, Canada truly became a nation in World War I when we sent our brave men and women into battle to stand up against tyranny. We did the same thing in World War II, where we stood up against hatred, against fascism, against racism. And we were successful in doing that. Can you imagine what the world would be like had we not engaged and had we lost that fight? And those conflicts weren't about peacekeeping. They were about forging a lasting peace in which the rights of all were respected, in which the values of democracy and freedom and human rights and the rule of law were promoted and established on a lasting basis. So this whole canard about Canada simply being a peacekeeping nation doesn't do credit in any way to Canada's history and our forward-looking commitment to continuing to stand up for the most vulnerable people around the world. Indeed, close to 117,000 Canadians have lost their lives in combat, standing up for the very principles I just raised. What has defined us as a nation is our willingness to stand up against evil, to stand up and identify right from wrong, not simply to turn a blind eye to the scourge of violence and tyranny against the most vulnerable around the world. And that brings me to the notion of responsibility to protect. That's something we haven't heard from the Liberal side much. You know, the United Nations has adopted this principle of responsibility to protect. And there's no situation that more aptly reflects what this is all about. It's a situation in Rwanda. When the global community was called to engage in a situation where genocide was taking place, and we didn't engage. And what a horrific outcome that was. And the responsibility to protect simply says, when there is such a significant risk to a people group, to a group of human beings, and that risk is being generated by those who are truly evil, that the world, the global community, has an obligation to intervene. And I can't imagine a situation more appropriate to apply that principle than in the Middle East in the fight against ISIS. ISIS hates our Canadian values. They are an extremist religious ideology that wants to impose a global caliphate upon our world that would govern both Muslims and non-Muslims. And it is a violent ideology, one that goes after the most vulnerable, religious minorities, ethnic minorities. They put people in cages, they burn them, they drown them. They behead young children who are listening to pop music. They rape women. They sell young girls into slavery. And it goes on and on and on. Canada has historically always stood up against and confronted these kinds of evils in the world. And we are one of those targets, Mr. Speaker. And I want to remind everyone in this House that the suggestion that this is a conflict in a far-off land on a distant shore is simply a false premise. The more successful that ISIS is in the Middle East, the more Canadians will become emboldened and inspired. These are typically misinformed and vulnerable Canadians who then themselves become radicalized and commit horrific acts of terrorism against Canadians. And we've seen that in Canada, right here on Parliament Hill. One of our soldiers was killed at the National Monument. Another one of our guards was shot here. And the same thing happened in Quebec. The long arms of terrorism reach into Canada. And if we don't confront it in the Middle East, it will become even more pernicious and prevalent in Canada. Now, there are some that suggest that, in fact, our allies are happy with our decision, very pleased that we've withdrawn our fighter jets from this fight against ISIS. Liberals have suggested that they have consulted with our allies, and they're completely okay with this. Well, I'm looking at the National Post today, and there's a headline that screams, U.S. general heading air campaign against ISIL says, it was kind of sad to see Canada pull its F-18s. And this three-star general, Charles Brown, goes on to say that I realize that your operators who fly the F-18s, your pilots, I think they are a little disappointed because I know if I was one of them at the squadron level and much younger, I would probably be feeling the same way. You know what else he said? He said he found out Canada's new government intended to withdraw its jets, not through consultations, but by watching CNN, of all places. Is that what you do to your allies? Really? These are people that we have and countries that we have been partners with in the fight against tyranny and against terrorism. And this is how we treat our allies? Mr. Speaker, we've seen the evidence of terrorism all around the world. We've seen it in Paris. We've seen it in the Middle East. We see it in Africa. We see it now in Asia. And Canadians understand the threat that we face. Now, what have our fighter jets achieved? In summary, without going into details, and all the sorties that they've flown, and the facility that they've destroyed, what I can tell you is that our efforts and those of our allies have essentially meant that ISIS is now on the run. Their safe havens are being eliminated one at a time. Their source of funding is drying up. So as we consider this issue, understand there's a lot at stake here. I'm asking the government to reconsider its decision. There's general acknowledgement that the decision that the Liberal government made to withdraw our fighter jets from the fight against ISIS was strictly a political one. It was a calculation made to allow the current government to wedge itself against the previous government. That's exactly what happened. And that is no basis for us to play our significant role within the Allied effort to fight the scourge of terrorism all around the world. And I don't want to in any way diminish, Mr. Speaker, the humanitarian efforts that have to take place in the Middle East, in Syria and Iraq and elsewhere around the world. Canada does its part. We do our part on welcoming refugees into our country. We do our part on robust diplomacy. But when we are withdrawing our fighter jets from the Middle East in the fight against ISIS, what we're doing, we're also increasing the risk to our men and women in uniform who are on the ground fighting the good fight, providing training to the Kurds, doing intelligence gathering, painting targets, which now our Canadian fighter pilots will not be able to attack. We'll leave it to our allies to do the heavy lifting. That's a shameful record that we're leaving behind for future generations. I ask this government to reconsider its position, restore our fighter jets as part of the Allied effort in fighting terrorism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles.
Colleague, but regrettably to say my colleague was explaining as he a great military general in the region. We do have our commander in the region, and they know their job, and they know exactly what they are doing. Let me remind my colleague from the other side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, that in 2002, when the American went to Iraq, Prime Minister at that time, Jean Chrétien, refused to participate in the war when the other side were applauding and pushing Canada to participate and to be involved in the war. Finally, and a few years after, all Canadian citizens applauded the decision of Jean Chrétien at that time. So just to say, we know what we're doing, the government knows what they're doing, our general on the ground knows what they're doing, and exactly what this government do, and this is for the interest of Canada, of Canadian, and of our men and women in uniform serving on that country. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe there was a question there. And I believe the honourable member may not have actually seen his own government's policy on this. He's hearkening back to Prime Minister Chrétien not sending our troops into Iraq, suggesting that is the model that we should follow. Well, is he then suggesting that we should withdraw all of our troops from Iraq and Syria? Is he suggesting that this mission which his Prime Minister is now proposing to triple is wrong, that we should withdraw those troops? You know, Mr. Speaker, the big fallacy of us pulling our fighter jets out of the region is we already have Canadian men and women in uniform on the ground there doing valuable work in training those on the ground there, the locals, to fight effectively, to be able to confront ISIS in an effective way. They're doing intelligence gathering. They're painting targets for fighter jets to destroy key ISIS facilities, to make sure that ISIS can't spread, that it doesn't have a safe haven, that it can't raise funds. And yet I'm hearing this member now suggesting that perhaps his Prime Minister and his government should pull all the troops out, as Prime Minister Chrétien suggested Iraq was a failure. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know, when you're asking questions or making comments in the House, you have to be consistent. The government has said they want to triple the number of troops on the ground in Syria, then at least protect them and have our fighter jets protecting them.
Questions? Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I heard the honourable member at the beginning of his speech references Mennonite heritage. I come from Manitoba. There are many Mennonites in Manitoba, many of whom came to exercise the right that Canada afforded them to conscientious objection. And during the campaign, I actually had a number of Mennonites in my riding tell me that a turning point for them, they had always voted, Conservative. But the previous government's policy on Syrian refugees was a turning point for them, as many of their families had come to Canada as refugees. I just wonder if the honourable member shared those feelings, and if so, if there is not an implicit criticism of the bombing campaign, which is contributing to the massive outflux of Syrian refugees.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, do I share the political persuasion of those who actually voted NDP? Of course I don't. I believe our Conservative approach is one that represents the best interests of this country. It represents the national interest. I can't tell you that I'm very proud of my Mennonite heritage, but I can also tell you that as an elected member of this House, the most sacred duty that is imposed upon us and upon me is to keep Canadians safe. And we have always done our part to engage with our allies to make sure that the world is safe, that we continue to have global security, and that global security is very fragile today. And I make no apologies for representing a party that stands for the vulnerable around the world, that understands the responsibility to protect. And I would encourage that member to review that principle of responsibility to protect, a principle that has been adopted by the United Nations that I know the MCC, the Mennonite Central Committee, has had to wrestle with because it is very real. We live in a world where we have many vulnerable people, and from time to time there is a good case to be made to intervene on their behalf and protect them.
Yeah.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member from Abbotsford for sharing his time with me today. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to add my voice on behalf of the people of Lakeland to the debate regarding the government's proposed mission against ISIL. This is among our most solemn and critical responsibilities. Before I begin, I'd like to thank the men and women of our Canadian Armed Forces for their determination and for their bravery. I would also like to thank the Royal Canadian Air Force pilots and crew for their critical work and progress in the fight against ISIL. Mr. Speaker, as Canadians express their strong and steadfast appreciation to the thousands of men and women who continue to put their lives on the line to fight for freedom and for human rights, the Liberal government's approach is incoherent. It seems to not only lack the proper consideration and evidence required for these types of tactical military decisions, but it's also devoid of common sense. We should be forthright about the true evil that Canada and our allies are fighting. ISIL are extremist, barbaric terrorists who are executing unspeakable atrocities against innocent and vulnerable people. They are carrying out a systematic extermination of people who are ethnic and religious minorities in Syria and Iraq and the larger region with bigger aspirations. They do not think twice about beheading Western journalists, aid workers, and students while filming their terror to proliferate their campaign of hate and fear. They are trafficking and raping thousands of women and using young child sex slaves for their own personal and perverted pleasure. They want to conquer the world by killing any and all religions that support democracy and any individual, group, or ideology with whom or with which they disagree. They force their views on others by recruiting the weak and exploiting the vulnerable. They use whatever and whomever they need to in order to further their own agenda and at any cost. We cannot pretend we don't know. The world has witnessed the true devastation that ISIL leaves in its wake, ravaging entire regions with mass executions, beheadings, torture, and cultural genocide. The events that transpired in Paris last November will be forever etched in our minds. The sheer terror that rippled through the streets of the world's most romantic city, killing at least 130 people, that reached all corners of the world as it precipitated a series of coordinated attacks on the rest of the civilized world. Suicide bombers have attacked innocent civilians in Turkey, Lebanon, Tunisia, and others. In October 2015, a Russian Metrojet was bombed, killing 224 people. In December 2015, a couple opened fire on a holiday party at a center for people with disabilities in San Bernardino, California. 14 people died. These are just some of the unfathomable acts that ISIL perpetrates. It's only a sliver of their horrendous terrorism. We, as Canadians, here in the most admired country in the world, have never turned our backs on vulnerable people, victims of atrocities, blatant terrorism, and acts of war. We have always stood with our allies and punched above our weight in military campaigns against evil, in defense of human rights, and to ensure our own safety and security. Hear, hear. Take, for example, Canada's role in Afghanistan. For 13 years, brave members of our Canadian Armed Forces contributed to stabilizing one of the world's poorest countries, rife with political instability, human rights abuses, and a bleak economy. Today, Afghan girls proudly attend school. Afghan security forces are providing safety and security to their people, and the economy is moving in the right direction. Standing with our allies to defend and to provide opportunities and hope for people in regions devastated by terrorism, people under attack, is the right thing to do. It's the Canadian thing to do. As my colleague, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, has said recently, it seems the Liberal government doesn't really understand the true nature of terrorism. They're not just thugs, as the Prime Minister has said. They're not simply organized criminals, as the Minister of Natural Defence has asserted. Terrorism aims to destroy everything we as Canadians believe in, our very way of life. Right. Equality, the rule of law, democracy, freedom, human rights, acceptance, diversity, and self-determination. Mr. Speaker, I believe wholeheartedly that Canada has an obligation to protect our rights and freedoms and those of our allies. As a stable and democratic country, we must fight terror. ISIL has also named, targeted, and threatened Canada and Canadians directly. An ISIL-motivated murderer killed one of our soldiers in 2014. In a November 2014 audio recording, ISIL's leader said the group will fight to the last man. He specifically singled out Canada and other Western countries as stumbling between fear, weakness, inability, and failure. In November 2015, a magazine published by ISIL called for jihadi fighters in Western countries, including Canada, to, quote, rise and defend your state from your place wherever you may be. In fact, some Canadians have been recruited by ISIL and have made threats against our own country. In a video release, Farah Sheridan said he had a message to his home country of Canada. He said, "We are coming and we will destroy you. We will bring you slaughter." And John Maguire, who urged ISIL sympathizers to carry out lone wolf attacks on Canadians, targets in a video released by ISIL. Mr. Speaker, while our allies are stepping up, Canada is stepping back. The Liberals' changes to Canada's mission against ISIL are at best short-sighted and at worst inconceivable. As we send hundreds more military trainers into a war zone, we've pulled our skilled and very successful CF-18 fighter jets from their role of providing much-needed protection. Once a well-respected and integral ally, Canada is now abandoning our full-fledged participation to other countries like the United States, France, and Australia, who have committed to defeating this threat against all of us. While no real tactical answer has been provided as to why the decision was made to pull our CF-18s from the fight against ISIL, we know for certain this was a political decision by the Liberal government to meet an arbitrary campaign promise even before this debate today. My Conservative colleagues and I are grateful for the contributions and progress of the Royal Canadian Air Force pilots and crew in the critical fight against ISIL. They have made a difference. We agree with a multi-pronged approach, including humanitarian aid, providing refuge for vulnerable people here in Canada, and training local forces. All were undertaken by the previous government. But who is going to protect and support our men and women on the ground? If we do not participate in this combat mission, we will be dropping humanitarian aid on dead bodies. Our international partners have asked us to stay in the air combat mission. Victims of terrorism have asked us to stay. The Conservative Party has asked the government to maintain our air combat contribution. These pleas are falling on deaf ears. While the government has already pulled our CF-18s out of this mission before the conclusion of the debate here in the House, I strongly urge them to reevaluate and to prioritize the safety and security of the people they are putting on the ground and of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, we will always be committed to upholding human rights, religious freedoms, and the rule of law. These principles are fundamental to our Canadian identity. Standing with our allies to fight terrorism with all means necessary is the Canadian thing to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Canada, Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we need to ask a question here. If ISIL is everything that was said by the members who had just finished speaking, if it was a true evil, if it committed unspeakable atrocities, if it committed acts of war, and traffic, and violence, and hate, and fear, and they want to conquer the world, why did the previous government give 600 soldiers and 8 airplanes? What is it? Which is it? If they are indeed this threat to the world, if they are indeed committing this kind of evil, then you're right. Then it demands a greater contribution from Canada. In 2004, 2006, we went into Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker, and we took 2,500 troops. It wasn't a token, Mr. Speaker. It was not a token, Mr. Speaker. We knew that what was happening in Afghanistan was serious, and we stood up to the plate and did something about it. And again, it comes back to that experience. We saw how to make a success out of Afghanistan, and we're suggesting that we move the same way forward here, and that the next phase of this operation is to provide the stability that can contribute to the rebuilding and reconstruction efforts that will follow over time, and we are going to lead that direction towards stability, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Wow. I just think the member is completely out of touch from the values and the concerns of most Canadians, and I'm not sure whether she's mocking or betraying her own or her government's actual position on the threat that ISIL poses. I hardly know how to reply, except that on this side of the House, we believe, as we've demonstrated, Canada must take the most robust effort that we can in support of our allies in multiple ways, in a combat mission, in providing humanitarian aid, and in assisting refugees to come to Canada. And we know this is a time in which our allies are increasing their combat activities, increasing their military presence in the area. We're saying that Canada should continue to provide that support to the best of our abilities, and that we should continue to do that as our allies have asked. I by no means think that the brave and self-sacrificing efforts of the people of the Canadian Armed Forces is a token, and I'm just shocked that the member would even come close to implying that in this debate.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker. Well, speaking as well from this side of the House, I think that the opinions of our party are quite different. I'd have to say, Mr. Speaker, that what I find really shocking when I look at the amendment put forward by the member's party is that they wish to remove any engagement by the Government of Canada in improving living conditions of conflict-affected areas, investing significantly in humanitarian aid, engaging more effectively with political leaders in the region, and welcoming tens of thousands of Syrian refugees to Canada. So perhaps the member could explain to this place, on behalf of her party, why it is that they feel that those kinds of activities by Canada in assisting those overseas are not appropriate for the Government of Canada.
In 45 seconds or less, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Of course, we support all of those efforts, and our previous government took that multi-pronged approach to this challenge and to the threat in the region. We believe in a couple of other things, which is also, first and foremost, ensuring the safety and security of Canadians as we welcome refugees to our Canadian family. But this is the key thing for this debate, is what can Canada and should Canada and will Canada do in cooperation with our allies in this important fight to defeat these barbaric extremist terrorists? And, you know, I'm just shocked, actually, by the hypocrisy of the parties on another part of the spectrum from me, who like to go on and on about their tolerance and their beliefs and, you know, the right of people like me to hold office and to advocate on behalf of people I represent and to get elected, and all those other atrocious things that those terrorists are doing to vulnerable and innocent people across the world, and that these other parties would have us withdraw from fighting to defend and to protect those vulnerable innocent people.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I'd like to thank the member for Lakeland for her passion and for her passion for women and girls around the world who are put at risk by groups like ISIL, and for her great speech here in the House today. I am going to be sharing my time with the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola. And Mr. Speaker, it was an honour to be able to participate in this debate in last March when our government at the time brought forward a motion for debate and a vote in the House of Commons. That's a hallmark of our Conservative government. That's something that we started in this place. Previous Liberal governments, whether they were deploying troops to Afghanistan or redeploying them to Kandahar under the governments of Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin, did not consult the House. And I was going to congratulate them on adopting that Conservative practice, but of course we've now since learned that before the Prime Minister had even finished moving the motion, that they had already made the decision without consulting this House. So, I guess we thank them for the consultation after the fact, after they'd already made up their minds. But at least we are having a debate here in the House, which is, again, a new phenomenon for the Liberal Party, so we congratulate them on that. I did want to talk a bit about previous Liberals and their views in previous governments. I want to quote from the former Deputy Prime Minister, who said, "Canada has a good reputation in the world, but let's make no mistake about it. Canada does not have a history as a pacifist or a neutralist country. Canada has soldiers who are buried all over Europe because we fought in defense of liberty." And that is a quote from John Manley. And it was a quote that he made after 9/11 when there was some concern about what the Canadian response would be, and there was some that were putting forward the response that Canada was a peacekeeping nation, that in fact we didn't fight, that we didn't get our hands dirty. And I heard that disturbing trend again today in debate from Liberal members. The Liberal member from Surrey Newton, when I was here earlier in the debate, said this Liberal motion is a return to Canada's type of international engagement. Mr. Speaker, that is an insult to all of the brave men and women from across the generations who have fought in World War I, the fight that shaped our nation, World War II, responding to the Holocaust and to the threat that Nazi Germany posed to the world, to Korea. And in Afghanistan, there's again this whitewashing of our combat mission in Afghanistan, where it is said, well, we just trained in Afghanistan. At the end of that engagement, yes, Mr. Speaker, the focus was on training. But prior to that, there was a counterinsurgency that our men and women in uniform were involved in, 158 of them paying the ultimate sacrifice with their lives to serve this country for the greater good and for vulnerable people who were under the thumb of the Taliban. And those brave men and women went to make life better, as the member for Lakeland said, for young girls who couldn't go to school, for those that were killed simply for not worshiping in the same way as the Taliban and their twisted ideology. So let's not forget that the Canadian way has been to fight injustice, to protect the innocent, and that we've done that throughout our history, and we shouldn't simply talk about the blue helmets and the blue berets. That is a proud part of our military history as well, but let's not diminish the work that our men and women in uniform have done across the generations of this country, who've built this country. They fought for what was right, and that's what certainly when we brought this motion forward in the last Parliament, I remember respecting so much former Member of Parliament Irwin Cotler, who refused to stand with the Liberal position because he believed, like our government, in the responsibility to protect. And he saw that by doing what we were asked, and I can't believe in the member for Lakeland gave in her speech, a Liberal member saying that our men and women are hundreds of support staff, our trainers on the ground, and our 6 CF-18s were tokens, that this was somehow just a token effort that wasn't really worthy of support. And if we've really meant it, I guess we would have sent in the PPCLI or some light brigade. Mr. Speaker, that's what we were asked to do. We were asked to send CF-18s, and that's what we did. And for that member to minimize that as tokenism is a disservice to the men and women in uniform who have been serving this country valiantly for the last 18 months, and she should be ashamed of herself. Mr. Speaker, perhaps there's a reason why that sort of rhetoric comes from that side, and it's because it starts at the top with the Prime Minister when he was leader of the third party, when he was asked about our mission with 6 CF-18s participating with the coalition. What did he say? And I know they don't like to hear it, but I'm going to say it again. He said, "We're just going to whip out our CF-18s to show everyone how big they are." That's what the contribution of the Royal Canadian Air Force was. What an insult to the people of the Royal Canadian Air Force. Then again in the debate, when it was brought to the floor, and perhaps he had to tidy up his language a little bit, he said, "The only thing we're contributing is a few aging warplanes." Again, Mr. Speaker, an insult to the men and women who fly those planes. And let's talk about what they've done in their time acting on behalf of the people of Canada. What has our Royal Canadian Air Force done? They've flown 1,378 sorties, 783 support aircraft flights, 251 airstrikes, and 399 ISIS targets destroyed. And that's what we're here to debate. That's what we, on this side of the House and the official opposition, are here to say. Why do we support the continued bombing by the CF-18s? Because it's working. Because prior to the bombing campaign by the coalition, ISIS was rolling across the open country through Syria and Iraq with impunity. They were taking whatever they wanted. They were rolling like a standing army. And what has happened because of the air campaign? They have seen their supply lines cut off. They've seen their financing reduced. They have seen their occupied territory reduced by 25%. It is working. The CF-18s are part of that. And again, I heard the government members today saying, well, there's lots of bombers in the area. We're only providing 2.5% of the sorties. Well, Mr. Speaker, then why is it such a big deal to keep them there as part of the multi-pronged approach? We have said clearly, the Prime Minister, the now member for Calgary Heritage, said when he brought forward the motion in the last Parliament, he said, we must do both humanitarian and military. We must respond with humanitarian support. We must respond militarily. And again, what we see now is this Liberal government saying, well, we can go with training, we can bring in more refugee support, all of which we support, all of which we supported when we were in government. But what the other thing that we supported was the continued use of our CF-18s and the brave men and women who've done such a great job delivering for the Government of Canada and for the people of Canada in this fight against ISIS. And what I find ironic or interesting in this motion is that there are some who are trying to portray this as a philosophical opposition to bombing. It's tough to be philosophically opposed to bombing when Canadians will still be painting targets, when Canadians will still be providing refueling, when Canadians will still be providing reconnaissance for selecting targets. So why wouldn't we allow the men and women of the Royal Canadian Air Force to continue to deliver those bombs on behalf of Canadians? Why wouldn't they continue to degrade and destroy ISIS? Because we're supporting the bombing effort, we're just not supporting our men and women in the Royal Canadian Air Force to continue to do the job that they do so well. So, Mr. Speaker, ISIS is a terrorist organization that deserves to be destroyed and degraded. Our brave men and women in the Royal Canadian Air Force have been doing a fantastic job in delivering for Canadians and for the Government of Canada. They should stay there, and that's why I support the amendment and will be opposing this motion.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank member opposite for his passion and his speech. I will say, Mr. Speaker, I feel, though, it is disingenuous and unfair to suggest that the Liberals don't support our men and women in the armed forces. I think that's a very unfair comment. And it really disappoints me to see the rhetoric and how much the rhetoric has increased tonight. It's very disappointing. And I think to suggest that our troops are at greater risk, Mr. Speaker, because we are going to withdraw our CF-18s, I don't think that's accurate. I think it's disingenuous to suggest that. It's a coalition effort, and the fact that we're going to pull our CF-18s will not put our troops at any more risk. The Liberal Party has simply come up with a plan that we feel is the best way forward to combat ISIS. And, Mr. Speaker, will the member opposite not concede that we are doing what we think is best? We think it's the best strategy. We think it is the best way forward for our country and for our contribution to the effort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chilliwack HoC.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the Liberal Party does believe it's best. I think they're wrong. And I think they're wrong because our CF-18s have been delivering results. They have been, as I mentioned, 399 targets acquired and destroyed. ISIS continues to see their occupied lands reduced. They continue to see their supply lines decimated, and they're running low on funds because their oil sales are drying up because of the coalition bombing campaign. So I would say simply this: we support so much of this motion, except for the fact that you're removing that the government wants to remove the CF-18s, which are delivering a valuable contribution to our coalition partners. And there is not a single coalition partner that asked Canada to withdraw our CF-18s. And that, Mr. Speaker, is the real tragedy here, is that this is simply being done not because it's good military strategy, not because it's good for Canada's international reputation, not because it will degrade and destroy ISIS, but because it keeps a Liberal campaign promise.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Yeah, honourable member for his comments, although I regret I don't agree with much of what he says, particularly with respect to his failure to acknowledge what is an appropriate refocusing of our military resources in the region. And one of the reasons why I say this is because in his comments, he simply fails to acknowledge that it is only 20% of the time that our CF-18s are actually dropping their payloads. Now, why is that? There's a very obvious reason. ISIS, which we all agree in this House is a threat, is commingling with innocent lives. They are going into the mosques, they are going into the markets, and they are going into the schools. And they are doing that deliberately. And it is because our pilots are so well trained that they will not drop their payloads unless those preconditions are met. So in the face of that, we have decided to focus our efforts on training the local individuals so that they can defend themselves. And that is why you have strong allies like the United States who are saying you can't bomb your way out of Syria. Now, I don't know about the honourable member, but that certainly gives us a lot of assurance and a lot of comfort that we are going in the right direction. So my question to the honourable member is, why won't he support this motion?
The honourable member from Chilliwack HoC.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought it was pretty clear why I don't support the motion, because the CF-18s are being pulled out of the fight. And they talk about refocusing and all of that, as if the Royal Canadian Air Force could not continue at the same time that we were training, at the same time that we were providing humanitarian aid, at the same time that we were bringing in refugees. We have the capability, we've shown before, that we can fight at the same time that we are providing those other services. We certainly did it in Afghanistan, and we certainly can do it here. So I will disagree with that member and that party that it is necessary in order to increase training or increase humanitarian aid to withdraw the CF-18s, because the facts simply do not back that up.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So before I begin my comments today, I'd like to take a moment to point out that it is profoundly disappointing to be having a debate on this motion when the government has already begun implementing some of the motion's recommendations before this place has even seen a vote. Now, why bother having the debate when the government cannot be bothered to at least show this House the the respect of having a vote before it begins actions such as withdrawing the CF-18s. But of course, that is the point. So the government can boast that it did have a democratic vote, even if it was after the fact, because, of course, we all know this is part of the so-called new tone in Ottawa. Now, what also troubles me in this case, Madam Speaker, is that the decision to withdraw our CF-18 fighters was made by this Prime Minister before the mission even began. Now, let me explain. On October 3rd of 2014, the former Prime Minister came before this place, put forward a motion asking the House to confirm its confidence for a government decision to join our allies and partners, the United States, United Kingdom, France, Australia, Denmark, the Netherlands, Belgium, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, in launching airstrikes against ISIL. During the former Prime Minister's speech, he also provided all of the specific mission details. Now, if you happened to be in the House that day, you would also know that the leader of the third party responded to that motion, reading directly from a pre-written speech. Now, the reason why I point this out is because that pre-written speech opposed the mission to join our allies in the fight against ISIL. In other words, before the member from Papineau even knew the details of the mission, he had already written his speech opposing it. Now, as we also know, in an interview with CBC journalist Terry Molesky, when asked, if you don't want to bomb a group as ghastly as ISIS, when would you ever support real military action? Our Prime Minister called that question nonsensical. As we all know, that's not really an answer. To this day, we have never heard a clear or articulate answer as to why this Prime Minister does not support our CF-18s bombing ISIS. And there's a reason why I say our Canadian CF-18s. If you look at this motion that our Prime Minister has proposed, Canada will continue to provide our Aurora aerial surveillance aircraft to, among other tasks, find ISIS strategic targets to be bombed. We will also continue to provide our Polaris refueling tanker aircraft to help our allies' aerial bombers reach those same targets. And finally, as General Vance has confirmed, our expanded training forces will continue to operate near the front lines, painting targets to be bombed. In other words, Canada remains actively involved in the campaign to bomb ISIS, only we are no longer willing to pull the trigger. Last week, the Prime Minister referred to the, and I quote, beaches of World War II and the trenches of World War I, where Canadians have never shied away from standing up and doing what is right. The point being, Madam Speaker, is that in those campaigns, Canadian soldiers did stand shoulder to shoulder with our allies, and we did share the burden of pulling the trigger against those who would do us harm. That is no longer the case here. The question is why? Does the Prime Minister not believe bombing can be an effective part of the campaign to defeat ISIS? Last week, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, the airstrikes by our allies and by Royal Canadian Armed Forces members has been effective in a measure of impact against ISIL. So it seems that the Prime Minister has finally recognized the effectiveness of our airstrikes by withdrawing them. And of course, that's not a coherent explanation. When the member from Papineau, as the third-party leader, spoke on the original training mission, he had some interesting things to say. And I quote directly from the member of Papineau who said, we now know that Canadian troops have been at the front lines, calling in airstrikes and engaging in several direct firefights. In a matter of months, despite assurances to the contrary, the government steadily and stealthily drew Canada into a deeper ground combat role in Iraq, end quote. Now, the Prime Minister seeks to increase the number of trainers on the ground. General Vance has confirmed that the expanded training force will continue to paint targets for airstrikes and will return fire if fired upon, as we would expect them to. My question is, if the Prime Minister considered a, and I quote, deeper combat role, then how can he now claim this new mission that expands the numbers of soldiers doing the same work is a non-combat role now? Once again, this is not a coherent explanation or position. In this regard, I can relate to the frustration of the NDP, who also see this blatant hypocrisy. But what is also interesting is that back in March of 2015, our Prime Minister stated that the work of our trainers, quote, should take place away from the front lines, end quote. Yet we know that our trainers will continue to work near the front lines, painting targets. Once again, the Prime Minister says one thing when opposing the original mission against ISIS, and then does another when announcing his own mission. Now, these are not coherent positions, Madam Speaker. Let me also ask the House who said this. The government owes it to Canadians to be more honest about how long this mission will truly last. Once again, that was our Prime Minister. Then, not now. And of course, I could continue, but the more I study the Prime Minister's various positions on the mission against ISIS, ironically, I am forced to use the term nonsensical. Before I close, Madam Speaker, I would like to take a moment to sincerely thank our Royal Canadian Air Force pilots and their support team for the important work that they have completed in this mission. I would also like to thank our Canadian Forces soldiers who are bravely serving as trainers, and a sincere thank you to the many support personnel who are also serving in this mission. While we have much to debate in this place on the scope of mission and how it's changed, let us not forget that while our CF-18s may be coming home, many of our Canadian Armed Forces personnel will remain. To them and their families, let's give thanks for their ongoing sacrifice. And God bless them. May they all return home safely when this mission is complete. And one parting word, Madam Speaker, as I was quite happy today to rise in this place during question period and to ask the Minister of Defense whether or not those people that are currently deployed in Iraq will be eligible for the post-combat reintegration allowance. Now, this is an important benefit that allows members to be able to stay and support their families, and it recognizes the great sacrifice that they do while they serve abroad, not only taking the risks, Madam Speaker, but also the time that it takes away from their families, something I think that we generally all can understand and want to support. I was happy to see the Minister of Defense say in this place that that particular allowance would be eligible for those men and women. I think it's important that we as Conservatives, and actually taking away party labels, all members in this place should support those who risk so much to protect those who need it. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be a Canadian. I'm proud of the efforts put forward by all of our Canadian Armed Forces members, and again, wish them safe and security, and wish them to be home with their families safe as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Erskine, from Beaches, East York. Oh, sorry. Laval des Îles.
Laval des Îles.
I thank my colleague. First of all, I would like to comment about what my other colleague has said before, that Canada enjoyed or had a very good reputation. Regrettably, Madam Speaker, to say that under the previous government, that reputation went to its lowest level. But I assure all my colleagues that with this government, we are working hard in order to re-establish the reputation of Canada at the highest level. My question to my colleague regarding this motion, does he know the difference between a weak army and a very strong army? The mission of our government and division is to make from the Iraqi army a very, very strong army by providing training, logistic, and helping. Madam Speaker, if we leave 1,000 airplanes dropping bomb, and we leave after that a weak army, the day after, 5 ISIS will arise again. So by restructuring an army and keeping strong, that will vanish the existing of a terrible organization like ISIS. Thank you.
The honourable member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that we all feel comfortable we can bring our concerns and comments to this place. Not sure I can address all of the range of commentary that this member has presented, but I would just start with first is the Leadership Institute did a study and has found several times that Canada has the greatest reputation in the world. Something I think we should be proud of. And I hope that all members of Parliament would put their ideology aside and say that they are proud to be Canadians. In this place, we should be talking up Canada, not talking down. Although I always affirm the rights of members to say in this place what they feel. That being said, Madam Speaker, I would just simply point out that CF-18s are part of a tool in the toolbox. You may talk to some of the trainers who were on December 16th outside of Mosul, were attacked by several hundred ISIS fighters, and were greatly relieved when our CF-18s that were on a mission struck down and allowed them to reestablish those front lines. I feel that that mission had extreme value, and I hope this member would agree.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member. Just give me 1 second here. I just want to make sure I get it right. Sherwood Forest, Fort Saskatchewan. Fort Saskatchewan, yeah. Sherwood Forest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the questions I've been asking government members on this is if they are willing to use the word genocide to describe the actions of Daesh in Syria and Iraq. This is the word that has been used by Hillary Clinton. It's the word that's been used by the European Parliament in a resolution that they passed. And I think it's important that when we have genocide going on, we be willing to call it a genocide, because that affects how we need to respond. So I wonder if the honourable member can comment on that. Does he consider what is happening in Syria and Iraq a genocide? And does that, in fact, oblige us to understand that we have a responsibility to protect those who are victims?
I just want to comment that I think I said your writing wrong. It's Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I apologize. So the honourable member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I know that there is international law language around the use of the word genocide. I would simply point out that many of the populations, the Yazidis, the Ismailis, Christians, all have described that the death cult ISIS has targeted them in a way that is both brutal and has purposely sought to kill as many as possible. And while there may be some reluctance to call that a genocide by some quarters, I say we call it what it is. This is a genocidally intended organization that is intent on establishing an Islamic caliphate that needs to be challenged before they can gather more ground, before they can gather more illegal oil revenues, get access to unconventional weapons, and fund terrorist activities throughout the world. We must confront them, or eventually they will come to our shores. And so I hope that other members would consider that. This is a grave situation and deserves to be dealt with in the same serious manner.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time today with the member from Langley-Aldergrove. Madame le Président.
Madam Speaker, I'm very proud to be able to participate today in the debate on the Canadian strategy to fight against the armed ISIL group. I consider that this is a decision of historic importance. Why? Because one day the period we are experiencing today will be studied, and we will be judged for the actions we have taken, particularly as far as the fight against jihadist terrorism is concerned, that is threatening regional and global balances of power.
at this issue with 5 basic questions. What are we fighting? When should we fight? Why do we fight? How do we fight? And where do we fight? What are we fighting? Well, Madam Speaker, there's an atrocious, bloodthirsty organization that refers to itself as ISIL. This is a murderous terrorist regime that enslaves and tortures women and children, beheads entire villages based on ethnicity and religion, and even kills other followers of Islam simply for not being of the same orthodoxy.
This threat has killed Canadians here in our country, like Patrice Vincent and Corporal Cirillo, as well as abroad, 7 Quebecers in Burkina Faso and 1 in Indonesia. Terrorists have killed Canadians who were fighting in the Middle East and who were providing humanitarian assistance there. These are our adversaries, extremist terrorists who are against values such as freedom of religion and expression, which are guaranteed by the Charter of Rights, and the equality of women that Canada advocates.
Is when should we fight? Look at the combat situations Canada has gone into since its inception at Confederation. World War I saw Canada align with a group of allies, including France, the UK, and the United States, to fight a battle that was not on our soil. So why did we get involved? To help our allies. World War II was the next time Canadians went into combat. Again, although the war was happening outside our borders, we stood with our allies to eliminate a deadly threat. The Korean War, where again we stood with our allies to help fight a fight that was not directly threatening Canadians, is just another example. The Gulf War again had us joining alongside our allies with both airstrike and ground force fighters for a fight that was arguably not a threat in any way to Canadians. The next fight was in Kosovo, this time standing up for humanitarian reasons. And then there was Afghanistan, which was a response to the 9/11 terrorist attacks, which killed 26 Canadians. As it stands, Canada has been part of a large and broad coalition consisting of both our traditional allies as well as regional bloc players from the Middle and Near East region. Our actions, up until the recent election of our new government, were in step with our allies. And when we look back over all of these and say, why do we fight? We come with 3 main answers. 1, to stand with our allies. 2, to fight for humanitarian causes. And 3, to fight terrorists that have killed Canadians. So when we come to the fight against ISIL, we have another terrorist organization that has killed Canadians. Why would we do anything other than join our allies, fight for humanitarian causes, and combat the terrorists who are killing Canadians? Being clear that we need to engage in this combat, now the discussion turns to how should we fight? Our CF-18 jets, our Special Operations Forces, and military trainers were working constantly with their focus aimed at degrading ISIL's offensive capabilities, to blockade ISIL's murderous rampage across the Levant region, and to begin to turn the tide against them after they began consolidating their power bases across the area they have been slowly building up since 2012. The airstrikes have been effective in weakening the ISIL position, and now, as in Afghanistan, the ground troops are being stepped up along with the airstrikes. This is where the Liberal government has made their misstep. Before even having the debate in Parliament, the Liberal government unequivocally failed our allies by pulling our jets, a vital component to the Allied air campaign, despite how much our current Defence Minister has attempted to minimize the incredible work of the Canadian Forces pilots and crews there. We are tripling the number of boots on the ground, something the current Prime Minister did not dare mention during the recent election campaign, as he knows this means putting more Canadian men and women, some of our best Special Forces operators, in direct harm's way, an exact opposite of the air campaign we were a part of, where laser-guided munitions allowed our military to hit targets with pinpoint precision from the safety of 40,000 feet up. We now learn that Griffin helicopters will be sent into the battle theater, with little to no regard for the massive influx of shoulder-launched rockets in the hands of ISIL terrorists that can easily take out our helicopters and potentially put downed airmen and women into the hands of our bloodthirsty enemies. This is how not to fight. We should be maintaining our fighter jets in the region so that we are at the table, understanding the strike plans so that our ground troops don't get killed again by friendly fire, as happened in Afghanistan. We should not be counting on our allies to provide the air protection for our people when we are fully capable of providing it for ourselves. It's not like our CF-18s have somewhere urgent to rush off to. We can get them back in the game so we can regain our position at the table with our allies.
This is what Canadians want. According to surveys, almost 80% of Canadians would support returning the CF-18s to the fight. Our military is unhappy with the government's plan, and fighter pilots, CF-18 fighter pilots, must certainly have the sense or the feeling that their contribution is underestimated by the government.
Final comment has to do with the question of where we should fight. Obviously, as the battles ensue, it's a dynamic situation. And if we are not at the table with our allies, we may not get the best information about the changing nature of the fight, which, as I understand, has factions switching sides frequently. We also need to be prepared here on our home soil. Terrorists have already attacked here, and we need to be ready for the backlash to come. The government needs to have their emergency terrorist response plan for all regions of Canada ready. However, I do believe Canada has been placed in serious risk of potential attacks due to the failure to acknowledge the clear and present danger of terrorism here at home. We have a Prime Minister who refuses to acknowledge the extreme nature of ISIL and the basis of their entire jihad being waged across the Levant as they seek to form an Islamic caliphate. Indeed, anytime we try to discuss these issues, we hear accusations of racism and Islamophobia, when in fact ISIL is indeed a clear and present danger to the Western way of life, the likes of which we have not seen since the end of World War II. There is another important element in the discussion. Canada has and always will open its doors to those in dire humanitarian need. This will never change, and everybody on this side, and indeed the entire House today, would agree it's important for our great nation to do this. However, we now see a crisis situation about to unfold with little or no discussion as to the true scope of what's going to take place. For several weeks now, Aleppo, Syria, has been heavily bombarded by both U.S. and Russian fighter jets. Aleppo has become the hotbed of ISIL fighters. Now that they're under heavy fire, these ISIL fighters, who are the worst of worst type of human scum truly known to man, are streaming towards the western border of Turkey. Here they are purposely blending in with innocent refugees displaced by the ongoing war. Now the issue becomes, how can the government possibly believe we can perform any sort of credible security review of those individuals from that region coming to Canada as refugees when the fog of war has completely enveloped Syria and the surrounding area? We can't process these individuals, but we know for a fact that many Western governments are opening their doors with little haste under humanitarian pretense, possibly allowing in tens or hundreds or even more ISIL supporters. And Mr. Speaker, I must point out again that, Madam Speaker, I must point out that unless we cut off the head of the snake, we will have an endless sea of refugees beyond our capacity. And so, in summary, we must absolutely ensure that no ISIL fighters can pose as innocent refugees. We need to ensure that preparedness is in place, and we need to fight this evil terrorism wherever this battle takes us until this threat is removed. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Say to the honourable member that failing our allies would be to leave the theatre of war completely, not to increase our presence there. Failing our allies would be to not contribute to alleviating the refugee crisis. Madam Speaker, Canada has a proud military heritage, and but it also has a proud humanitarian heritage. And we haven't been static across time in our approach to these things. Sometimes we get involved directly in conflict, Sometimes we help in other ways. Sometimes we do peacekeeping. Sometimes we do peacemaking. We have not been static, but the opposition seems fixated on having Canada always be pulling the trigger. Now, in any combat situation, there's going to be refocusing, and countries refocus so that they can realign their efforts so that they can make them more internally consistent and more effective. The previous government used to tell us we can do everything. We can do everything well. We can be dropping bombs and we can be helping Syrian refugees. But they weren't able to help Syrian refugees. They were a failure on that file. We at least have made progress, and we're realigning our efforts more in the humanitarian direction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. And certainly I would say that the point is this. We can do everything. In fact, in other combats, we have done ground troops and air and the whole thing. And we should do everything that we can because this is the most serious threat that we've seen since World War II. We certainly, under the previous government, did bring in refugees, a huge number of Iraqi and Syrian refugees. And so that has been continued. I appreciate the cooperation of the government to try to bring refugees from camps, but I was astounded today in the House to hear in question period that, in fact, that didn't happen. They didn't come from camps. I was astounded because that's what we told the Canadian people, and this government's supposed to be about being open and transparent. So definitely, we need to be there with our allies. We have lots to bring, and that's what we should do. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Edmonton-Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I feel obligated to raise the same question to this honourable member. Thank you for her speech, as I did to her colleague earlier. Madam Speaker, the member just said, and we did do everything, we want to do everything. So why then has the Conservative Party moved in this place to remove what the government is proposing, which is improving the living conditions of conflict-affected populations in the area, welcoming tens of thousands of Syrian refugees, engaging more effectively with political leaders, and investing significantly in humanitarian assistance? Why are they removing part of that everything?
Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
I'd like to thank the member for her question. With respect to refugees, I'd like to say that, I'm happy that Canada showed humanitarian aid. But as I talked about in my speech, you're now getting to the point where the refugees that are coming, the ISIL fighters are getting in with the rest of them. And, it's going to be very tricky to try to sort that out. And that is a significant threat to us here in Canada. When it comes to everything that the government put forward, I would say there is no reason to withdraw our CF-18s, and they did it before they even had the vote in the House, which is a total disrespect to the democratic process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Colleague, I have a question and an answer for you, Madam Speaker. My question is whether our pilots were disappointed. Now, we heard from Lieutenant General Charles Brown, who is the commander of who is from the U.S. and who's a commander. He was interviewed by the Calgary Herald, and he said that he was saddened to see our pilots go. Our pilots were sad and disappointed. He understood that there was a political decision made by the government, but he didn't understand why they were being withdrawn, because we were effective. We could provide a response that other countries couldn't. And he said that if you were to change your mind in Canada and bring them back, we would be happy. So General Brown wants to keep our pilots in.
Answer from the member from Sarnia-Lambton, please.
All right. How could they not be disappointed? Because they were effective, they were doing a great job, and the rest of our allies are putting more planes in the fight. Of course they were disappointed.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton and for her hard work and the presentation, the speech that she just made. I think she addressed a lot of important issues, Madam Speaker. I also want to recognize the good work for the critic and the good work that he's doing on this file. I think if Canadians listen carefully to this debate, they are going to really hear the root of the problem, and that is that the political games that are being played by the government and not being straight and transparent. It's a lot of photo ops and a lot of half information that is being shared. The motion that we're debating today is the Liberal motion on fighting ISIS, and they said that they were going to expand by advise and assist mission for the Canadian Forces, by enhancing capacity building efforts with our defense partners in Jordan and Lebanon, and withdrawing our CF-18s. Now, how do you expand by withdrawal? Well, only that's a Liberal concept, that you expand by withdrawing. And Madam Speaker, it doesn't make sense. And the Griffin helicopters that they've said that they're going to send in, they're going to send in Griffin helicopters. Are they going to be armed? Are they going to be able to defend themselves against attack? And they won't answer that. Why won't they answer those important questions? And it's sort of a smoke and mirrors that we're getting, and why would they not be honest and transparent and inform Canadians what truly their plan is about? When you don't answer questions, straightforward questions, you ask, why? What are they hiding? Why aren't they being honest with Canadians? Madam Speaker, I come from a family where my father was a Canadian veteran. He was in the Army. And when I first was elected in 2004, I was given the great honor of actually joining a Canadian military for a short period of time to experience what it was like to be in the Canadian military. And my father, being in the Army, he was in tanks in the First World War, Second World War. That's where I went first, and I loved my time and the experience in the Army. Then the second experience was the Navy. And I've had the great honor of working with a number of veterans and actually active reserves and full-time military people. And I am so proud and so thankful for the Canadians that make that sacrifice of serving Canada. And their heart is so big that they're there to represent Canada with great pride. And they're also there to help those in the world, help those that are being attacked. And this is a very serious issue that we're dealing with. The member from Sarnia-Lambton highlighted the First World War and the Second World War, how Canada had a reputation of carrying far beyond its weight. And then we look back not that long ago when there was a Liberal government, and that was described by the military as the decade of darkness. And it was a sad time. When we became, and I was elected in 2004, we found Canadian military in Afghanistan with the wrong color of uniform, poorly equipped, and they were put in the hottest part of Afghanistan, where they were at the greatest of risk, and poorly equipped. And that changed in 2006 when we became government. And the pride of our Canadian military and the thankfulness, and every Friday people would wear red, at least in our party, and just as a show of thanks to our Canadian military. And the number of people coming out at Remembrance Day, and it continued to grow, and just a pride and a thankfulness that we shared with our Canadian military. And in the evil, a pure evil that we saw in ISIS, exposed its ugly head. I think back to why are we in this with our allies? And nobody wants to be in war. There was a Islamic radical terrorist murderous group called ISIS that started doing horrific things. And we got to think back to what was it like that caused our allies, the world, to say this has to stop. Well, ISIS forces cut off and surrounded thousands of civilians at Mount Sinjar in northern Iraq. At least 500 men were slaughtered execution style, with an unknown number of women being captured and sold into slavery. At least 70 children were reported to have died from thirst, and at least 50 elderly perished. Then we were horrified when hostages in green jumpsuits were paraded helplessly in front of a camera and beheaded slowly. Many of the victims were humanitarian aid workers. Then we saw children being crucified brutally. They were buried alive, and many were sold into sexual slavery. We saw Coptic Christians being beheaded because of their faith. We saw ISIS round up 45 civilians in a town, some thought to be Iraqi security forces and their families, and they were burned alive. ISIS released a video showing a captured Jordanian pilot standing in a cage, doused with gasoline, eventually set on fire, and then being crushed by giant rocks. And we saw ISIS take some 400 male prisoners out into the desert and a mass execution. And we saw 4 Iraqi children under the age of 15 beheaded because they refused to convert from Christianity to Islam. We saw in northern Iraq 3,500 captured women sold into sex slavery, tortured, and repeatedly raped. And on and on and on it goes. Mr. Speaker, the world said this is wrong. We need to stand against this true, pure evil. And so the world did come together. And again, Canada carried well above its weight. And what did we do? Well, we were involved with almost 250 bombings in doing our part. 249 ISIS fighting positions were destroyed by Canadian jets. 83 ISIS equipment and vehicles were destroyed by Canadian jets. 24 ISIS IEDs, improvised explosion devices, in factories and storage facilities were destroyed by Canadian jets. And we know recently when Canadian troops were out there training and there was an attack by ISIS forces, Canadian jets were called for backup, and ISIS was attacked and pushed back. It is a strong legacy, a strong history of Canada doing its part. And Mr. Speaker, what is the plan? The plan is to end the Canadian jets. I think you would get support if, from this side, from the Conservative side, if we continued to do our part. And so some of the suggestions of what the government wants to do, Mr. Speaker, it has merit. But when the decisions are based in clouds of secrecy, confusion, mixed messages, not clearly sharing what their plan is, and they're removing one of the biggest impacts that Canada's had with its allies, removing the jets. And why are they doing that? Because during the rhetoric of an election not that long ago, they promised they would remove that. Following that, there was the attacks in Paris. And the shift came in the public, saying that was a wrong, we do not want to hold the Prime Minister, the new Prime Minister, to that promise because it was said in haste. It wasn't thought out. And so Canadians said, it's okay, we should be leaving the jets. Why are we bringing back the jets when they're so effective? And the allies are asking us to continue to participate. It was not that long ago, we had a conference of our allies here in Canada saying, how can we continue to fight against ISIS effectively? Canada was not even invited to that. Why? Because we're backing away and we have a plan that's cloaked in secrecy. Madam Speaker, we asked the government to do the right thing, to reconsider, to leave our Canadian CF-18s involved with this fight, do the right thing, do our part as Canadians so we can be standing proud and free as Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Kootenay? No, sorry. Kingston? Oh, it's the next one. Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his comments and his speech today. And we've heard a number of times, I think, from both opposition parties today about some kind of lack of transparency with respect to our party's position during the election as to what we were planning on doing. And some discussion, and in particular a little while earlier from the NDP, about not being clear as to what we were doing. I will direct the members opposite their attention to the Liberal Party's website, very easy to find, liberal.ca. It's still on there right now, and the wording is very clear. It says we will refocus Canada's military contribution in the region on the training of local forces while providing more humanitarian support and immediately welcoming 25,000 more Syrian refugees. We are doing exactly what we committed to. My question is removing the jets, in the member opposite's opinion, the only constructive way that we can contribute? Are we not also contributing with these forces that we will be using for humanitarian perspective? Do you not see any value in what they're contributing?
The honourable member from Langley-Aldergrove.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the question, and what he said is what the Liberal Party said during the election is what we will do. Regardless of what is happening in the world, we are going to stay focused on what we said during the election. But the world has changed since then. And for us to say we're going to remove our planes because that's what we said during the rhetoric of an election, and we are going to put more Canadians at risk, and we're going to rely on somebody else to protect Canadian soldiers. And it makes no sense. Why would you do that? And it's the wrong thing to do, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments, but especially for drawing attention again to the fact that on this side of the House, we certainly value the work that our women and men in uniform do for us each and every day. And we certainly want them to have all the resources at their disposal to help them to do their job, and more importantly, to return back to their families healthy. But, Madam Speaker, there's one issue that I think we're losing sight of, and that is this concept of all of the refugees that we're welcoming. And certainly we want to welcome refugees to our country and help them get settled into permanent housing situations. But many times when we speak to the refugees who are arriving here, they would far rather have us redouble our efforts at creating a secure and safe environment for them so that they're able to maintain their homes in the places that they're comfortable in their homeland, rather than being taken to a country that is maybe difficult to live in terms of climate and many cultural adjustments that they need to make. So, Madam Speaker, I just wondered if my colleague would comment on the importance of us doing all that we can, including maintaining our CF-18s in the fight, so that we can create a more stable environment for our colleagues who are from this part of this troubled part of the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That Langley-Aldergrove has a beautiful sound to it. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for what he shared. And absolutely, my parents, my grandparents came from Ukraine, and I love to go back and visit. But Ukraine is still a very unstable area in the world, and they would not have left Ukraine if it would not have been for the issues in the late 1800s, and people were leaving Ukraine. And people that are Syrian and Iraqi, they love their country. Their memories are dear and sweet, but then also there's memories that are horrific. And they would like to stay if they could stay. And so if we can push back to evil and join our allies and carry above our weight, as we always have, then people have Syria as their home, where they grew up, where those memories are, I'm sure they would want to stay. And the member is quite right. And that'll only happen if we continue to carry above our weight. If we start backing off and playing politics with this issue, Madam Speaker, they will not be able to go back. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll say first I'll be dividing my time for this debate with the member from Timmins, James Bay. I'm happy to rise here in the House this afternoon in this debate to speak against both the motion and the amendment to that motion. And I was encouraged to hear the speeches earlier this afternoon given by my NDP colleagues, that I think really put the proper frame on this debate. Instead of how should we be throwing our military might into the Middle East, or should we bomb or should we not be bombing, the question should really be, how can Canada be a truly positive force in the Middle East and the world? Madam Speaker, I've heard many comments on this issue from many people in my riding, both recently and throughout the long election campaign. And I would have to agree with the member from Elmwood Transcona, who pointed out in his speech that about the clear change in the Liberal stance in this conflict. When I traveled throughout the riding during the campaign, I went to 20 or so all-candidates forums, and it was the Liberal candidate and I that ended up at all those forums. Unfortunately, we didn't really hear much from the Conservative side. But I have to say that I continually heard from the Liberal candidate that Canada should be playing a more positive role in the Middle East, and we should be pulling out the bombers and increasing humanitarian aid. And the audiences in all these 20 locations all agreed with us. Many constituents commented then that this is not our war. And I still hear those comments from my constituents. I've had a couple of messages just in the last week alone from constituents about this, and they weren't even aware of this debate going on. They just wanted me to hear that message. And I'd like to also re-emphasize the comments made earlier by the member from Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Aski, that we seem to be so anxious to put our men and women of the armed forces in harm's way, and yet we continue to ignore the challenges they face when we bring them home. I've talked to many veterans in my riding who despair at the cuts to the services here in Canada, and some have even moved to the quieter parts of my riding since it's the only relief that they can get from their PTSD. And here we are again, Madam Speaker, putting more of our service men and women, tripling the number, into harm's way without a real clear plan of what they are there to do and when we will bring them home. So let's look at the Liberal plan. They want to expand and enlarge our military role in Iraq, with our personnel placed deeper and deeper into the combat. There's no apparent end date to the mission, and no clear measures of success. And I remember commenting in the previous debate in the House that we had on an Opposition Day motion about on this issue, that I'm reminded of George W. Bush's mission accomplished celebration regarding Iraq. In reality, he was celebrating the birth of ISIS and the destruction of any semblance of a stable Middle East. The Liberal plan blurs the lines between training and combat roles, and while they have recalled the bombers, we'll still be refueling bombers, and we'll be painting targets for them. The irony of this is simply painful, and I must say I'm confused at the lack of clarity in this policy. The human cost is also difficult to assess, but we're told that this mission will cost $264 million. It's interesting that the figure is so precise, considering, as I mentioned before, that the mission has no end date. And both my colleagues from Manitoba have already outlined the clear choices evident in these costs. There are so many positive ways we could be spending those funds here in Canada. Madam Speaker, Canada does have constructive roles to play in fighting ISIS. We should be stopping the arms trade in the region instead of increasing it. And we should first sign the arms trade treaty. It's absolutely unacceptable that Canada has not done this. And we should be cutting off the funding sources for ISIS. And Madam Speaker, we constantly forget the other Canadian fighters in this region, in this conflict. And those are the Canadian fighters that have gone to the Middle East to fight for ISIS. There's nothing in the Liberal plan to increase and expand any de-radicalization program here in Canada. This is something that we desperately need. There are models around the world that we can follow, and we really need to tackle this end of things, because when we talk about the Canadian role in this conflict, we must remember that we can have a more positive effect by battling de-radicalization as well. And yes, we should continue our efforts to resettle refugees from this conflict in our country. And I was disappointed to hear reference to refugees being confused with ISIS fighters and terrorists. This is just simply not the case. There's no evidence of it, of the refugees coming to Canada being involved with this at all. And, you know, I can say that one of the most positive experiences for me as a new Member of Parliament has been the work I've been doing with refugee committees across my riding. There's committees in Penticton. We already have families that have come into Oliver and Osoyoos. There's committees working in Castlegar and New Denver and Nakusp. There's one in Naramata that wants to bring in government-assisted refugees into a church conference center for temporary housing. These people have been working hard. There's hundreds of people in my riding doing this, and there's thousands of people across Canada that are doing this. This is something that Canadians feel great pride in doing, sharing our great country with these people who have suffered so much. So, Madam Speaker, military involvement in this region is fraught with complexities and danger. It's perhaps not surprising that the United Nations and NATO have not sanctioned these actions. And it's time that Canada played a positive role in the Middle East, concentrating on humanitarian aid and diplomacy. Many of our allies, including New Zealand, Norway, South Korea, have all taken this approach. So it's something that we should really follow their lead on. The Conservative debate stresses the effect of the bombing missions. And today I've heard many numbers thrown out there on the number of missions and the number of targets that have been hit, the number of ISIS targets hit. But, you know, too often these bombing missions strike unintended civilian targets. We've all heard of stories of bombs that have struck hospitals. It seems that we hear about this on a very regular basis. You know, this is not only tragic in itself, but only serves as a recruiting tool for ISIS. And, Madam Speaker, this is what ultimately will win this conflict. We must win the hearts and minds of the people that are suffering in the conflict, and we must convince them that ISIS is not the answer to their problems. Bombing missions, no matter how well-intentioned, just won't do that. And so, Madam Speaker, to conclude, I'd like to reiterate that I think that both this motion and the amendment both offer a misguided path forward for Canada and a misguided path for our brave members of our armed forces and for the Middle East as a whole. So thank you.
We have time for a brief question before the debate ends for today. The honourable member from Mount Royal.
Thank you much, Madam Speaker. And I didn't get a chance before since I wasn't recognized, but I would like to congratulate the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove on his service to Canada. And I want to congratulate all of the people in the Canadian Armed Forces for their excellent fight that they've put right now in the very important fight against ISIS, ISIL, Daesh, whatever we're going to call them. And I think let nobody believe that me and the people on this side are also not very, very grateful to the people in the Canadian Armed Forces. So I want to thank the honourable member for his comments. Where he says this war is not our war, I take great exception to that, because obviously this is a murderous, horrible group of people that are seeking the end of Western civilization, that are committing atrocities against Yazidis and Christians in the areas they occupy. I'd like to understand, is the position of the NDP that not only Canada should withdraw from fighting in the region, but so should every other Western country, so that we simply leave the atrocities to perpetuate themselves with nobody intervening at all?
The honourable member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, a brief answer, please.
Well, I would say briefly, one answer to that I can say right away and briefly is that this is not our war, because it was, if you want to point fingers, you could say that it was the Americans in their ill-advised actions in Iraq that have created this instability. And if they feel obliged to try to fix it through military means, then good luck to them, because I don't think these sorts of military means are helping very much. That, yes, they can go in, but Canada, I think, and I was very proud of the fact that we stayed out of that war, and so we should do all we can to create a positive role for Canada in that region.
The honourable member will have 3 minutes left for questions and answers the next time that this is brought before the House. And so the time for debate is now over for today. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwanuka-Aski. Oh, she's not here. Okay, sorry. The honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to raise this matter with the government again. I first raised the matter on January 29th, and it was a response to a Globe and Mail article revealing a report that came out of Environment Canada, where we learned that it's not just the National Energy Board that's been failing to enforce environmental laws. As revealed by the head of Environment Canada's enforcement branch, there was poor morale and fear of reprisal by officers who were responsible for enforcing the law, and they'd expressed concerns that they were forced to turn a blind eye to even serious environmental violations. Now, this matter concerns me not just as an elected member of this place, but as the former Chief of Enforcement for Environment Canada. And I continue to work very closely with enforcement officers, not just in this country, but in Bangladesh and Indonesia, and remain convinced that Canada has a place in this world to show how effective enforcement can be delivered. Clearly, the evidence that's provided by this memo that was released to the media is showing that we've got a serious problem in this country, and I think it's important that the new government address this. Now, the kinds of concerns that have been identified, Madam Speaker, include in some instances the abject failure to actually uphold the law. Enforcement officers have been concerned that enforcement officers felt their actions were blocked if they weren't a government priority, disconnect between the regions and headquarters, grievances not addressed in a timely way, lack of respect for the job of investigators, lack of recognition that enforcement officers should have science knowledge, lack of resources to even go to the field to deliver their enforcement role. If I could share with this place, Madam Speaker, a quote in the report from Regional Enforcement Officer, and I begin the quotes. Many people are breaking the law, but because of priorities, we can't do anything. A stunning and disturbing revelation, Madam Speaker. A second quote, we cannot do our job 9 to 5. If we leave the site, we send the message that they only need to comply with the law between 9 and 5. After that, it's free range, end of quotes. Obviously, deep concerns within our Department of Environment, and that is an agency that has been mandated to make sure that our environmental protection laws for protection of a threatened species, protection of our waterways, protection of clean air, and the delivery of international commitments and obligations. And it's important for us to keep in mind that one of those international obligations is pursuant to the NAFTA trade agreement. And a sidebar agreement to that trade agreement is the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation. I also had the honor of working with the Secretariat that operates under that agreement. Pursuant to that agreement, Canada has committed to the effective enforcement of its environmental laws. So not only do we have an obligation to make sure that we are inspecting, monitoring, enforcing our environmental laws, we have international obligations and commitments to maintain. Madam Speaker, this is not the first time such a review was undertaken. Back in the late 1980s, a similar review was held, and enforcement officers for the first time in history were brought in to tell what was going on in the field. Very sad to say that we seem to have returned to that state. So my question would be to the government, what action is being taken to address these concerns? I'm deeply concerned about the response given by their former director, and I look forward to being assured that, in fact, this new government actually takes the responsibility seriously to ensure the effective enforcement of Canadian environmental laws.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honourable Member for her work in this area and her obvious deep knowledge with respect to the issues that she raises. Let me say to start that our government takes environmental enforcement very seriously, and in the broader context, it intends to address the negative impacts that were caused by the Conservative government's devaluation of environmental responsibilities over the last 10 years. Madam Speaker, behind closed doors, the previous government cut $255 million over 4 years from Environment Canada and climate change in a deliberate attempt to undermine the capacity of our officials to protect the environment, to enforce the law, and to provide industry with the tools that it needs to grow the economy in a sustainable manner. Rather than being upfront about the depth and the impact of the cuts, the previous government decided to hide this information, something that it did in many other areas of government as well. Madame la Présidente, si nous voulons...
Madam Speaker, if we want Canadians to trust their government, they need a government that trusts them.
The previous government, we are committed to supporting enforcement personnel whom we rely upon to tackle non-compliance with environmental laws, and we will hold offenders to account. Unlike the previous government, we will not engage in the reckless budget cuts to government programs that destroyed many of the services Canadians need. And this brings me to the heart of the matter that's raised by the Honourable Member, the essential services provided by environmental enforcement officers. Environment and Climate Change Canada's enforcement officers have a broad range of powers that they use to identify violations of environmental laws. The head of Environment Canada's enforcement branch has revealed, in no uncertain terms, the previous government's negligence in the context of the enforcement of environmental law. Since 1999, federal public servants in 93 departments and agencies, including those in Environment Canada and Climate Change, have participated in a survey that is conducted every 3 years to gather employees' perspective on their workplace. What the Honourable Member references in her question is a report prepared by Environment Canada and Climate Change Canada's Chief Enforcement Officer, in which he acknowledged concerns raised by some of his personnel in the 2014 survey. These concerns reflect the oppressive culture produced by the previous government and serve as a reminder of their neglect of Environment and Climate Change Canada's enforcement branch. After consulting enforcement staff, the Chief Enforcement Officer has laid out an action plan to demonstrate a commitment on the part of senior management to foster dialogue with employees. Madam Speaker, our government values the tremendous contributions of our enforcement officers. Addressing their concerns through open and transparent dialogue will benefit the department, all Canadians, and the environment. Our government has always emphasized that a positive and productive relationship with public servants is a priority, and our commitment to transparency will ensure that the concerns of public servants are heard so that any issues can be tackled. Madam Speaker, our government is committed to enforcing environmental laws and will continue to seek input from enforcement officers and senior management on how best to ensure that they have what they need to successfully execute their mandate. We are currently in the process of assessing current resources and capabilities in order to do just that. Going forward, we will work to ensure that Environment and Climate Change Canada has the capacity and the will to hold offenders of environmental law to account. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm reassured that the government recognizes there's a problem. What I'm not reassured in is the response. I also took a look at the response given by the former senior officer, and the offer of holding recreational activities is not exactly showing a firm understanding of the deep problems of what has happened in Environment Canada. So I'm wondering if the government would commit to an open and public review of the current enforcement and compliance policies and protocols and the staffing. The serious problem in that department is the fact that over time they completely eroded the understanding what enforcement is all about. Most of it's delivered in the regional basis. So will the government commit to an open public review so that we can understand whether or not the government will continue and return to commitment of delivering its responsibilities under the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Speaker, I think one of the things that we share, the Honourable Member and I share, is a deep commitment to ensuring that we're reestablishing the capabilities and the capacity of the Department of the Environment, but a number of other departments that are actually focused on ensuring that science and data actually are informing good public policy, and that we actually are driving to ensure that decisions that are made on the basis of science and data are actually implemented and enforced. One of the other commitments that this government has made is that we will be highly transparent in the context of the resource allocation and the choices that we make. When the budget is presented, you will see a number of elements that relate to the funding associated with a range of departments, including Environment and Climate Change Canada, and I look forward to having a conversation with you about how that will work going forward. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwanuck, Askey.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise and follow up to a question that I asked in this House, along with one of my other colleagues, the MP for Laurier-Saint-Marie, on the question of the recently approved takeover of Allstream, MTS Allstream, a Canadian company with a fiber optic network in Manitoba that was taken over by a U.S. company. MTS Allstream is a Canadian carrier, was a Canadian carrier that offers fiber optic services and carries confidential data of thousands of Canadians, including government departments, the RCMP, and others. Following the federal election, its sale was essentially went through to an American firm. And our concern, as we expressed in this House, is that this sale was made without proper review, and certainly that was not made known to Canadians, and that as a result, sensitive information will now be subject to American surveillance, and including the U.S. Patriot Act. We know that the previous government blocked an earlier attempt to purchase MTS Allstream based on national security concerns. So we are concerned to hear that the current Liberal government refused to do a comprehensive review to protect Canadians. Madam Speaker, the Investment Canada Act is a piece of legislation that is set up to ultimately protect Canadians and to ensure that foreign takeovers protect Canadian jobs, investments in communities, and of course maintain our public safety. And so we know in this House, based on various battles involving foreign takeovers, that unfortunately the Investment Canada Act has not protected us. And in the past, we've certainly called for a review of the Act, and we've called for strengthening, for the need for increased transparency when it comes to foreign takeovers. I know this to be the case in terms of takeovers in the mining sector, coming from a community where we once had Inco, a successful Canadian company that was bought out by Brazilian multinational Vale, who waited until the expiry of their 2-year agreement to come out with some potentially devastating announcements with respect to the loss of Canadian jobs. And unfortunately, we were able to get them back to the table to mitigate that kind of devastating announcement. Although we know that others in other communities, including Sudbury, were in a difficult situation. So an example where the Investment Canada Act didn't protect us. But again, back to the example of MTS Allstream, the question here is Was there a proper review conducted? Why do Canadians not know about it? And how is our public safety being protected in this case?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to respond to the comments made by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiwatinuk-Aski, concerning the reviews of foreign investments that can have an effect on national security. Madam Speaker, first of all, let me say that foreign investments, direct foreign investments, play an important and positive role in the Canadian economy, continuing to research, development, and productivity, as well as globalization. Trade and foreign investments go hand in hand. They connect us to the world value chain, and Canada is open to investments that maintain jobs and that promote growth and prosperity in the long term for the Canadian people. However, this must not be done at the expense of national security. The Investment Canada Act has an important role to play. It ensures, on the one hand, the review of foreign investments that are significant and to see which ones have a real net benefit for the economy. And furthermore, the review on these kinds of things that have kinds of investments that have an effect on national security. So any foreign investments are reviewed in terms of national security under the Investment Canada Act. This is a rigorous process that is carried out in consultation with governmental agencies responsible for national security. Transactions between Allstream, or involving Allstream rather, was not an exception. And I can guarantee, Madam Speaker, that the Investment Canada Act was complied with. The Act limits the amount of detail that can be shared in public, and these provisions are in place to protect the various parties. But the way in which the people responsible for it have done it comply with the changes made in 2009 that allows for the review of any investment that could have an effect on national security. The process and the timetable for these reviews are clearly established, and the Act also allows the Governor and Council, confers on the Governor and Council the powers necessary to take into account problems that could concern national security. So the provisions in this regard apply to a broader scope of investments when compared to those that concern net benefit.
Investments for their likely net benefit to the Canadian economy. Net benefit reviews are limited to significant investments or acquisitions of control of Canadian businesses valued above the threshold set out in the Act. For private sector WTO investors, the relevant threshold is $600 million in enterprise value, and for foreign state-owned enterprises, that threshold is at a lower $375 million in asset value. The net benefit, Madam Speaker, and I'll conclude here, the net benefit review process is rigorous and involves thorough consultation with affected provinces and territories, as well as government departments or agencies that have policy responsibility for the sector involved in the transaction, and other bodies, Madam Speaker, are also consulted. In addition, any person or group may submit its views in writing to the Minister during the review process. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your patience and for giving me the opportunity to address this question in the House.
Member for Churchill-Kiwatinuk-Aski.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my colleague for his response. Obviously, our concern is in this particular case is the sharing of sensitive information. While I am encouraged to hear that measures have been taken to ensure that that there are controls in place, this is something that is certainly not widely known, and unfortunately, it took media pressure to be able to get to that kind of information. When in fact, Manitobans whose information is exposed as a result of this this purchase, should have the right to know immediately once these kinds of changes take place. And finally, I mean, we're essentially talking about the need to render the Investment Canada Act and the agreements that come out as a result of it more transparent and certainly strengthened so that Canadians know that their best interests and frankly, so that concept of net benefit be a realistic one in terms of Canadians' daily reality.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Sciences and Economic Development.
Certainly a long title, isn't it, Madam Speaker? But thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the member opposite again for her questions and concerns. I can't comment on the specific case of this particular transaction, but let me reassure the other member, and as well as all Canadians, Madam Speaker, that the provisions in the law set out a whole host of evaluations to make sure that there is a national security component which is taken into account, and where they do an examination. And I can assure the honourable member that the government did do and follow the law thoroughly on the evaluation and the evaluation of this particular transaction, as of all transactions that falls under the purview of the law, and that the conclusions of that committee I can assure honourable members that national security concerns were taken into account and that there was considered to be a net benefit for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasure to rise today to respond to a question I asked the Natural Resources Minister. And what we're looking for here really is some clarity to the framework of our energy and resource sector, and hopefully bring additional or reinvigorate confidence in our resource sector. We're really looking for our natural resources ministers to step up. Reports are predicting 185,000 job losses in the energy sector in 2016, 125,000 of those in Alberta alone. And we're well on our way to that stat, with 22,000 full-time jobs lost in Alberta in January alone. Alberta's unemployment rate has reached 7.4%. The first time since 1988 that it's been higher than the Canadian average. Predictions are showing that Alberta's unemployment rate will exceed 8% by the end of 2016. Certainly something that is very troubling to Albertans. The Liberal government seems to have trivialized the importance of the natural resource sector, even though it makes up 20% of Canada's GDP and more than $160 billion to our economy on an annual basis. This is something certainly not to trivialize when you look at the job losses in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and across Atlantic Canada. And we heard today from the Prime Minister as well as the Finance Minister of an influx of $250 million into Alberta. I find that very trivial. Albertans don't want a handout, they want to go to work, and as I'm sure most Canadians do. And it is quite clear that this is simply a way of appeasing Albertans with their own tax dollars. And that's certainly not something that we want. What Albertans are asking from this Liberal government, what I'm asking from the Natural Resource Minister, is a commitment to projects like Energy East. Commitments that will instill confidence and new enthusiasm in the resource sector, which will help not only Albertans but Canadians across the country. We have spoken a great deal of what Energy East will mean to Alberta, but I really want to highlight, and what I was trying to highlight with the Minister, is how important this is not only to Alberta but Canadians. For example, let's look at the hundreds of New Brunswickans who have been laid off in Sussex due to the closure of the potash mine. If we were to proceed with Energy East, a lot of those unemployed people in New Brunswick will be able to find jobs in the energy sector. And that's just one opportunity that we will have with Energy East. But instead, the Liberal government has told investors that it would rather support foreign oil imports than Canadian workers and employers. It believes that the environmental record of Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, Russia is a better option than Canada's regulatory regime. Energy East can replace the need to import foreign crude into Quebec and Atlantic Canada with a secure source of Canadian oil. Currently, 630,000 barrels of oil are imported to Quebec and Atlantic Canada each and every day from places like the Middle East and West Africa, places not exactly world-renowned for their environmental stewardship. In addition, the minister recently announced interim regulations and indicated that more may be coming, which simply increases uncertainty, instability, and ambiguity into the sector. We are looking for more clarity from the Natural Resources Minister on the approval process for critical infrastructure like pipelines and whether or not this Liberal government will be introducing a carbon tax. Madam Speaker, my question is what steps is the minister going to take to create stability and predictability and encourage investment in Canada's energy sector and show them that this is a good place to do business? But also, if Energy East passes the muster of the National Energy Board, if it passes the regulatory regime that is in place with the National Energy Board, will this government, will the Natural Resources Minister support Energy East?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Or Parliamentary Secretary.
Sorry, I've given you a raise. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my colleague from Foothills for his important question. Madam Speaker, our government understands that these are difficult days for the people of Alberta. For thousands of our fellow citizens, the precipitous drop in the price of oil has made these very trying times. Businesses are struggling, jobs are lost, and families are hurting. We have seen this boom and bust cycle before, but it doesn't make it any easier for those who are struggling. And while there's no magic wand, there are things we can do both now and in the long term to weather this storm. In terms of short-term actions, we are working with the province of Alberta. A few weeks ago, the Prime Minister moved quickly to fast-track infrastructure funding of $700 million. This will ease the immediate hardships and job losses in the energy sector. In addition, when a region's unemployment rate rises, the entrance requirements for employment insurance is reduced and the duration of benefits increase. In fact, the duration of these benefits has increased in all 4 economic regions in Alberta. The number of weeks available in hard-hit regions in Alberta has increased by 5 to the maximum entitlement nationally of 45 weeks. We have also put in place an interim approach for major resource projects already under regulatory review, and we've committed to modernizing the National Energy Board. We know that the sooner we restore public confidence in the regulatory process, the sooner we will see broad-based support for large-scale, sustainable energy products that will get our resources to market. Indeed, Madam Speaker, our government believes there is every reason for Canadians to be optimistic about the long-term future of our energy sector. And there is every reason to believe we can achieve a brighter future based on a clean environment and a strong economy going hand in hand. A future built on innovation and adapting to changing times, a future utilizing greener ways to extract and develop our fossil fuels, a future with more sustainable ways to get our energy to markets at home and abroad. A future that makes greater use of renewable sources of energy, a future where energy efficiency plays a more prominent role, and a future where we invest in clean technologies and green infrastructure. In short, a future where we engage Canadians on how to generate the energy we need while preserving the planet we cherish. Our government is committed to doing both. Through the Federation, we can engage in nation building by creating a visionary energy strategy that enables Canada to lead in the fight against climate change and truly position us as a global leader in a low-carbon economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for being here this evening to answer my question. But my concern is the $700 million that was announced before. There's no strings attached to that $700 million, so to say it's going to help those unemployed in the energy industry is disingenuous. And the fact that they say, well, we believe that there's going to be renewed optimism in the energy sector. Well, the fact is there isn't any optimism in the energy sector, and that is our concern right now. And she talked about the climate change and this low-carbon economy that they're talking about. Well, as part of the minister's mandate letter, he's also supposed to have a continental energy agreement. But right now, The United States and Mexico are not talking about a federal carbon tax. The United States has lifted its export bans on oil. Canada is at a significant disadvantage when it comes to our competitive edge in the energy sector. And if they continue to have this sort of uncertainty and not having that clarity, the competitive disadvantage is going to continue to be there. So I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, will we look at a continental energy agreement, and are we going to be looking at a federal carbon tax that will further debilitate Canada's energy sector?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the livelihoods of thousands of families are dependent on the energy sector, and I know that every member of this House wants to see an end to the suffering in communities across the country that have been hit hard by low oil prices. With the measures our government has announced, I am optimistic that we can rebuild the energy sector on a more sustainable footing, that we can restore the public's confidence in the environmental reviews while providing greater certainty for industry, and that together we can emerge from these challenging times to a future that is better and brighter than we could imagine. And Madam Speaker, as some of the oil producers and shippers come into my office to talk to me, I will disagree with my honourable colleague. They are optimistic, and they are some of the best innovators that we have in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre...
A motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. The House stands adjourned accordingly until 2 o'clock tomorrow, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.